Chapter 855. Yahweh Fights. Chapter 855. Yahweh Fights. In the Sky Spill continent, an emperor-level powerhouse was only a title, not a true name for a cultivation realm. When a martial artist had reached a certain level of strength, they would then be recognized as an emperor-level powerhouse. Although there was a massive disparity between life destruction and the divine sea, there were still some heaven-gifted individuals who could contend with a divine sea powerhouse at only the life destruction realm. Such a person would equally be able to obtain the title of Emperor Powerhouse. In particular, there were 8th stage life destruction martial artists. These were extremely rare and precious talents whose strength far surpassed all other martial artists at their level. After crossing life destruction 8 times, they might even be more powerful than an early divine sea powerhouse. Senior Good Fortune. Are you saying that Lin Lonjian will be able to cross 8 stages of life destruction? Thinking about it, Lin Ming being able to cross life destruction 8 times was well within reason. But it was just that since ancient times, there were less than a handful of divine sea powerhouses who had crossed life destruction 8 times. This caused Fairy Snowgale to feel as if this were all very unreal, like a dream itself. The 9-furnace highest divine emperor and the sublime smelting imperial grand uncle, and even old man Good Fortune himself, had only crossed 7 stages of life destruction. For the last 100,000 years, every 8th stage life destruction divine, Sea Supreme Elder, had become the highest under the heavens. However, the highest under the heavens wasn't necessarily an 8th stage life destruction divine sea martial artist. For instance, the most recent highest under the heavens was Emperor Sakya, who had crossed 7 stages of life destruction. Emperor Sakya's strength lay in his comprehension of 7 different martial intents, and then fusing these 7 different martial intents together. With these 7 martial intents combined with his 7 stages of life destruction, he had reached enlightenment under a Bodhi tree, and had finally broken through the martial void. In terms of the power of his spirit body, Emperor Sakya far surpassed that of the 8-fall Thunder Emperor. Normally, an emperor-level talent had 1 or 2 aspects that they could claim to be the best in within the entire continent. Those that excelled in 3 or 4 aspects could be called the rarest talents within the world, someone who would eventually become the highest under the heavens. And Lin Ming was certainly this case. It was simply impossible to find out where his flaw was. He had lasting endurance, formidable strength, extreme speed, an incomparably solid foundation, as well as a profound understanding of concepts and laws. As long as Lin Ming could cross 8 stages of life destruction, then he would be unrivaled in this world. At this time, atop the Azura Divine Kingdom's Godspeed boat, Situ Hautian was indifferently standing there. In front of him, the wounded Situ Luosha was kneeling. "You may leave," Situ Hautian waved his hand, and then took a deep breath. The situation had eventually taken a turn for the worst scenario possible. Now, he only had 1 card left in his hand. That was Situ Yahweh. He couldn't help but acknowledge that of the 22 masters that he had sent to battle, besides Situ Luosha playing a minor role, all of the rest had died in vain. "Luosha, this will be your life's greatest obstacle. Pass it, and you will reach the divine sea. Fail, and you will be forever stranded as you are." The best chance for a martial artist to attack the divine sea realm was before they were 100 years old. If they couldn't accomplish this, then their chances of success would lower more and more with every following year. After they reached 200 years of age, it was basically impossible for them to ever hope of breaking through on their own. Then, if they still wished to step into the divine sea, their only chance would be to go out and adventure for their own lucky chance and use that lucky chance to make their breakthrough. This sort of lucky chance was certainly not easy to find, but since ancient times there had been countless life destruction powerhouses in the Sky Spill continent, and some of them were sure to find their own lucky chances. As long as one found a good enough lucky chance, a 5th stage or even 4th stage life destruction martial artist could also break into the Divine Sea. In fact, within the Sky Spill continent, there weren't that many less 5th stage life destruction Divine Sea powerhouses than there were 6th stage life destruction Divine Sea powerhouses. Of course, their strengths were on 2 completely different levels. Situ Luosha still had 20 to 30 years to make his breakthrough. For Lin Ming to defeat him, here was truly a great setback to him. If he failed to overcome the heart demon of Lin Ming, then he would fail any breakthrough he attempted. But if he could overcome his heart demons, then he might experience a nirvana of the soul and step even further on his road of martial arts. Situ Luosha clenched his fists and silently withdrew. Then, a young woman wearing black armor and with very slender legs slowly walked forwards. She kneeled in front of Situ Haotian and requested, "Your Majesty, please allow Yaoyue to go to battle." Looking at Situ, Yaoyue, the Azura Divine Emperor, helplessly shook his head. He was silent for a while before sighing, saying, "I never thought that I would ultimately have to place all my hopes on you. It seems that everything done before this only had a limited effect. If he had to come up with any effect that the 20 slaughter puppets and the red-clothed little boy had, that would be that they had discovered Lin Longyan's abnormal endurance. This could at least be given as good advice to Situ Yaoyue. Yaoyue, you must remember not to engage him in an extended battle. Your endurance is far inferior to his." Situ Haotian was very clear that if Yaoyue had fought those 22 battles, although she could win, her consumption of energy would have been enormous. In this aspect alone, she had no way of comparing with Lin Ming. Yaoyue understands. Above the arena stage, Lin Ming's white clothes were still as spotless as before. He flew proud and high in the wind, naturally revealing an aura, as if he defied the heavens. At this time, he seemed to have become one with the world itself. After defeating Situ Luosha with absolute superiority, all of the martial artists began to look at him with awe in their eyes. This was a peerless talent. In the future, it was extremely likely he would become the master of the entire Sky Spill continent. Even Situ Luosha has lost. He was a peak destiny decree powerhouse and had never used that ancient profound hawk bloodline of his either. The destiny decree had never accurately ranked him. But I think that with Situ Luosha's strength, he could at least rank 7th or 8th on the destiny decree. The Azura Divine Kingdom's background is already so strong, and yet they can't withstand such a monstrous genius like Lin Longyan. The slaughter puppets that the Azura Divine Kingdom had put out were definitely one of their killing moves. Even a top 10 ranked Destiny Decree Master would find themselves exhausted in a revolving battle. However, they had actually been useless against Lin Ming. The Azura Divine Kingdom is in danger. It seems more likely they will lose this battle. It might even be possible that they no longer have any other cards to play. With events having reached this step, more and more people favored Lin Ming. After defeating Situ Luosha with such massive superiority, Lin Ming absolutely had the qualifications to place in the top 3 ranks of the Destiny Decree. As everyone was talking, a young woman flew off from the Azura God speedboat. This woman was extremely tall, not any shorter than Lin Ming. She wore a set of black armor, an extremely exquisite and delicate work that wrapped around her chest, shoulders, and waist, revealing a pair of creamy and thick thighs. This woman flew until she was only 200 feet away from Lin Ming before stopping there. Fluttering high in the air, her black hair danced in the wind. Her perfect skin seemed as if it were carved from jade, and her bright pupils were a pale red, as if they were twin blood moons. Her bright red lips were curved up, revealing a devilish charm. She was gorgeous and fascinating, making all others seem inferior. This woman, as all of the heroes saw Situ Yaoyue, they were surprised. At first glance, Situ Yaoyue looked like a fairy from heaven. But looking closer, she resembled a demonic immortal seductress that had escaped from the 9 nether hells. Her smile revealed an evil-killing intent, as if her looks could kill. That woman is horrifying. There were many heroic young elites present that couldn't help but shiver in fear. Normally, such a stunning beauty that could bring a kingdom to its knees would have these heroic young elites dreaming and fantasizing about her in their minds. But facing Situyaoyue, they couldn't stir up the least bit of courage to do so. It was like they were afraid that she would see through their thoughts and they would draw a calamity onto themselves. What is her cultivation? I can't see. A life-destruction martial artist said, bewildered. He was a first-stage life-destruction martial artist, and yet he couldn't see through Situyaoyue's cultivation. How could he not be surprised? 7th-stage life-destruction. Beside him, a sect elder deeply sighed. This era of juniors was simply too fearful. This magnificent woman with her 7th-stage life-destruction cultivation would surely step into the divine sea in the future. Perhaps she would become an existence nearing that of the 9-furnace highest divine emperor compared to such a character. He was only like a dim flame next to her radiant woman. There was just no comparison. 7th-stage life-destruction. Heavens! The young man who spoke before couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. The most common divine sea supreme elders of the Sky Spill continent were at the 5th or 6th stage of life destruction. There were only 7 or 8 known 7th-stage life destruction martial artists. Of these, nearly half of them were characters approaching the highest under the heavens. And as for the other half, it was only because their cultivation was lacking. Once their cultivation stepped into the late divine sea realm, they too would likely become powerhouses at the rank of the 9-furnace highest divine emperor. In fact, on the destiny decree issued by Destiny Grasp, the top 3 ranked martial artists were all at the 7th stage of life destruction. But these 3 people had extremely special circumstances. They were already over 1,000 years old. They were originally 6th-stage life destruction martial artists that had failed to reach the divine sea and had then gone out to seek their own lucky chances. Finally, they didn't manage to break into the divine sea, but did successfully stumble their way into the 7th stage of life destruction. To them, this was not anything good, because a heavenly material that could help a person break through to the divine sea could only be used once. Using that material a second time would have nearly no effect. As for those martial artists that had broken through to the 7th stage of life destruction on their own, the heroic young elites present had never heard of any. Of course, the sublime smelting divine kingdom and the 9-furnace divine kingdom surely had their own 7th-stage life destruction elites. But these individuals were all being secretly trained, and none of them had ever been exposed, so no one knew of them. As of now, Situyaoyue was the first of these hidden elites that had been exposed. She was a peak talent that had relied on her own strength to break into the 7th stage of life destruction. She was likely even more powerful than the first 3 ranked masters of the Destiny Decree. Everyone knew that the Azura Divine Kingdom's background was formidable, and they had hidden masters, but no one knew what degree of strength these hidden masters had. They could only make vague guesses without basis. They had all thought that Lin Ming had more or less one, but now it seemed as if Lin Ming was the one in danger instead. All those that can arrive at the 7th stage of life destruction are peak talents originally, and Lin Longyan is 6 small boundaries away. The disparity is just too great. Jumping boundaries to fight was not new or terrifying. Since ancient times, there had always been life destruction talents capable of fighting divine sea martial artists. But what was horrifying was when those they fought were similarly geniuses. Thus, was there any chance that Lin Ming could win? All of the martial artists couldn't help but have these doubts. To them, Situyaoyue was like an unreachable mountain peak, impossible to overcome. Shirbai also felt his palms go wet with sweat. He never imagined that the Azura Divine Kingdom's final card would be so terrifying. Lin Ming was in a crisis. Although you just fought with Luo Sha and immediately fighting you may be a bit unfair, I will not go the least bit easy on you just because of that. A devilish smile still hung on Situ Yaoyue's face. As she slowly spoke, her voice was misty and alluring, like a siren from legends that could cause fleets of sailors to be lost in illusion. I also do not need a woman to go easy on me, Lin Ming calmly replied, his voice signaling his sharp opposition. Ha! How interesting! Chapter 856, Extreme Violet Domain, Demon Moon Illuminating the Sky. Chapter 856, Extreme Violet Domain, Demon Moon Illuminating the Sky. In the 100-mile-wide area, Lin Ming and Situ Yaoyue were only standing 200 feet apart in the air. To a top master, this distance wouldn't even take the blink of an eye to cross. Once the two fought, this would absolutely be an earth-shaking event. Back away. Everyone back away. Retreat several dozen miles, or else you might be affected. A sect elder began to direct the young elites of his sect to withdraw. Although they all hoped to be closer, the martial artists present knew just how serious the gravity of the situation was, and they all retreated together, not stopping until they were over 20 miles away. They stood there, breath abated, their sight completely concentrated on the movements of the two as they anticipated the violent and raging fight that could erupt at any moment. This battle was simply too exciting. It would be the greatest battle in the Sky-Spill continent for the last 1,000 years. A soul-stirring, blood-boiling battle that was more breathtaking than a duel between divine sea supreme elders. Ding! With the ring of the great bell, Lin Ming and Situ Yaoyue still didn't move. They kept their distance of 200 feet, both of them looking down on the other. Situ Yaoyue's armor was covered with extremely fine patterns. Lin Ming, who had an extremely high understanding of inscription symbols and arrays, could see that this armor was actually a high-grade Heaven Step treasure. A defensive high-grade Heaven Step treasure was several times more precious than an offensive treasure. There were even many divine sea supreme elders that didn't have one, yet Situ Yaoyue was able to wear this. From this alone, it could be seen just how deep the inheritance of the Azura Divine Kingdom was. The two people faced each other for several dozen breaths of time. Then Situ Yaoyue smiled, a brilliance that could cause nations to tumble. She said with a low and strong voice, "My name is Situ Yaoyue. Remember it well." As she smiled, the myriad stars seemed to dim down, as if they had all been eclipsed by her smile. The starlight was swallowed. Lin Ming looked towards the sky, a trace of interest flashing over his face. A mere smile had been able to dim the starlight. Was this the law of darkness? How could the sky have turned dark? All of the martial artists present had been completely concentrated on Lin Ming and Situ Yaoyue. They didn't even know when, but at some point the bright moon in the sky began to pale until the moon and stars completely vanished. A thick cover of darkness slowly enveloped the world, as if some invisible ancient vicious beast had devoured the heavens. What is going on? All of the martial artists present paled. Their vision hadn't been affected by this darkness, but the sudden fall of gloom had caused all of them to feel a trace of fear. "Look behind that woman." A martial artist suddenly cried out in alarm. Everyone followed his eyes and saw that behind Situ Yaoyue, all of the darkness seemed to gather together, forming a pure sea of black chaos. The sea surged, mighty waves of pitch-black tumbling about. Deep within that sea, a blood-red demon moon slowly began to rise. All around that crimson demon moon, a sparkling purple light shone. This strange scene shocked everyone present. What is that? Is that an illusionary attack used by that woman? It's not an illusion. A life-destruction old man from a Holy Land family clan took a deep breath as he saw the sparkling purple light in that sea of black chaos. That is the extreme violet dantian. The extreme violet dantian can become a sea of purple. It is a special inherent trait that one is born with. The dantian does not need to form a revolving core in order to store a massive amount of true essence. As for the demon moon phenomenon behind that woman, that is the projection of the extreme violet dantian into the world. That is a sort of domain. Extreme violet dantian? Domain? That was a dantian variation that many supreme elders of ancient times had. It was said that 20,000 to 30,000 years ago, the highest under the heavens at that time also possessed the extreme violet dantian. When an ordinary martial artist trained their dantian, besides the immediate area outside of the revolving core crystal nucleus, the other regions of their dantian were mostly empty. At most, there would be some true essence mist floating about. But for an extreme violet dantian martial artist, these regions were filled by the so-called purple sea. The purple sea was, in truth, liquefied energy. In other words, an extreme violet dantian martial artist had a total true essence quantity several times that of an ordinary marital artist. So that's the extreme violet dantian. No wonder that woman can step into the seventh stage of life destruction. The heroic young elites all had complex emotions crossing their faces. Some were jealous, some were resentful, and some were awed. Normally, a martial artist that could step into the seventh stage of life destruction had to have some sort of special characteristic. For instance, the nine-furnace highest divine emperor had an inborn combat spirit divine body, and the sublime smelting imperial grand uncle had a king dragon vein. But just by having a single outstanding aspect, it was unlikely for one to become the highest under the heavens. One had to have at least several areas in which they surpassed all others. After all, someone who could be the highest under the heavens was only born every 8,000 to 9,000 years. The Asura divine kingdom indeed cannot be underestimated. Without any sign or smoke, they've managed to cultivate a peerless talent with an extreme violet dantian, and they've also managed to keep her out until the last moment on stage. I wonder just how Lin Lonjian will be able to stop her. Near the sublime, smelting divine kingdom's side, Uya Qingfeng's expression was quite peculiar. Although he was vaguely aware that the Asura divine kingdom had a number of ascetics they kept hidden around, he wasn't sure just how powerful Situ Yaiwe was. If she could maintain her talent, then she had a chance of becoming someone close to the highest under the heavens. At that time, she would be able to lead the Asura divine kingdom so that they could stand on equal footing with the sublime, smelting divine kingdom. This was certainly not good news to the sublime, smelting divine kingdom. Lin Lonjian is in danger. Besides his foundation being extremely solid, he doesn't seem to have a special divine body. To many martial artists, Lin Ming was undoubtedly a freak of nature. Whether it was strength, endurance, battle spirit, speed, or comprehension of concepts, he far surpassed all other martial artists at his level. But Lin Ming seemed as if he was missing a little something special, such as a divine body, divine bloodline, or variation dantian. This was because back in ancient times, there were many supreme elders that had similar divine bodies or variation dantians that they used to rule the sky spill continent. As long one had a divine body or a variation dantian, they had the justification and public belief that they could have incredible achievements. On the contrary, without these things, then just talking about solid foundation, moves, cultivation methods, or comprehension of concepts, all of that would seem pale and weak. This would cause people to not help but wonder just what Lin Ming would rely on to advance into the top 3 of the Destiny Decree as a first-stage life destruction martial artist. With his foundation, perception, or battle spirit, Lin Lonjian, you have killed 21 of my Asura divine kingdom's people before this, and now I shall be the one to collect their blood debt. Let me see just how you'll block my attack. As Situ Yaiwe spoke, she withdrew a 9-foot-long spear from her spatial ring. The spear shaft was black, and the spear blade was red. This was also a high-grade heaven step treasure. Nearly every martial artist of the Asura divine kingdom used a spear. Situ Yaiwe was no exception. A peerlessly exquisite woman who seemed as if she were only 18 to 19 years old and had a slender body with a beauty that could cause kingdoms to fall, she actually wielded the spear, the weapon known as the King of Weapons. This sort of scene left a great visual impact that caused others to exclaim in awe. Lin Ming also raised his spear. Thunder wildly danced off of the spear edge. On one side was a graceful beauty, and on the other was a handsome chosen pride of heaven. These two individuals battled with spears. This was a struggle between kings. At this time, Lin Ming directly summoned the 9 heavens thunder soul, causing arcs of pale gold electricity to writhe on his spear. Seeing Lin Ming summon this thunder once more, Situ Yaiwe laughed out loud. "Is this your Thunder Dominion attack? What a pity! Your Thunder Dominion is useless against me." "Words are useless. Come and test it out yourself." Lin Ming took a sudden step forwards, and the power of thunder burst out from his spear. The entire sky began to be covered with a faint pale gold Thunder Dominion. Arcs of lightning crashed down like electric snakes, annihilating all. Chasing thunder, with a thrust of his spear, a 10-mile-wide Thunder Dominion enveloped the skies. It was unavoidable. Situ Yaiwe's lips curled up in a tempting smile. She lifted both her hands, and the sea of black chaos behind her suddenly exploded into the heavens. The blood-red demon moon began to shine even brighter. Extreme violet domain, God-burying sea. Sparkling purple seawater gushed out, forming a tide that reached into the vault of the heavens, vast and endless. Situ Yaiwe stood above those tumbling tides, as if she were a mythical siren. Bang! The purple sea and the pale gold Thunder Dominion collided with each other. In that moment, the sky separated into two obvious sides. Lin Ming's side was a brilliant gold flaming divine light, as if a sun itself were rising on his side. As for Situ Yaiwe's side, it was a thick and sticky darkness that was only accentuated by the crimson light from that blood-red demon moon on the purple sea tides. One light, one dark. The struggle of these two terrifying energies seemed as if it would split apart the skies. This is terrifying. I can't believe that this is the only battle between life-destruction powerhouses. All of the other martial artists present paled. The extreme violet dantian truly lived up to its reputation. But what was more mysterious was Lin Longjin. He was actually able to overcome such a great disparity in cultivation boundaries and fight with her. 9 heavens thunder soul. Lin Ming stretched out a hand, and the top-grade heaven-step thunder soul hiding within the heretical god sprout suddenly burst out. Its form was that of a golden python. As the golden python manifested in the world, it broke into the purple sea, turning over and over, wanting to tear that sea apart. Situ Yaiwe's expression was cold, as she suddenly thrust her spear outwards. Law of darkness, storm of annihilation. Along with this spear, dozens of black water columns shot up from that purple sea, forming a terrifying black storm in the air. The 9 heavens thunder soul miserably cried out again, and again as it collided with this black storm. Lin Ming was surprised. This black storm actually had the ability to swallow the energy of a top-grade, heaven-stepped thunder soul. Return! Lin Ming recalled the 9 heavens thunder soul with a wave of his hand, retreating backwards in the meantime. Bang! The Thunder Dominion was completely crushed, all the golden light swallowed by darkness. The purple sea rolled backwards, flowing back behind Situ Yaiwe. "I already said that your Thunder Dominion is useless against me." Situ Yaiwe's lips curled up in a taunting smile. Her extreme violet domain was a sort of force field with the effect of swallowing all. It could even weaken and swallow an energy attack, with Situ Yaoyue also fusing the law of darkness into it. Its devouring attribute reached the limit. Unfortunately, Situ Yaoyue could not utilize the swallowed energy. This was because the property of this energy did not match her own. Swallowing this energy into her body would cause her own energy to becoming impure, just like swallowing pills. Lin Lanjian is a bit worse. Although this is just a probing strike that was enough to separate who was better and who was worse. This is a life or death struggle. Lin Lanjian is in danger. Awesome. The extreme violet Dantian lives up to its reputation. The martial artists present held their collective breath, staring unblinkingly at the two figures in the skies for fear that they would miss a wonderful scene. Chapter 857, A Bitter Fight. Chapter 857, A Bitter Fight. Behind Lin Ming, the golden python had clearly dimmed down, and its golden pupils were looking at that black sea with a hint of fear. If you cannot break my extreme violet domain, then all of your moves will be swallowed by my god-burying sea. Situ Yaoyue was already smirking as if she had won. The extreme violet domain was the ability she was the most proud of within her repertoire. This time it's my turn to attack. Situ Yaoyue raised her high-grade, heaven-step spear high in the air. A blood-red light directly impacted into the sky, like a column that supported the heavens. The bright red demon moon above the god-burying sea became even brighter, incandescent, as if it had been lit on fire. Energy surged into Situ Yaoyue's entire body, as if she had become one with the sea behind her. Her aura was like a tsunami, boundlessly majestic, like a great mountain. Demon moon seal. The blood moon suddenly dropped down, appearing right behind Situ Yaoyue. Her clothes danced in the air, and her black hair fluttered like 3,000 threads of silk, making her appear like a moon goddess. However, this beautiful scene was unable to stir up even the slightest appreciation from the crowd. This was because Situ Yaoyue's dominant killing intent was nearly sharp enough to cut off one's fires of life. Situ Yaoyue slashed out with her spear. With a surge of energy, that round blood moon shot towards Lin Ming. As it flew forwards, it was like the sky split apart in its wake. The array formation that supported the mountain peak was split apart like tofu, rumbling and crumbling to the ground. Facing this strike, Lin Ming revolved his energy to the limit. The heretical god Sprout fiercely trembled as the thunder battle form crept over his entire body. Buzz. Lin Ming thrust towards the blood moon with all his strength. Kacha! Bloody waves surged into the heavens, blotting out the skies. Lin Ming was completely submerged within this raging tide. He was swallowed up. He'll die. The stormy energy and choppy blood waves completely cut off all of the watching martial artist's perception. They simply did not know what Lin Ming's present situation was. Even a powerful ancient vicious beast would die horribly if they were submerged in such a terrifying energy. This sort of energy caused chills to crawl up everyone's backs, even though they were dozens of miles away. This was simply like a blood pond had been raised from the depths of hell. Bloody waves tumbled as before, but with a harsh piercing sound, a silver, white divine blade thrust into the skies. This was Lin Ming's silver battle spirit. The silver battle spirit cut the blood moon in half. An azure spear light shot out from the choppy waves. It compressed together, shooting towards Situ Yaoyue. Puff, puff. A spear light pierced through the god-burying sea. The intense collision formed a violently spinning storm that spread out for several miles. However, it was still inevitably being swallowed up. By the time that spear light reached Situ Yaoyue, it only had half of its strength left. Situ Yaoyue merely chopped down with her spear, easily blocking Lin Ming's spear light. Lin Ming stood in the distance. His clothes had been melted by that blood energy just now, and great portions of them were in tatters. For a martial artist, Their clothes were next to their skin, within their bodily protective true essence. If clothes were damaged, then that was proof that Lin Ming's protective true essence had ruptured just now. That boy was submerged in those blood waves, and even though his protective true essence shattered, his true body was actually unharmed. That defensive power is horrifying. It doesn't matter how horrifying it is. Everything is useless against Situ Yaoyue, an extreme violet domain that can project into the world. Fused with the darkness laws, it can devour all energy. Even Lin Longjian's attack is weakened by 50%. Situ Yaoyue is invincible within the extreme violet domain, and her attacks are also powerful, even more so than Lin Longjian's. If he can't break through the extreme violet domain, then he will lose here. Situ Yaoyue had the blood demon moon behind her for attacks and the extreme violet domain for defense. Without a doubt, Situ Yaoyue was worthy of being called the #1 junior of the Azura Divine Kingdom. Above the Godspeed boat, Situ Bonin was watching the fight with glee and excitement in his ruddy old eyes. Good, very good. I haven't seen her for several years, but Yaoyue's strength has exceeded my expectations. That little beast will definitely lose here. Besides Situ Bonin, Situ Haotian's tight face also relaxed a bit. However, he still couldn't lay down the worries in his heart. Although they had the advantage right now, he would not feel at ease until they finally achieved victory. An offensive and defensive ability. Lin Ming took a deep breath. He had met many such similar opponents in the past. For instance, the 7 Profound Valleys puppet factions Magoo Bu also had an offensive and defensive 3-dimensional fighting system. Such an opponent was extremely difficult because they simply didn't have a weakness. In order to break such a system, one could only attack it with absolute force and tear it apart. Lin Ming released his aura to the limit. Energy revolved within his body and his force fields erupted, the Azure Force Field and the Death God Force Field. These dual force fields were released together. Power surged out in all directions, setting off a terrifying storm. The Death God Force Field was able to extinguish life vitality. The Azure Force Field was able to suppress a martial artist's strength and soul. These 2 force fields superimposed on each other and fiercely collided with the extreme violet domain. Chi, chi, chi. Situ Yaoyue could clearly hear her own force field being torn apart. Domains and force fields were extremely rare classes of skills. Lin Ming had 2 high-level force fields. However, when compared to the extreme violet domain, they actually seemed somewhat inferior. When Situ Yaoyue released her own force field, she had been able to form a perfect defensive system and suppress Lin Ming's attacks to a great degree. In comparison, Lin Ming's force fields didn't seem as if they gave him any advantage. In truth, this didn't mean that Lin Ming's 2 force fields were inferior to the extreme violet domain. It was actually just the opposite. If Lin Ming combined his 2 force fields, it was far, far more powerful than just the extreme violet domain. Unfortunately, Lin Ming was jumping ranks to fight. As a peak first-stage life destruction martial artist going against a 7th-stage life destruction martial artist, it wasn't just his force fields, but all of his abilities, including his Thunder Soul, Battle Spirit, self-created martial skills. All of it was suppressed through the absolute disparity in their boundaries. If Lin Ming faced a martial artist at the same level, then by opening the Death God Force Field and the Azure Force Field, he could easily disintegrate their bodies and cut off their lives. He wouldn't even need to lift a finger to kill them. The Thunder Battle form was also the same. If it were the 8-Fall Thunder Emperor that were to use the Thunder Battle form, then with his incomparably thick true essence as a foundation, once he displayed that renowned ability of his. If he saw a Buddha, then he would kill a Buddha. If he saw a god, then he would kill a god. In the end, one's cultivation was the most essential factor in one's combat strength. This was because it directly correlated to how much true essence a martial artist held within them. This Lin Longjian isn't human. A force field is such a rare skill, and yet he just released 2 of them at once. The martial artist watching noticed that a pale red energy field had formed around Lin Ming, directly contending with the extreme violet domain. At the point where the 2 energy fields touched, constant sizzling sounds emitted into the air. For such a person like Lin Ming, not even a ghost would believe that he didn't experience massive lucky chances in the past. It was far too normal for a genius to have encountered lucky chances. However, those martial artists that were jealous of Lin Ming's lucky chances now had to rethink whether or not they were qualified to obtain them. Even the dignified Azura Divine Kingdom and its 10,000-year inheritance was forced to this stage by Lin Ming. The other influences here naturally didn't dare to covet anything from Lin Ming. This fellow simply doesn't have a weakness. Since ancient times, those heroic young elites that excelled in a single aspect could proclaim themselves an emperor-level talent, and those that excelled in several aspects could be called the future highest under the heavens. And this Lin Lanjian is actually excellent in every single facet. I can't imagine just what boundary he will reach in the future. Future? You still think he'll have a future? It doesn't matter if he excels in all aspects, because what he is facing is the extreme violet Dantian and the 7th-stage life destruction Situyayue. She is also a peak emperor-level talent that might become someone close to the highest under the heavens. Once he dies in this battle, then everything he's ever done will be nothing but a fading dream. Interesting. You also have a force field domain, and even more than one, Situyayue calmly said. But the truth was that she was secretly stupefied. Compared to Lin Ming's talent, she was far from being able to compare with him. She was only average in the aspect of will. She had not yet been able to comprehend her own battle spirit. As for Lin Ming's battle spirit, that had already surpassed the level of a divine sea supreme elders. As for speed, endurance, and the solidity of foundation, there was even less to say there. Now she had no choice but to resort to the extreme violet domain that she was so proud of. Even so, Lin Ming had unexpectedly opened up 2 force fields in his battle with her, and the rank of these force fields were even superior to her own. Facing this unrivaled talent, whose only weakness was his lower cultivation, Situyayue felt an immense pressure on herself. She gripped her long spear, drawing a crescent moon in the air. Without expression, she said, "Although I may not defeat your martial path today, I will still kill you here and use you to pave my road to becoming an emperor." Lin Ming lightly chuckled. "It's like you think you've already won. Words are useless. I will prove this with the truth. Then make your move. Let me see just how difficult it is to break your extreme violet domain." As his voice fell, Lin Ming's aura rose even higher, becoming boundless and majestic. The force field collision became even more intense, as if the skies themselves were about to collapse. Situyayue rose up, a rich blood energy swirling around her. She lifted her spear high in the air, and a bloody light pierced through the sky. The round demon moon appeared behind her once more. "Bury the heavens." The darkness laws fused with the great desolate halberd art, and then also combined with Situyayue's slaughter path. With a thrust of her spear, a vast and limitless darkness covered the heavens. This was the potential of the true bury the heavens. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. In the face of such a powerful Situyayue, he naturally wouldn't hold back. He raised his long spear. The heretical god Sprout howled, and a crazy amount of potent fire energy poured into his spear. Pung! Space around Lin Ming's spear point seemed to shatter like glass. The power of space wildly rushed out, merging together with the flames on the spear. A space storm howled, and the space winds fueled the raging fires. The power of fire and the power of space erupted, creating a demonic flame that burnt down the void. Bury the heavens. What Lin Ming and Situyayue used were the same move. However, These two Bury the Heavens had been transformed. By combining the concepts that they excelled at, they were completely different from the Bury the Heavens inspired by the great desolate halberd arts. Lin Ming's Bury the Heavens used the concept of space to break apart the void, destroying the skies. And Situ Yaoyue's Bury the Heavens used the concept of darkness to swallow the skies. Both of them were different, but the power was similarly formidable. Break! Lin Ming became one with his spear, like a fiery rainbow stretching to infinity. The spear light cut through the extreme violet domain, with even the god-burying sea split in half. The two spears shot through the void like meteors before smashing into each other. The 100-mile mountain arena underneath them finally collapsed, turning into a massive avalanche that tumbled to the ground. The ruined mountain was completely shredded apart by the explosive shockwaves. Situ Yaoyue's expression greatly changed. Her extreme violet domain had actually been torn apart. Darkness laws, storm of annihilation. Bang, bang, bang. Countless waves of energy rushed out from the god-burying sea, all of them attacking Lin Ming's stunning spear light. Both of them struck together, forming a terrifying explosion that recklessly spread out. Her extreme violet domain nearly collapsed to nothing with this intense impact. Puff! Lin Ming was sent flying backwards by the explosive shockwaves. A spear light bent around him like a whip before striking his back. His protective true essence was only able to offset a small portion of the power before breaking. The clothing on Lin Ming's back was torn apart as he spat out a mouthful of blood. In that moment, he felt as if his spine itself would break. Luckily, the Demon Emperor armor was able to offset much of the power. Combined with the gate of limit having tempered his spine, he forcefully withstood this blow without serious injury. Ho! Seeing her strike succeed, Situ Yaoyue's gloomy expression from seeing her extreme violet domain torn to pieces eased a bit. She was well aware of that attack just now. Even a slight rub would instantly kill a sixth-stage life-destruction martial artist. Even if Lin Ming managed to defend against it, he would still be severely wounded. However, she hadn't been able to smile before her lips froze. She watched helplessly on as the space storm in front of her carried an azure spear light that stabbed out at her. It contained the power of a silver battle spirit, thrusting straight towards her chest. The speed was just too fast. Moreover, Situ Yaoyue had exhausted her true essence with those two consecutive moves and hadn't yet been able to summon new energy. She had no chance of resisting this attack. This strike might pierce through her chest. Pung! At this critical moment, the demon god Heartguard mirror hidden within Situ Yaoyue's chest shined out with a black and glorious light, forcefully diverting the azure spear light by a small amount. The spear light turned away from her heart and towards her collarbone. Situ Yaoyue's protective true essence was unable to stop it even a little bit. Blood shot into the wind. Situ Yaoyue lightly coughed as the clothing on her beautiful shoulder was torn apart, exposing torn flesh and fresh blood. She was left heavily panting for breath, her milky white chest heaving up and down. Because her clothes had been torn, the demon god Heartguard mirror was completely revealed, with faint and mysterious runes still swirling around it. Just what kind of terrifying attack was this? After breaking through the extreme violet domain, it also passed through the horrifying space storm, and even with just a wisp of spear light left, it was still enough to heavily attack Situ Yaoyue. If it weren't for Situ Haotian lending her the demon god Heartguard mirror ahead of time, then even though that one strike would not have been fatal, it would still have reduced her combat strength by half. At that time, the results could be imagined. Situ Yaoyue was injured. That spear strike just now was too terrifying. It didn't even melt away after passing through that horrifying space storm. Is this the might of a silver battle spirit? No one expected that Situ Yaoyue, who had held the advantage the entire time, would suddenly be injured. This was because her 7th-stage life destruction cultivation and extreme violet domain were far too intimidating. There was nearly no one that believed Lin Ming would win. From the very start of the fight, Lin Ming had fallen into the inferior position. But now, after all the twists and turns of life, Lin Ming's spear had actually wounded Situ Yaoyue. Even with the demon god Heartguard mirror protecting her, Situ Yaoyue was still heavily injured. In truth, the reason that Lin Ming was able to accomplish this was not just because the silver battle spirit was attached to his spear. That was still not enough to make up for the difference in total true essence. But Lin Ming's true essence had a special attribute of endlessness to it. It could continuously grow, giving it a tenacity that far outstripped all other types of true essence at his level. Chapter 858, Cage of Darkness. Chapter 858, Cage of Darkness. Yaoyue. As Situ Yaoshi saw Situ Yaoyue's shoulder covered in blood, she instantly felt her heart tighten. The talent Situ Yaoyue displayed was rarely seen in 1,000 years in the Azura Divine Kingdom. She was their greatest hope to lead and nurture the next generation. More importantly, she was a direct descendant of the Situ family clan, not like Situ Luosha, whose main bloodline came from the ancient Profound Hawk clan, and whose only relation with the Situ family clan was his last name. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Situ Yaoyue's value to the Azura Divine Kingdom far surpassed 2 to 3 divine Sea Supreme Elders. To Situ Yaoshi, Situ Yaoyue was her lifeblood. That little beast actually dared to harm Yaoyue. Once he falls into my hands, I'll tear out his bones and slice his tendons. Situ Yaoshi's words trembled with anger as she continued to viciously curse Lin Ming. This was the only way to vent the anger in her heart. She was also very nervous now. Once Situ Yaoyue lost, the consequences would be disastrous. No, it's impossible. Absolutely impossible. After Yaoyue's extreme violet domain is broken, she can release it again. But that little beast, Lin Longyan, should have paid a deep price to do so. His injuries must be greater than Yaoyue's. Situ Yaoshi said to comfort herself. Then her eyes flashed over to Lin Ming. Although the extreme violet domain had been shattered, the true essence storm had greatly weakened Lin Ming's attack. And with the addition of the demon god Heartguard mirror's protection, it had reduced the lethality of Lin Ming's attack to its lowest point. On the other hand, Lin Ming had to fully withstand Situ Yaoyue's attack. Although both were wounded, there had to be differences in the severity of their wounds. Situ Yaoyue greatly hoped that she would see Lin Ming's entire body covered with wounds and looking like a dying man on his last breath. However, as she glanced over, her face froze. Her complexion became increasingly ugly until it became red like pig liver. She saw Lin Ming cough out a mouthful of blood and then stand up from the ruins of that shattered mountain. He grasped the spear in his hands and slanted it towards the ground. Energy slowly burned within Lin Ming's body once more. The dual death god and Azura force fields were released together once more. Bang! The force field's energy erupted like a tide, spreading in all directions. It was actually no weaker than it was before. Situ Yaoshi gnashed her teeth and uttered a string of curses. Lin Longyan, you damned little beast. Lin Ming felt a searing pain on his back, as if he had been scorched by fire. Luckily, he had the Demon Emperor armor protecting his body, otherwise that attack would have shattered his organs. Situ Yaoyue's strength surpassed his expectations. He secretly revolved the power of the Gate of Healing, allowing the energy to circulate through his meridians. A trace of pleasant coldness followed, subtly revitalizing his damaged meridians and making him much more comfortable. As the surrounding martial artists saw Lin Ming release his dual force fields again, all of them were left dumbfounded. He was severely wounded to the point of spitting out blood. So how could his aura still be this strong? He forcefully resisted Situ Yaoyue's attack, And yet he's still all right. His aura hasn't diminished at all. Is his body made from profound metal or something? He is simply a vicious beast in human form. Situ Yaiwa looked at Lin Ming, a dignified light in her red eyes. Lin Ming's defensive power far surpassed her own. Superior endurance, faster extreme speed, and there wasn't even the need to mention battle spirits. Situ Yaiwa discovered that besides cultivation, there was nothing in which she surpassed Lin Ming. Lin Ming wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth. He glanced at Situ Yayue's left chest where there was a metal mirror that was faintly sparkling with black light. Demon God Heartguard Mirror. This was the final and most important battle, and Situ Yayue was also the most exceptional junior of the Azura Divine Kingdom. It was also reasonable that Situ Haotian had given her the Demon God Heartguard Mirror. This mere foot-long black mirror could not be underestimated, because in terms of pure defensive ability, it surpassed even the main armor pass. The Demon God Heartguard Mirror had to be activated by the concept of darkness in order for it to display its greatest strength. That just happened to be the concept Situ Yoyu excelled at. This is going to be a bit tricky, Lin Ming thought aloud. That move just now was almost his strongest attack, but he could still only wound Situ Yaiwe. It simply wasn't enough to establish his victory. Situ Yaiwe summoned true essence to support the injury that tumbled in her chest. Because her clothing had been torn apart, the snow-white skin of her right chest was exposed. Situ Yaiwe casually touched it and caused the thick darkness around her to condense on her shoulder, turning into a solid black veil. Lin Lanjian, if it weren't for the Demon God Heartguard Mirror, then I might have lost just now. Don't think I'll give you the chance to do that again. Situ Yaoyue's eyes turned cold, and her killing intent reached the peak. She found it unimaginable that she was pushed to this degree by a mere peak first-stage life destruction junior. Situ Yaiwe gave a loud shot. The extreme violet domain opened once more. At this time, a crazy concept of darkness gathered up like a tide, sweeping out in all directions. The glowing purple god-burying sea drowned out all space within 100 miles. This is... The martial artists dozens of miles away all paled as they were surrounded by this purple sea. Even though they were only a little affected by these tides, they still found their breath stop in their throat and their heartbeats turn heavy. They had no choice but to retreat again and again. It was obvious that the current extreme violet domain's power and majesty had gone up by another level. This is the concept of darkness, a darkness that covered 100-mile radius. Situ Yayue's achievements in the laws of darkness already caught up to a divine sea supreme elder. Not only did Situ Yaiwe have the extreme violet domain, but she also had extremely high attainments in the concept of space. A peak emperor level always had one aspect in which they excelled, but their other qualities weren't bad either. While Situ Yaiwe was ordinary in strength, speed, soul force, and blood vitality, there was still one aspect in which she surpassed all other martial artists of her level. This was in her understanding of the concepts and laws. In this alone, she had reached an extremely high level. The nine-furnace crown Prince Yun stood above his golden divine carriage, watching all of this happen from a distance. He wasn't surprised that the Azura Divine Kingdom would send out Situ Yaiwe for the last battle. For a divine kingdom to carefully and secretly raise a first-class heroic young elite with a chance to hopefully become a figure like the nine-furnace highest divine emperor, that wasn't strange at all. He softly said to himself, a once-in-a-millennium extreme purple Dantian, this extreme purple domain itself can't be considered much at all. Only if several sorts of Dantian variations, divine bodies, and bloodlines are gathered together would that be able to be the opening prelude to the golden age I desire. Situ Yaiwe slanted her spear and rushed forwards, her figure fading into countless black shades in the void. Situ Yaiwe wants to compare with speed. As the heroic young elites saw Situ Yaiwe's form fade away, All of them were bewildered. In terms of speed alone, if Lin Ming opened the Gate of Wonder and also used Golden Rock shattering the void, he would easily be considered the man with the highest max velocity underneath the Divine Sea. No one was able to challenge his position in this regard. Situ Yaiwa was strong, but wasn't she making a mistake to compare speed? Something's wrong. After the extreme violet domain fused with the concept of darkness, it's as if space has become sticky. Just like the concept of fire had 9 levels of laws, the concept of darkness also had more than a single law. The first law was to devour true essence, and the second law was to turn space viscous. Darkness was similar to chaos. Once darkness became thick enough, even space would become viscous. This stickiness would make all motions slower. When Lin Ming was at the King's Cage in Polaris Tower, he had gone through the cage of chaos, and this current viscous black darkness that suppressed all feeling brought back vivid memories of that. 100 miles of darkness came shrouding down with overwhelming might. It was unavoidable. Lin Ming felt as if he had fallen into a black swamp. His breathing was slightly blocked, and even moving consumed more true essence. Moreover, his speed was less than 30% of its usual standard. Even his attacks were greatly weakened because of the lowered speed. What a mysterious concept of darkness. The concept of darkness was a concept that surpassed the 5 elements. It could even stand shoulder to shoulder with the concept of space and time, the concept of annihilation, and the concept of eternity. Thus, the concept of darkness naturally had its own advantages. Prior to this, Lin Ming's understanding of the concept of darkness was next to nothing. The Demon Emperor had a very deep understanding into the concept of darkness, and the Demon Emperor armor also needed the concept of darkness in order to activate. Unfortunately, the soul fragments of the Demon Emperor that Lin Ming swallowed had been incomplete, and they lacked information on this aspect. Lin Lonjian, now that you've entered my extreme violet domain and my cage of darkness, your loss has already been decided. The cage of darkness was able to contain Lin Ming's attack speed and movement speed. Situ Yaoyue could use this method to gain the advantage in movement and attack Lin Ming with absolute speed. Demon Moon Seal. The blood-red demon moon rushed out of Situ Yaoyue's spear once more, howling into the void. Lin Ming had just fallen into the cage of darkness and wasn't yet able to determine the characteristics of the laws of darkness. At this time, he saw the crimson demon moon cutting straight towards him. The void shattered, the whistling sound thrust straight into his ears. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. He opened the Gate of Wonder, Golden Rock shattering the void. He tread on space. Normally, he would be able to easily pass 10 miles with a single step, but now he could only cross several hundred feet at a time. The Demon Moon Seal only flashed as it chased after him. This is bad. Although he was mentally prepared for this, Lin Ming never thought that the Cage of Darkness would be able to limit his movements to such a degree. Moreover, the faster he moved, the greater the resistance became. The Crimson Moon cut straight towards him. At this critical moment, Lin Ming gave a loud shout. The thunder battleform's scaled thunder armor suddenly exploded, condensing into a divine sword of purple thunder in his hand. This was the second martial skill that the 8-Fall Thunder Emperor had relied on to roam unrivaled throughout the world, the Sword of Judgment. Now that it was displayed with Lin Ming's peak first stage life destruction cultivation, although it was far inferior to the 8-Fall Thunder Emperor's power, it was still able to split apart a mountain. Chop! Lin Ming shouted out loud. He brought his hand down, the sword diving downwards, splitting apart the endless skies. He would chop apart the Demon Moon Seal along with this Cage of Darkness. Bang! The Sword of Thunder clashed together with the Demon Moon Seal. An explosive sound burst out as a brilliant beam of crackling thunder directly impacted the skies. A wild and rampaging energy surged in all directions. The Demon Moon Seal had broken apart. but although the cage of darkness was also cut open, it immediately closed up. Ha 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 ha! Stop wasting your strength. How can you possibly cut apart the darkness? It is impossible for you to break my cage. Situ, Yaoyue slowly said, as she saw Lin Ming strike ineffective against the darkness. In this force field where the cage of darkness and extreme violet domains superimposed on each other, she was the master. She controlled everything here. I see. So that's how it is. Darkness is invisible and intangible, immune to all physical attacks. In his first time facing an opponent who was so skilled in the concept of darkness, Lin Ming had suffered a loss because he simply didn't understand it. But now he had gained a rough understanding of just what it was. He looked at Situ Yaoyue and calmly said, "Since you say that your cage of darkness cannot be broken, then let me show you just how I'll shatter it." Chapter 859. Ancient Phoenix, Saint Body. Chapter 859. Ancient Phoenix, Saint Body. Kia. The cage of darkness covered all space for 100 miles. In the skies, endless waves of pale golden thunder still danced in the air, lingering on, a memory of that electric sword strike that seemed as if it could split apart the dome of heaven. Everyone felt as if they were lost in a dream, waking up with nothing but hints of purple light and shadow within their pupils. The sword of judgment, he actually did it. Although Shirbai had already expected this, he still felt it to be unbelievable. In just 2 months, both the Sword of Judgment and the Thunder Battle Form, the two unique martial skills that the Eightfall Thunder Emperor had relied on to walk unrivaled within the world, had actually been learnt by Lin Ming. This could no longer be described with just the word talent. Not just that, but there was no hitch in Lin Ming's control of these two unique skills. He was able to perfectly utilize the concept of thunder, skillfully manipulating the power of life and the power of death. If Lin Ming had Situ Yaoyue's cultivation, then even a divine Sea Supreme Elder would perish under his hands. Unfortunately, he was only at the peak of the first stage of life destruction, and the result of this was that he was being tightly suppressed by Situ Yaoyue. In that cage of darkness that was able to hinder speed, Lin Ming's velocity had plummeted. Every movement, every action he took required over double the normal amount of true essence. If he was unable to break through this cage, then it was only a matter of time until he was defeated. In the cage of darkness, Situ Yaoyue had already turned into a wisp of black smoke. Her so-called slow speed was only in comparison to a beast like Lin Ming. When compared to a normal life destruction martial artist, her movements were simply untraceable like a ghost. Lin Longyan, I want to see just how you'll break my cage of darkness. Go die. Situ Yaoyue circled behind Lin Ming and stabbed out her long spear. Because she had the advantage of speed, Situ Yaoyue didn't have to use any fierce martial skills. Her superiority was that with Lin Ming's current speed being weighed down, it was impossible for him to block her fast moves. Pung! Lin Ming flew backwards, his protective true essence surging around him. Situ Yaoyue chased him. She took a step forwards and arrived in front of him, thrusting her spear out nearly 3 times simultaneously. Lin Ming blocked the first 2 spear lights, but the 3rd spear light actually scratched his right arm, causing blood to shoot into the wind. This boy, his body's defensive power is like a dragon's. Situ Yaoyue was dumbfounded. Although she was currently sacrificing striking power for attack speed, every spear strike of hers was still equal to the all-out attack of a top 100-ranked Destiny Decree Master. Even so, Lin Ming only had a minor flesh wound after receiving such a strike, as if his entire body was forged from profound metal. Who cares how great your defensive power is? Let's see just how many spear strikes you can take. Situ Yaoyue rushed out once more, clearly wanting to use her superiority in speed to defeat Lin Ming. This method of fighting didn't seem honorable, but any winning tactic was a good tactic. The concept of darkness can actually be used like this. Situ Yahweh is truly a genius. A martial artist commented. He had an understanding of the concept of darkness, but that had only stopped at the laws of devouring. He hadn't even heard about the second-level concept of slowing space. It isn't just Lin Lanjian, but even if it were someone like Situ Yahweh, who has a Dantian variation, or if it were some monstrous genius with an inborn divine body or divine bloodline, they would also perish if caught in this cage of darkness. To the martial artist present, the formidable and awe-inspiring majesty of a divine body, divine blood, or Dantian variation had already been deeply rooted in their psyches. Thus, they used them as an example. A blood-red spear, light stretched into a rainbow. This was Situ Yahweh's third spear strike. Just as she was stabbing towards Lin Ming's throat, a feeling of impending danger burst within her mind. This is bad. Situ Yahweh's beautiful face paled. Just as her spear was thrust halfway, she forcefully retrieved it and stormed backwards. However, it was already too late. Suddenly, a resonant and glorious phoenix cry resounded from within Lin Ming's body. The ancient phoenix mark between his eyebrows began to blaze with a fiery gold divine light. That golden light turned into a brilliant rainbow, seeming as if it had turned into countless golden swords that pierced the heavens. In that instant, Lin Ming had completely burnt all of the ancient phoenix blood within himself. At that moment, all of the divine sea powerhouses present felt a formidable pressure pushing down on them, as if a true god-beast had descended upon the world. All of them revealed a trace of surprise. Even the normally calm Yang Yun revealed an expression of amazement. Yang Yun was stricken. This feeling was 100 drops of ancient phoenix blood combusted within him, forcibly summoning the majesty of the ancient phoenix god-beast that dwelled within his body. Before reaching the revolving core realm, Lin Ming had often used the ability of burning the ancient phoenix blood within him. However, ever since he returned from time-worn Phoenix City, where he had absorbed 100 drops of ancient phoenix blood, this was his first time thoroughly burning it all. Normally, a martial artist would burn their blood essence in exchange for a far higher combat strength. However, once that blood essence was burned, it would disappear. But the blood of the ancient phoenix was different. The ancient phoenix was a god-beast of the heavens and earth, an existence that possessed an immortal body. Its bloodline was also the same. It could bathe within the hot fires of nirvana and be reborn. Thus, even if its blood was combusted, it would not reduce in the least. Lin Ming had 100 drops of ancient phoenix blood within his body. If he completely burnt all of this, then it could release a terrifying energy. Before Lin Ming had attained the body of a life-destruction powerhouse, this massive amount of energy could have easily scorched his meridians. But now, after every cell within his body had been tempered and transformed by energy, his entire body could transmit energy without needing to pass it through his meridians. This was one of the greatest benefits of life destruction. With this, Lin Ming unscrupulously burnt all the ancient phoenix blood within his body. A vast and titanic power of fire erupted, and the strength of the ancient phoenix blood poured into Lin Ming's bloodline, causing his blood to boil over. In that moment, Lin Ming's entire body was lit aflame. The heaven-step burning star flame howled as it rushed out, manifesting into a giant phoenix with a 1,000-foot wingspan that flew into the skies, directly impacting into the heavens. The conflagration of flames was monstrous, earth-shattering. All of the fire origin energy within a radius of several hundred miles was stirred up by this massive phoenix, completely rushing towards the center. A red storm covered the skies as if a crimson tsunami had appeared in the heavens, enveloping the world. At this time, space itself was scorched by the power of fire. A crimson sun seemed to slowly rise from within Lin Ming's body, glorious and magnificent. Lin Ming's entire body was bathed in an inferno of flames. He bit down on the tip of his tongue. Then, the totem mark on the heretical god sprout that symbolized the fire source laws suddenly emitted a flaming golden light. Lin Ming's blood fused into the heretical god sprout, and a small golden phoenix slowly budded out from the leaves of the heretical god sprout. The small phoenix slowly flapped its wings as it flew into the air. This small phoenix was countless times smaller than the one formed by the burning star flame. However, it emitted a divine light that blinded all eyes, with a far more terrifying energy roiling within it. This was the power born from the fusion of Lin Ming's blood essence and the laws carved onto the heretical god sprout. The small golden phoenix flew into the skies, melting into that red burning star flame phoenix. As they touched, it was like a shining sun had suddenly appeared in the skies. The entire dimensional realm was completely covered in endless golden light, sparkling with a divine radiance. "Break!" Lin Ming coldly said as he flourished his spear. If this cage of darkness was immune to physical attacks, then he would use the burning light of source flames as his sword and cut away the darkness. Cree! The golden red flame phoenix let out a keening cry. It rushed out towards Situ Yaoyue, bringing with it great billowing waves of flame, as if it had emerged from the center of a star. Ka. Wherever the fire passed, space would melt and break away, causing a massive amount of chaotic power of space to overflow into the world and form a massive space storm. The wind caused the fires to become even more intense, howling with an even fiercer madness. Situ Yaoyue paled. The thick darkness around her rapidly melted like snow underneath these roaring flames. Even the extreme violet domain shook, as if it would collapse at any moment. What is this? How can he contain such a terrifying power of fire within his body? Situ Yaoyue was alarmed, panic filling her mind. She had thought Lin Ming was a thunder attribute martial artist because of the various phenomena that occurred when he crossed life destruction. At that time, his entire body had been tempered by thunder, giving him affinity to thunder laws that no one could reach. But she never imagined that his ability to control fire even far surpassed his ability to control thunder. It was like there was a blazing sun within his body. Pung! The cage of darkness shattered. Situ Yaoyue violently trembled as she spat out a mouthful of blood. This cage of darkness was connected to her life. Once it was broken, she would suffer a serious backlash. And by now, the flame phoenix had appeared in front of her. Demon Moon Extreme Heaven. Situ Yaoyue bit down on her cherry red lips and spat out blood essence onto her spear. She grasped her spear with both hands and then slashed it downwards. A crimson demon moon, even brighter than the last one, emerged out of thin air. It spun as it flew towards the flame phoenix, cutting into its chest with an unimaginable speed. Bang! Energy broke out. The world seemed to lose all color as a massive fireball enveloped the entire world. The ruined mountain was completely melted in a 100-mile range. Rumble, rumble. Rock melted, turning into rivers of surging lava. Red waves of flames washed over the land, causing the earth to tremble. All of the surrounding martial artists were greatly shocked. The vast energy and tremendous pressure of a god-beast caused the Xiantian martial artists to not even be able to escape. Luckily, these juniors had masters to protect them. These masters grabbed onto the Xiantian juniors as they hurriedly retreated. After retreating dozens of miles, they then turned around to see that the mountain had completely vanished. In its place was a gargantuan pit that was filled with hot red lava. The entire arena stage had already become a sea of flames. Lava splashed into the air, causing sweltering heat waves to spread out. This power is too terrifying. It wasn't strange for a life-destruction martial artist to have the ability to destroy a mountain, but for them to completely turn a 100-mile radius of a mountain into a sea of lava, that was actually shocking. Who is this Lin Longjin? I don't believe that an ordinary person can contain such a horrifying energy within themselves. This has nothing to do with talent. This is an issue of his body. Does he have a divine body? I've never heard of a divine body like this. Talent mainly manifested in martial arts talent, perception, battle spirit, understanding of concepts of laws, and other similar aspects. But no matter how much one excelled in these aspects, the amount of energy they could contain within their bodies was still limited. No matter how solid their foundation was, if they didn't have a Dantian variation or a special physique that allowed them hold 4 or 5 times more true essence, then how could they contain such a terrifying fire energy within them? And Lin Ming was only at the first stage of life destruction. Such a compatibility with fire, this can't be achieved by just the so-called fire spirit body. In the ancient texts, there are simply no records of divine bodies. That is, unless you consider the ancient carved stones from 100,000 years ago. These are records that cannot be verified. For instance, the ancient phoenix saint body that once ruled the world. On a spirit boat, a divine sea supreme elder from an ancient Holy Land family clan silently muttered, his expression unsure. Chapter 860, Great Desolate Blood Halberd. Chapter 860, Great Desolate Blood Halberd. The so-called thunder spirit body, fire spirit body, and water spirit body, those were in truth not special physiques, but rather what some geniuses were called when they had an extremely high talent in one of the 5 main elements. In terms of physicality, they weren't that different from someone ordinary. As for the ancient phoenix saint body, that was completely different. That was a divine body that had once existed in the Sky Spill continent during ancient times. Although the history of the Sky Spill continent from 100,000 years ago and further back was missing, there were still some glorious family clans with a long legacy that had managed to obtain some ruined jade slips or carved stones from ancient times, and had thus obtained minor understandings of the situation back then. According to the available records, in the Sky Spill continent of 100,000 years ago, that was when warlords and rivals all rose up together, with countless peerless heroes filling the land. The so-called ancient phoenix saint body was a physique that came from a special family clan. In terms of comprehending the fire laws, they excelled far more than everyone else on the continent. They could also summon a flame phoenix phantom and other such miracles that Lin Ming was performing right now. Of course, no one could tell if these stories were true or false, and only a minor number of those present had heard these legends. There was simply no one that was able to confirm that Lin Ming's physique was the ancient phoenix saint body. But without a doubt, there was definitely something special about Lin Ming's physique. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to display such a terrifying energy. Originally, no one thought that Lin Ming had a divine body or divine bloodline, and he would always be handicapped because of this. But now it seemed that not only did Lin Ming have a divine body, but this special physique was even superior to the extreme violet Dantian. Otherwise, since Lin Ming and Situ Yoyua's cultivations were separated by so many small boundaries, how could her cage of darkness have been shattered by Lin Ming? This was the embodiment of physique disparity. All of the other heroic young elites couldn't help but be emotionally affected. A monstrous talent, lucky changes that defied the heavens. And now he even had a divine body. How could any other hero of this era still call themselves a talent in front of him? Lava tumbled and splashed into the skies. Within the lake of lava, there were still some rocks that hadn't completely melted yet. These rocks contained certain types of minerals that made them have a much higher melting temperature. Lin Ming stood on one of these flame-scorched rocks, supporting himself with his spear. Because he had burnt the blood of the ancient phoenix just now, he had consumed an enormous amount of energy. Even with his endurance and energy, he still felt it a bit difficult to withstand. Bang! 5 miles in front of Lin Ming, the lake of lava suddenly exploded. Situ Yahweh rushed out, looking like a mess. In that confrontation just now, she had directly faced the flame phoenix phantom that had rushed out from Lin Ming's body and had to expend some of her blood essence to use her strongest attack, Demon Moon Extreme Heaven. Even so, she had been shaken and injured by the energy shock waves. When this was coupled with her cage of darkness being shattered by the great torrential waves of flame, this had caused her to suffer a serious backlash. And now her injuries had become far worse. When she had fallen into the lava now, her protective true essence was like a candle in the wind, nearly fading away. Her hair and clothing had been ignited by the lava and burned away. If she hadn't used the concept of darkness to form new clothes for herself, then she feared half of her body would have been publicly exposed by now. Lin Lanjian. Situ Yaiwa stared at Lin Ming, her eyes brilliant and shining. Since she was born, she had never experienced such a difficult battle before. The extreme violet domain and cage of darkness had both been broken, and she had been seriously injured. In terms of battle spirit and speed, she was inferior to begin with. What she was proud of was her understanding into the concept of darkness, as well as her extreme violet dantian. But when compared with Lin Ming, her concept of darkness was broken by Lin Ming's concept of fire, and her extreme violet domain was inferior to Lin Ming's 2 force fields. Although she had a dantian variation, Lin Ming had an even more formidable divine body. There was no need to compare their other aspects. Every single domain, she excelled and had been defeated one by one under Lin Ming's hand. Her once haughty arrogance had already lost all of its support. Situ Yaiwa grit her teeth and pointed her spear right towards Lin Ming's forehead. Since the fight had reached this point, she could no longer back down. She had also seen that Lin Ming had consumed a massive amount of energy just now when he used that secret divine body technique. If they continued to fight, it was still uncertain just who would win and who would lose. Whoosh! Suddenly, a violent and wild blood light shot into the skies. All of the flowing lava underneath Situ Yayua's feet froze, turning into black volcanic rock. A strong infernal energy dissipated into the air, causing all of the martial artists present to feel their heartbeats quicken with fear. There were even some that found it hard to breathe. Just now, it was like Situ Yaiwa had opened up an ancient sealed demon box, releasing an ancient demonic spirit. That is, Lin Ming's pupils shrank. In Situ Yayua's hands, there was actually a blood-red war halberd. This halberd was 10 feet long, and the shaft was as thick as an arm. Countless symbols were inscribed upon it. On the foot-long halberd edge, there was a cruel demon engraving. Its expression was fierce and hideous, lifelike to the point where it seemed it would jump out. All those that looked at it couldn't help but feel their souls trembling in fear. With Situ Yayua's delicate body holding this massive and thick halberd, it left an immense visual impact on everyone present. That is, Lin Ming's eyes widened. That is the great desolate blood halberd. That is the weapon the demon emperor once used. It was unexpectedly held by the Azura Divine Kingdom. Lin Ming sucked in a deep breath. Thinking of it, this wasn't too surprising. The Azura Divine Kingdom was a super holy land with a 10,000-year inheritance. Their background was immeasurably deep, since they had the demon god Heartguard mirror. It was also natural that they might have been able to obtain the great desolate blood halberd. Lin Ming was extremely familiar with the great desolate blood halberd. Back at revered Master Tianguang's birthday banquet, Lin Ming had fought Lei Mubai, and the weapon he used had been a replica of the great desolate blood halberd. Afterwards, Lei Mubai had perished under Lin Ming's hands, and that replica became Lin Ming's possession. Then Lin Ming had gone to the South Sea battlefield in order to practice the great desolate halberd art, and had used this halberd for a very long time. This was also the reason why he tried to walk on the slaughter path. But afterwards, he discovered that he didn't have much talent in the slaughter path, thus he no longer used the halberd and switched back to his spear. The halberd and spear were similar pole-type weapons. Lin Ming had practiced martial arts for many years and naturally had a deep understanding into those two types of weapons. As he looked at the great desolate blood halberd in Situ Yue's hands, he could sense an evil demonic energy coming from it. That was truly an unlucky and ominous weapon, saint rank artifact. Also, the halberd has an evil demon energy on it that causes it to rise above a normal saint artifact. Lin Ming instantly judged. The great desolate blood halberd was obviously the final card Situ Yue had hidden. In the end, she still had to use it. On the Godspeed boat, Situ Haotian began to slowly shake his head. When he had given the great desolate blood halberd to Situ Yue, he had urged her again and again to never use it until she was forced to bring out her last resort. And now, the time had come for her to bring out that halberd. The great desolate blood halberd was a dangerous and unlucky treasure. After the demon emperor flew into the realm of the gods tens of thousands of years ago, the great desolate blood halberd had changed hands several times. With it, one could be called an earth-shaking character that awed the world. However, written in the ancient records, it showed that emperor-level powerhouses that wielded the great desolate blood halberd had died horrible, unnatural deaths. Even divine sea supreme elders were the same. They could be said to have insufficient destiny, and thus were killed by the unlucky curse that existed on the blood halberd. There was even a case 1,000 years ago of this occurring. The Netherworld Great Emperor had also obtained the great desolate blood halberd, and he had eventually died a miserable death when several emperor-level powerhouses joined forces to exterminate him. At the time, Situ Haotian had participated in the siege of Silent Demon Emperor City, and the great desolate blood halberd had thus been obtained by the Azura Divine Kingdom. For this blood halberd, the Azura Divine Kingdom had to give up many other things. After Situ Haotian obtained the great desolate blood halberd, he didn't use it. Instead, he sealed it up and suppressed it deep within the Azura Divine Kingdom's dimensional realm. The great desolate blood halberd's ominous and unlucky history was well documented. Even a powerhouse that was close to being the highest under the heavens like the Netherworld Great Emperor had still died because of its curse. Situ Haotian certainly didn't think he was stronger than the Netherworld Great Emperor. Thus he hadn't used this weapon for the entire 1,000 years. Even when he gave this halberd to Situ Yue, he still sealed away the majority of the great desolate blood halberd's strength. That was merely how things were. Situ Haotian had told her again and again only to use this weapon as a final resort, fearing that she wouldn't be able to withstand the curse of the blood halberd. So it was the great desolate blood halberd. The Azura Divine Kingdom is really holding nothing back. Situ Haotian isn't a brash idiot. He's always been extremely careful. The majority of this unlucky halberd strength should have been sealed away. Situ Yue should still be able to withstand it. Even so, although this girl won't die to the curse, her destiny will certainly be affected. This is not a blessing for her. On a spirit boat, two divine sea supreme elders were casually talking with each other. The great desolate blood halberd was extremely famous. Many of those famed sect elders present certainly recognized this ominous halberd. For these past tens of thousands of years, it had drunk countless amounts of blood, including even that of divine sea supreme elders. Legend said that this ominous halberd only needed to be casually dropped to be able to crush a mountain. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that this was the world's greatest ominous weapon. To think that it's the great desolate blood halberd. This battle between the strongest life destruction powerhouses is truly full of winding paths and changes, with startling events happening again and again. I thought that Lin Longjin had the advantage, but now that Situ Yue has brought out the great desolate blood halberd, I have no idea just what will happen. Lin Longjin is in danger. That ominous halberd is as heavy as a mountain. A mere scratch or bump would be enough to crush someone to death. If that fell from her hands, It would shatter mountains, let alone when it is moved by energy. I wonder just how Lin Longjin will block it. He might be able to evade it and win through speed. Lin Longjin's speed is called the highest below the divine sea. He can still fight, a sect elder thoughtfully said. Situ Yaiwe grasped the great desolate blood halberd and stood proud and arrogant above her island in the lava sea. Lin Longjin, this is the world's greatest ominous weapon. Today, I shall sacrifice your blood to it. As she spoke, she rushed forwards. She wielded the desolate halberd downwards like a falling avalanche. Lin Ming's face was decisive and cold. He evenly lifted his long spear and sneered. The great desolate blood halberd may be called the greatest ominous weapon in the world, but just how much of its strength could you possibly display? Humph, then come and try it out. Meet my move, Situ Yaiwe said as she smashed the halberd down at Lin Ming. The great desolate blood halberd was incomparably heavy. Situ Yaiwe had to expend all of her true essence in order to move it, without having any left over to use martial skills. But none of this mattered. Absolute power could break apart all techniques. Just wielding the great desolate blood halberd could be said to be her strongest martial skill. This simple attack smashed onto Lin Ming. At this moment, it was like a mountain was falling down on him. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. The 8 inner gates opened. The heretical god force erupted. He spread his feet wide and sank his waist down, transmitting strength through his spine. With the support of the Gate of Limit, 5 million genes of strength erupted with his red spear. To meet spear with halberd, all of the martial artists present stared with wide eyes, dumbfounded at what they were seeing. Even the divine Sea Supreme Elders were startled. He wanted to directly resist the great desolate blood halberd. Dang! Spear and halberd crossed. An explosive ringing sound burst through the clouds and cracked stones, sounding like a thunderclap in everyone's ears and making their hearts feel faint. The red rock underneath Lin Ming's feet instantly shattered, and a massive shockwave caused the lava beneath him to surge into the air, forming a tsunami of lava that was hundreds of feet high, directly impacting into the horizon. Lin Ming held his spear with both hands. Because of the immense pressure, the spear shaft had curved like a crescent moon. However, he had truly been able to frontally block the great desolate blood halberd's attack. On the other side of the blood halberd, Situ Yue's beautiful face was twisted, her eyes wide with utterly incredulous disbelief. Chapter 861, Suppressing Yaiwe. Chapter 861, Suppressing Yaiwe. Situ Yayue's cherry red lips slightly parted, her voice trembling. She had no idea what to say. If the great desolate blood halberd was used by a divine sea powerhouse, then with its terrifying weight, as well as the true essence that would be poured into it, it could be said to have incomparable power. Now that it had fallen into Situ Yuyue's hands, although it couldn't display its greatest strength, she could still use her energy to move it. Even so, just its falling momentum was more than astounding. The great desolate blood halberd was a weapon that could break apart a mountain, just if it were dropped. Now, it even had Situ Yaoyue's added energy to move it, and such an attack had been directly blocked by Lin Ming. Ka. The red spear in Lin Ming's hand bent to the extreme. This was a standard service weapon of time-worn Phoenix City, although it was only a middle-grade Heaven Step weapon. In terms of toughness, it actually surpassed a high-grade Heaven Step treasure. And with Lin Ming's silver battle spirit attached to it, it was able to abruptly resist the great desolate blood halberd without breaking. Ha! Lin Ming erupted with a shout, and the muscles of his arms suddenly bulged outwards, the blue veins twisting about. He exhausted all of his strength to suddenly push forwards, restoring the red spear to its straight form. Situ Yaoyue felt an unstoppable potential rush towards her as she flew backwards. She tumbled in the air for several miles, the blood in her body tumbling, her insides hurting like all her organs were being twisted around. After resisting the great desolate blood halberd's attack, she had been easily struck backwards by Lin Ming. What? Situ Yahweh didn't dare to believe this was real. If Lin Ming had used a martial skill to attack her, then Situ Yahweh would not be afraid. The great desolate blood halberd had the attribute of breaking apart all with absolute strength. She could depend on its powerful potential to shatter all energy-based attacks. But something she never thought possible had happened. Lin Ming had frontally confronted her and blocked her attack. Where did this strength come from? Was he even human? It was like he was an ancient dragon. It had to be known that Situ Yahweh was the wielder of the great desolate blood halberd. Even though she lacked the physical strength to move it, she could still drive it with her energy and use it to smash her opponents. But Lin Ming was her enemy. It was impossible for him to pour any energy into the great desolate blood halberd. That meant that he could only rely on his own physical strength to block the great desolate blood halberd. Normally, a martial artist would only undergo 6 phases of body transformation: strength training, flesh training, viscera training, altering muscle, bone forging, and pulse condensation. During this time, one's bodily strength would soar again and again. But after crossing pulse condensation, one's strength would only slowly grow. In addition, one's strength would increase again during the marrow washing of the Xiantian realm, and also when the body was reformed during life destruction. A monstrous genius would have 50,000 to 60,000 genes of strength, and even someone with inborn divine strength wouldn't surpass 70,000 to 80,000 genes of strength. After all, a martial artist simply wouldn't use this strength fight. A life-destruction martial artist could use heaven and earth origin energy to create sword lights and easily slice apart a mountain. So why would they care about a mere several tens of thousands of genes of strength? But now, Lin Ming had completely subverted all of Situ Yahweh's understandings. It wasn't just Situ Yahweh, but even the other martial artists watching were dumbfounded. This included even the divine Sea Supreme Elders. Looking at Lin Ming's handsome and slender appearance, he didn't seem like someone that could erupt with such terrifying strength. Such supernatural strength. Could this also be a type of divine body? Within the central region of the Sky Spill continent, divine bodies, divine bloodlines, and Dantian variations were all ideas deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. To them, anything that could greatly increase one's martial talent or strength would be called a divine body. For instance, Lin Ming's ancient phoenix bloodline. Maybe it's not a divine body, but rather a special body strength-enhancing technique that relies on true essence. On a spirit boat, a blue-clothed old man commended. His name was Shang Yuetian, and his cultivation was at the early divine sea realm. He was the highest elder of the Shang family clan Holy Land. The Shang family clan was a part of the sublime smelting divine kingdom, and all of their previous generations had been on good terms with the sublime smelting divine kingdom. I also think so. Otherwise, to have 2 simultaneous kinds of divine body is far too terrifying. Beside Shang Yuetian, a black-haired middle-aged man commented. His cultivation was also at the divine sea realm, and he was even at the middle divine sea realm. He was a subordinate of the 9-furnace divine kingdom. Although these 2 divine sea supreme elders had a great deal of experience, they had never heard of body transformation techniques like the 8 inner hidden gates or 9 stars of the Tao Palace that could give someone millions or even billions of genes of strength. That simply exceeded everything they knew, let alone now. But even 100,000 years ago, there were almost no body transformation technique martial artists left over on the Sky Spill continent. This was because the Sky Spill continent simply didn't have enough resources for them to freely spend. This secret technique is rarely seen. But no matter how powerful one's bodily strength is, Only a limited amount can be transformed into striking power. Shang Yuetian thought out loud. The martial artists of the Sky Spill continent had never placed bodily strength in high regard. This was just like how mortals who used gunpowder weapons would then look down on sabers and swords. Situ Yaoyue calmed down after a brief period of shock. She believed that Lin Ming must have forcefully enhanced his strength through the use of some arcane technique. However, this sort of technique inevitably had limits. It was impossible to maintain for extended periods of time. Let me see how many of my moves you can block. Situ Yaoyue gave a cold shout and rushed forwards once more. She raised the great desolate blood halberd in her hands and pounded it towards Lin Ming again. Clang! The great desolate blood halberd brutally collided with Lin Ming's red spear. Once more. In every collision, the red spear in Lin Ming's hand would violently deform. It would become a crescent moon, or like a bent bow. Lin Ming's two arms contained a terrifying divine strength. After bending, the red spear would return like a whip, every movement enough to shake mountains. Clang! 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 It was like a divine bell of heaven was being rung again and again. A terrifying sound echoed throughout the world, piercing through the heavens and penetrating deep into the earth. The powerful strikes set off a fierce storm of energy that rushed out in all directions, causing lava and stones to wildly clutter the air. The two fought from the sea of lava to other mountain peaks, and from those mountain peaks to deep valleys. Wherever they fought, mountains would shatter. Every casual step Lin Ming took was enough to collapse the ground, causing a storm of crushed stone to fly into the air. Such a method of fighting left all the present martial artists' scalps tingling with fear, and their souls shivering. This didn't even seem like a fight between martial artists. It looked like two ancient vicious beasts that were fiercely wrestling with each other. Bang! Situ Yaoyue was swept several thousand feet away by Lin Ming's spear. She used the great desolate blood halberd to catch the ground and slow herself down, causing a massive fissure to appear in the ground. Situ Yaoyue stood up with difficulty. Her blood tumbled within her, and her creamy white chest fiercely heaved up and down in exhaustion. Her hands had already become numb. At this point, Situ Yaoyue wasn't able to steadily hold onto the great desolate blood halberd. Her two lotus root-like arms trembled, as if she were an old woman at the end of her life. She watched Lin Ming approach her from not too far away, and a look of panic and dread finally appeared on her beautiful face. Lin Ming simply didn't seem as if he knew what exhaustion was. His strength continued to grow, becoming more and more fierce as the battle dragged on. This caused her to feel a blossoming fear in her heart. She was fast approaching her limit. Although the two of them had clashed their weapons several times, they still hadn't directly wounded each other. But under the support of 1,000,000 genes of strength, every single collision was like the impact of a falling meteor, a massive shaking impact that spread outwards. Even with their weapons as buffers, this shaking force still passed into their organs. If this damage accumulated, it would cause one's blood to surge within them. If it was enough, then even their organs would break apart from the shock and bleed. After those several dozen strikes, Situ Yaoyue nearly felt her bones break. As for Lin Ming, the more he fought, the more ferocious he became. As Situ Yaoyue spoke, blood began to flow out from the corners of her lips. Just as she was about to speak further, Lin Ming took a step forwards and attacked. Whoosh! Lin Ming lifted his long spear high in the air. The overwhelming power of his spear swept down, bringing with it the pressure of a falling mountain. Situ Yaoyue forcefully suppressed the aching pain in her arms and lifted the great desolate blood halberd to block this attack. Bang! Situ Yaoyue's legs softened. Her flight technique simply wasn't enough to withstand such a tremendous impact force. Half of her body was directly pounded in the rock. The collision of their weapons had caused the blood vessels in her arms to burst apart. The accumulation of these minor shaking wounds had finally surpassed the limits of her body. The blood vessels and meridians in her arms were in a complete mess, with the tendons and ligaments nearly torn apart. Situ Yaoyue could barely even hold onto the great desolate blood halberd. Her mind went blank and she wanted to retreat. But at this time, Lin Ming brought his spear smashing down again like a collapsing mountain. Bang! The two pole-type weapons violently impacted each other again. Situ Yaoyue's body shook, and her clear, jade-like arms became covered with blood. Several of her bones had also fractured. She vomited a mouthful of blood as an immense impact force rushed out from her body, causing countless stones to shoot into the air. With Situ Yaoyue as the center, the surrounding area in a several hundred-foot wide radius nearly completely collapsed. As for Situ Yaoyue, originally just her legs had been nailed into the rock, but now her entire waist and stomach were buried too. Situ Yaoyue's face burned with shame and anger. She wanted to suppress the pain in all her organs and retreat from here, but Lin Ming didn't give her the chance. His spear came smashing down yet again. Bang! Situ Yaoyue wasn't able to resist this attack. The bones in her two arms were shattered to pieces, and blood began pouring out from her head. In that moment, she felt the world flip upside down as her mind went dizzy and thunder roared in her ears. The broken stones around her body had been completely crushed into powder by the tremendous impact force, causing sand and smoke to shoot into the skies. Situ Yaoyue was completely pounded into the ground by Lin Ming, leaving only her head on the outside. That overweeningly arrogant Situ Yaoyue, that proud daughter of heaven that resembled an immortal moon fairy, had actually been beaten into such a miserable appearance. All of the martial artists present gulped, their throats violently spasming. Even if Situ Yaoyue were to reach the divine sea in the future, she would never be able to erase the humiliation of today. In front of everyone's watching eyes, she had been pounded into the ground by Lin Ming as if she were nothing more than a stake. After the battle reached this state, victory and defeat were almost decided. But Lin Ming had no intention of showing tender mercy or compassion. He grasped his red spear, poured energy into it, and smashed yet again. Bang! All of the crushed stones on the ground blew up like a fountain. Situ Yaoyue gave a pitiful cry as her live body was sent flying backwards by the tremendous impact force. She vomited a large mouthful of blood. Flying back in the air, she no longer had the least bit of strength left. Now that the great desolate blood halberd had lost the controlling support of energy, it fell to the floor. Bang! The 10-foot-long blood halberd struck the ground, causing a massive 200-foot-wide hole to appear. All of the surrounding rock broke into countless shards, and Situ Yaoyue's entire body was covered with blood. She looked like a sack of boneless meat within the rubble, limp and unmoving, near the point of death. Seeing such a result, all of the martial artists who watched the battle were left speechless in complete shock. As they looked at Lin Ming, who was bathed in blood, words like cruel, ruthless, vicious, tyrannical, and such all appeared far too pale and weak to describe him. By using his powerful bodily strength to forcefully beat Situ Yaoyue until she didn't have an unbroken bone in her body, this scene was far more shocking than those magnificent and gorgeous exchanges with true essence. Moreover, what was most incredible was that the weapon Situ Yaoyue used was the weapon that could crush a mountain, the great desolate blood halberd. Chapter 862, Dropping All Pretenses. Chapter 862, Dropping All Pretenses. The great desolate blood halberd's weight was without doubt. One could tell just how terrifying it was from when it was smashed downwards. But Lin Ming's red spear was only a flexible heaven step treasure. Even so, he was still using that heaven step treasure to forcefully resist and defeat the great desolate blood halberd. Such a scene caused all the present martial artists to feel as if they had swallowed an entire cow. All of them were speechless, only blankly looking on at what was happening before them. Situ Yaoyue was defeated. She has a 7th-stage life destruction cultivation, and also the extreme violet dantian, but she still lost to Lin Longyan. If this continues, then Lin Longyan will only need to cross a few more small boundaries before he becomes a peerless emperor. As long as he can pass another 3 or 4 stages of life destruction, then he might be able to contend with a weaker divine Sea Supreme Elder. This Lin Longyan is really an undefeated legend. I wonder just what degree he will grow to in the future. He might even be someone more ruthless and famous than Emperor Sakya. With events having reached this step, no one doubted Lin Ming's strength and talent any longer. As long as he didn't die, he was certain to become the future highest under the heavens. When this sort of existence appeared, it would always cause all the major influences to feel extremely contradictory thoughts. Lin Longyan would become someone that they would desperately try to win over, while also secretly fearing and dreading him at the same time. Yaoyue was defeated. Yaoyue was defeated on top of the Azura Divine Kingdom's Godspeed boat. Situ Yaoshi had paled, and her lips were shivering as if her entire body was quaking. Impossible, impossible, impossible. How could this little beast be so powerful? Whether it is an assassination or whatever else, I absolutely must kill him, even if I must sacrifice the lives of several divine sea powerhouses. I still must do this. The Azura Divine Kingdom had already agreed to this gambling battle with Lin Ming. It was impossible for Situ Yaoshi to use the reason of Lin Ming to launch a national war that disregarded all cost. I never thought this would happen, Situ Haoqian deeply sighed, instantly seeming as if he had aged overnight. He had used every possible plan for this battle, and even though he had paid every price possible, they had still lost in the end. Is this really the inescapable fate of my Azura Divine Kingdom? Lin Ming grasped the red spear and aimed its point at Situ Yaoyue. He trembled by a nearly imperceptible degree. That fierce and long fight had indeed consumed a massive amount of his energy. In the end, Lin Ming's combat strength was not superior to Situ Yaoyue's. The reason he had won was his superior physical strength and abnormal defensive power. From the very start, Lin Ming had been the one being suppressed by Situ Yaoyue. After several exchanges of moves, Lin Ming had suffered greater damage than Situ Yaoyue. If a normal martial artist were to be wounded in such a manner, they would have died. But Lin Ming was able to brave through the pain, supporting himself with his hardened will and stubbornness. The true turning point of this battle had been when Lin Ming burnt the blood of the ancient phoenix to shatter Situ Yaoyue's cage of darkness. That move had consumed a massive amount of Lin Ming's energy. But by relying on the restorative powers of the Gate of Healing, as well as the body he gained from crossing life destruction, he was able to withstand the burden. Then, Lin Ming had relied on his 1 million gene strength to engage Situ Yaoyue in a brutal melee that lasted for dozens of rounds. He forcefully resisted all of the shaking damage that from the impact, and instead, Situ Yaoyue had been the one to be severely wounded to the point of bleeding from her head. The great desolate blood. Halberd really lives up to its reputation. Lin Ming looked at the red halberd. If its sealed form could display such a terrifying might and power, then just what would it be like once its complete strength was unleashed? If Situ Yaoyue didn't have this desolate halberd, it would have been impossible for her to contend with Lin Ming, and further. After her cage of darkness had been broken by him, she had occupied the position of absolute weakness. If I use this halberd to fight, and combine it with my 1 million gene strength, just what would that be like? A halberd and spear were extremely close in fighting style. Even though Lin Ming no longer focused on the great desolate halberd art for battle, he could still use a halberd to fight. As for the curse of the halberd, Lin Ming could ask Demonshine about that. Just because there was no current known solution didn't mean one didn't exist. As Lin Ming thought this, he began to step towards Situ Yaoyue, one steady pace at a time. At that time, Situ Yaoyue was already on the verge of death. She lay upon a rock, her bloody arms hanging down at strange angles as wisps of blood fled from her body like small winding snakes. All of her bones had been shattered. Her face was wet with blood, and her crimson eyes were filled with shame and unwillingness. This was her life's greatest shame, and the greatest failure of her life. As she placed her ear on the ground, she could hear Lin Ming's slowly approaching footsteps. In a life or death battle, to be defeated meant death. Enough, it's time for this to end. With a deep sigh, a black figure slowly appeared. This figure stood in front of Lin Ming, his hands crossed behind his back. This person was Situ Haotian. Lin Ming wasn't surprised to see Situ Haotian appear. How could the Azura Divine Emperor watch him slaughter the future hope of his Azura Divine Kingdom? Lin Ming's lips curved up in a taunting smile. What is it? Does Your Majesty Haotian plan on using another 1,000,000 spirit essence stones to purchase Situ Yaoyue's life? The life of a future Azura Divine Emperor is quite valuable. Lin Ming didn't conceal the mocking tone in his words. Situ Haotian cared enough about face that he could watch Sita Luosha die, but he absolutely would not let Situ Yaoyue perish here. Even if he had to drop every ounce of face he had until it was sweeping the ground, he still had to save Situ Yaoyue's life. This was not only because she had hopes of becoming a first-class powerhouse on the level of the Nine-Furnace highest divine emperor, but also because she was the direct bloodline descendant of the Situ family clan and the future candidate to become the ruler of the Azura Divine Kingdom. To use 1,000,000 spirit essence stones to buy the life of a future divine emperor was in itself a great irony. As Situ Haotian heard Lin Ming's words, his expression suddenly became gloomy and dire. Situ Yaoyue and Sita Luosha were different. He had already expected that keeping her life would not be easy or cheap, but he didn't expect Lin Ming to directly ridicule him. You little beast, you actually dare to threaten us? You really have no idea of death or danger. Do you really not believe that I'll slap you to death with a single palm? A figure flashed, and an old woman appeared beside Situ Haotian. Her body was slightly bent with age, but her eyes were blazing with utter hatred. She was Situ Yaoshi. Yaoyue has already been wounded so severely, and yet you still want to threaten us. Do you really think that we won't do anything to you just because you have the Forsaken God clan as your backer? You better fuck off right now, or I'll have your head rolling on the ground. Situ Yaoshi roared, and the aura of a divine sea powerhouse erupted from her like a howling storm towards Lin Ming. However, Lin Ming only sneered, not even taking a single step backwards. It was like he wasn't even affected at all. When he was at the late revolving core realm, he had already been able to rely on his dual force fields to forcefully resist Situ Haotian's immense pressure, much less resisting Situ Yaoshi's pressure with his current life destruction cultivation. As Situ Yaoshi saw Lin Ming not even care about her threatening aura, her complexion became much uglier. Her rage had reached the limit. This rage finally turned into a horrifying killing intent that caused her to lose all reasoning. Situ Yaoshi suddenly raised her palm and slammed it towards Lin Ming. You little beast, die for me. Situ Yaoshi only had one thought percolating in her mind now, and that was to kill Lin Ming. No matter how talented Lin Ming was, in this situation where they dropped all pretense of honor and violently killed him, everything would be finished. Even if they killed him right here, what could the Forsaken God clan possibly do? Would they start a war against the Azura Divine Kingdom just for some revenge? Although this was a ruinous and greatly shameful event that would cause all the martial artists of the world to look down at the Azura Divine Kingdom with contempt, Situ Yaoshi simply didn't consider any of this. At this time, how could she possibly care about such matters? Who dash? A black demon claw emerged from thin air, grasping towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming had already begun retreating as he heard Situ Yaoshi's killing intent manifest. With an extreme speed known as unrivaled below the Divine Sea, how could he let himself be easily killed here? After defeating Situ Yaoyue, Lin Ming already proved that he had a top-class strength equal to or greater than a 7th-stage life destruction powerhouse. Although he was still weaker than a Divine Sea Supreme Elder, the difference wasn't too far off. And with the Gate of Wonder and Golden Rock shattering the void, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that Lin Ming already had the power to maintain his life in front of the weakest of Divine Sea powerhouses. In the worst-case scenario, holding out for 4 or 5 moves wasn't a problem at all. "You demonic bitch, do you want to die?" Shirbai's heart blazed with anger, and he stepped forwards. The masked old man behind him also rushed ahead, his speed even faster than Shirbai. Ho! With a loud shout before the masked old man arrived, a silver sword light shot through the void like a shimmering rainbow, instantly slicing into Situ Yaoshi's demon claw. The masked old man was less than a mile away from Situ Yaoshi. For a Divine Sea Supreme Elder, that distance wouldn't even take the blink of an eye to cross, and martial artist attacks were faster than their movements to begin with. Kacha! Situ Yaoshi's demon claw was shorn apart by the silver sword light sent out by the masked old man. The sword light continued unabated, slashing straight towards Situ Yaoshi's throat. One side was a close-range eruption, and the other side was a long-distance attack. Yet, the result was that Situ Yaoshi's demon claw was instantly broken apart. The difference in their strength was as clear as night and day. As Situ Yaoshi saw this silver sword light cut towards her, she was greatly shocked. Her strength originally wasn't considered too powerful amongst Divine Sea powerhouses, and she was already quite old. It was impossible for her to block this masked old man's attack. Situ Haotian frowned. He also didn't expect that Situ Yaoshi would suddenly act in such a manner, but since they had already dropped any veneer of civility, he naturally couldn't allow his own side to weaken in momentum. He took a sudden step forwards and smashed his fist at the rapidly approaching silver sword light. Pung! The sword light shattered into pieces, turning into a brilliant silver radiance that spread out in all directions, causing everyone to feel as if they had been blinded. At this time, Lin Ming had already withdrawn a mile away without harm. Then a slightly old and pleasant voice sounded out in his ears. "Little friend, be careful behind you." A feeling of intense catastrophe suddenly appeared in Lin Ming's mind. Without further thought, he stepped on Golden Rock, shattering the void, instantly vanishing. Bang! The ground where Lin Ming had been standing violently exploded with the strength to shake mountains and rivers. The earth cracked apart, leaving deep and long fissures. Lin Ming turned around to see the white-haired Situbonin standing there. He held a black spear in his hands, his ugly old face filled with hostility and displeasure. "How unfortunate! I was just a bit off." Situbonin cursed. He had thought he had hidden himself very well, but he never imagined that Lin Ming's perception would be so sensitive. This damned old geezer. Lin Ming was startled, his heart simmering with fury and anger. He had actually been attacked on both sides. While Situ Yaoshi and Situ Haotian's attacks had attracted Shirbai and the masked old man's attention, Situbonin had used this chance to aim a sneak attack at him. After all, the Forsaken God clan only had 2 Divine Sea powerhouses present. The third one was managing the array formation within the Realm Heart Great Hall. Being outnumbered, they were stretched to protect Lin Ming. "Once I have enough strength, I will absolutely kill those old fossil Situbonin and Situ Yaoshi." Lin Ming carved this thought into his heart, his killing intent roiling off of his body. Even though he had defeated Situ Yaoyue, his strength was still lacking. Without strength, he could only let others need and humiliate him, even if he were the future highest under the heavens. Chapter 863. All parties involved. Chapter 863. All parties involved. As Shirbai watched Lin Ming nearly die to Sitobonen's sneak attack because he had been distracted, a furious rage burnt in his heart. Everything had happened so suddenly that he had been forced to resist Situ Yaoshi and Situ Haotian in a hurry, especially that Situ Haotian, his strength was unfathomable, to the point that even Shirbai feared him. If Situ Haotian had been the one to sneak attack Lin Ming, then perhaps Lin Ming really would have died here. Situ Yaoshi, Situ Bonen. The corners of Shirbai's lips twitched as he spoke, a thick killing intent sparkling in his eyes. I never thought you would be so shameless. Today, with all the martial artists of the world as witnesses, you actually dared to do something so pathetic. In terms of being cheap little shits, you are truly invincible. Shirbai flashed several times before arriving at Lin Ming's side, protecting him with the masked old man on the other side. Only then was he slightly relieved and able to ruthlessly mock the Azura Divine Kingdom. The Azura Divine Kingdom's actions had truly left many of the martial artists present dumbfounded. For them to publicly attempt to kill Lin Ming, they really didn't care about Face at all. But at this time, Face was useless. Humph, Shirbai, do you think that as long as your Forsaken God clan turtles up in this dimensional realm, I really won't dare to move against you? Be careful that your fellow clansmen don't mysteriously go missing when they leave to go adventuring. As those from the Forsaken God clan rose in cultivation, the power of their curse would become increasingly strong. This made it difficult for anyone who reached the revolving core realm to leave the Forsaken God clan. But those Xiantian and Hotian realm martial artists would still go out to gain experience and adventure. There was no small number of fellow clansmen that had gone missing because of this. In front of so many heroes, Situ Yaoshi had actually spoken merciless words targeting juniors. She could only be described as insane. Shirbai's complexion completely sunk, a true anger beginning to burn in his heart. You can try. My Forsaken God clan has never feared any threats. Humph, you think I don't dare? Situ Yaoshi sharply said in complete opposition. For a divine sea supreme elder to target the juniors of someone else, she was no different from a rabid dog. Enough! At this time, a cold shout sounded out. Situ Haotian suddenly stepped forwards, every step crashing down like an avalanche. He looked like a volcano that was ready to erupt at any moment. His eyes shined as he glared at Lin Ming. Lin Lanjian, put forward your conditions. I want this battle to stop here. Situ Yaoshi and Situ Bonen both didn't have much longer to live. They were old and paranoid, eccentric to the point where they had now become crazed. But Situ Haotian had to remember the honor and dignity of the Azura Divine Emperor. In this situation, he at least had to give Lin Ming the chance to state his conditions. Of course, this was because he was trying to protect Situ Yaoyue's life. Otherwise, today, he would have sundered this dimensional realm even if it cost him his life. Lin Ming had already expected this result. At this time, a true essence sound transmission sounded out in his ears. Hee boy, don't be scared by that old idiot Situ's words. This old man will support you. As long as you insist on killing that Situ Yaoyue, I will give you 10 million spirit essence stones. This true essence sound transmission came from somewhere in the world, forcefully suppressing Lin Ming's words in his throat. Lin Ming turned around. He guessed that the true essence sound transmission had come from one of those high-level figures on the several spirit boats in the sky. Otherwise, there was no way they would have promised such a sky-high price like 10 million spirit essence stones. It was highly likely that they were a divine sea supreme elder. Chances are they were related to one of the other 3 divine kingdoms and didn't wish to see someone like Situ Yaoyue remain living. They had let Situ Luosha off because they didn't care much for him. In the future, if he reached the divine sea, That would mean the Azura Divine Kingdom would gain another powerhouse. But this didn't matter much, because the Divine Kingdom's ultimate combat strength was decided by the peak powerhouse of that Divine Kingdom. A late Divine Sea Supreme Elder would definitely be able to instantly kill a weak Divine Sea powerhouse who relied on lucky chances to enhance their cultivation to that point. And Situ Yaoyue had a slight chance of reaching the late Divine Sea. Her value was incomparable with that of Situ Luosha. The bunch of old foxes, Lin Ming cursed in his heart. This other person only used a true essence sound transmission and didn't actually come forwards. It was obvious that the old fellow who sent the true essence sound transmission didn't have the courage to face Situ Haotian. This also proved just how powerful Situ Haotian was. Are you saying that you'll support me? Support your ass. The three divine sea masters of the Azura Divine Kingdom present were all standing around Situ Yaoyue. Just how could he possibly kill her at this point? If he really insisted on killing Situ Yaoyue, then he would have to wage absolute war here. Lin Ming estimated that Situ Haotian was more or less a middle divine sea powerhouse and one of the top characters of his level. He was only inferior to a first-class existence like the Nine-Furnace Highest Divine Emperor. Otherwise, he would never have been able to become a Divine Emperor. If they really fought, then without the support of the Realm Heart Great Hall and the strongest array formation there, the Forsaken God clan wouldn't have the advantage anymore. Moreover, the Forsaken God clan would not fight with Situ Haotian over some minor benefits for killing Situ Yaoyue. Haotian, this little bastard, doesn't know what death or danger are. Why are you even bothering with him? If we want to take away Yaoyue, just what can he do? Situ Yaoshi fiercely said. The Azura Divine Kingdom had already bled a tremendous amount today. After losing the battle, they would have to pay Lin Ming the materials they promised, as well as the 5 million spirit essence stones for Situ Luosha's life. This was already more than 10 million spirit essence stones. And that didn't even include the slaughter puppets that had died. Paying such a great price was really the same as slicing off their flesh. Just shut your mouth. Situ Haotian angrily responded with a true essence sound transmission. Right now his mood was extremely poor. He simply didn't want to speak nonsense with Situ Yaoshi anymore. After Situ Yaoshi was scolded by her younger brother, she was naturally unhappy. She could only vent her anger onto Lin Ming and say with a true essence sound transmission, "You little beast, consider yourself lucky today. 5 million spirit essence stones. Demand this price in front of everyone, and I will agree to it. Otherwise, we will simply use force to take away Yaoyue, and also not honor any of our previous agreements. We will make it so that you don't even obtain a single spirit essence stone from us." As Lin Ming heard Situ Yaoshi's words, he was enraged. He hated this damnable old witch to the extreme. Even if she didn't care about honor, she still recognized that the Forsaken God clan wouldn't be able to do anything to the Azura Divine Kingdom. If they really waged war with each other, then the Forsaken God clan would still be able to struggle against them in this dimensional realm. But if they left this dimensional realm, then the Forsaken God clan would be in a miserable state. They wouldn't even need the Azura Divine Kingdom to do anything. Just the power of the curse would be enough to destroy them. In other words, if the Azura Divine Kingdom didn't care about face and ignored their gamble, refusing to pay anything at all, there was nothing Lin Ming would be able to do about it. This was the result of not having enough strength. If Lin Ming were currently the highest under the heavens, then he could kill Situ Yaoshi in front of everyone, and Situ Haotian wouldn't even dare to fart. When I become an emperor, the first one I'll kill will be you. Lin Ming had already sentenced Situ Yaoshi to death in his heart. You little beast, I'll give you 3 breaths of time to make your decision. Otherwise you won't obtain anything at all. Situ Yaoshi shouted once more. Lin Ming sneered. Then he slowly said, "You disgusting old witch, a divine sea supreme elder just sent me a sound transmission saying that as long as I kill Situ Yaoyue, they will pay me 10 million spirit essence stones. Compared to the 5 million spirit essence stones you offer, They are far more generous. If you want to fight, then say it out loud, and fight yourself. Otherwise, I'll really be made a fool. That old fellow who sent the sound transmission likely didn't have good intentions to begin with, and I have no idea who he is anyway. Perhaps he might even have offered that number of spirit essence stones in order to stir up a fight between the Forsaken God clan and the Azura Divine Kingdom. Although Lin Ming didn't speak too loudly, his words were fused with true essence. His words spread to every corner within 100 miles, where every martial artist could clearly hear him. All of the heroic young elites present sucked in a cold breath. They already had a feeling that today's events wouldn't be able to end peacefully. Someone was aiming at the Azura Divine Kingdom and had offered a sky-high price of 10 million spirit essence stones. They had no idea just what Situ Haotian and Lin Ming would do in this situation. 10 million, hee-hee-ho, Situ Haotian sneered. It was already well within his expectations that Lin Ming would be offered this. Situ Haotian suddenly looked up, his eyes sweeping over all the high-level spirit boats. This fellow martial arts cultivator is so generous. How about you stand out so this emperor can experience such grandiosity? 10 million spirit essence stones was not a minor number. It was likely that the one who offered that amount was a divine Sea Supreme Elder. For instance, someone like Shang Yuetian, Fairy Snowgale, Yang Yun, and the others. There was no need to mention Yang Yun's motivations. He was the Nine-Furnace Divine Kingdom Crown Prince. As for Shang Yuetian and the others, they also had divine kingdoms that they followed, meaning they had no need to have their family clans pay this price. The other 3 divine kingdoms would love to see Situ Yayue die, let alone 10 million. They might even pay a higher price. Humph, no one is willing to step forwards, Situ Haotian sneered. This scene caused Lin Ming to reevaluate Situ Haotian's strength. Since he dared to bring Situ Yayue into this dimension realm, he naturally had faith in his own strength. This group of old foxes is indeed unreliable. Lin Ming frowned. He had planned to pull them in to help him out, but that now looked impossible. These people simply had no intention of tearing apart all face and engaging in a violent battle in this dimensional realm. At that time, even if Situ Yayue was killed, 1 or 2 divine sea powerhouses might perish here under Situ Haotian's hands. You little bastard, if you have a request, then spit it out, Situ Bonin coldly shouted. At this time, everyone's eyes focused on Lin Ming. In this sort of situation, every word he spoke would be under pressure. Because he lacked strength, there was simply no energy to back his words. Lin Ming thought for a moment, and then calmly said, I will not kill Situ Yayue, nor do I need spirit essence stones. Situ Yaoshi and Situ Bonin absolutely didn't expect that Lin Ming would say such words. Situ Yaoshi sneered in her heart, coming to the conclusion that her threat had been effective. You little beast, I guess you do know your limitations after all. Let's go. Situ Yaoshi coldly coughed as she spoke, and then turned, planning on carrying off Situ Yayue. Lin Ming shook his head. Hold up. Although I said that I won't kill Situ Yayue, we shall still defer to customary rules. After a life-or-death battle, everything on Situ Yayue's body is now my spoils of battle. What? As Lin Ming spoke, the entire audience was shocked. Situ Yaoshi cried out in alarm like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. It had to be said that Situ Yayue had 2 great treasures on her, the demon god Heartguard mirror and the great desolate blood halberd. The value of these 2 treasures was impossible to estimate. Chapter 864, The Side of Morality and Principle. Chapter 864, The Side of Morality and Principle. You little beast, what did you say? Situ Yaoshi was so angry she nearly fainted. She had already given Lin Ming an offer of 5 million spirit essence stones, but Lin Ming had actually opened his mouth wide like a lion and demanded the demon god Heartguard mirror and the great desolate blood halberd, 2 top treasures. Their value was impossible to estimate. Lin Ming looked at Situ Yaoshi with feigned indifference and then laughed. This is a life or death struggle to begin with. Since I defeated Situ Yaoiwe, I can also take her life, and naturally everything on her would be mine. These are the established customs of the Sky Spill continent. Do you think that you can use a saber to try to kill me, and then when your plan fails, I somehow should give that saber back to you? Lin Ming didn't fear Situ Yaoshi. In any case, he simply wasn't able to do anything else. It's not like he had been planning to kill Situ Yaoiwe anyway. Killing her was of no benefit to him. If so, then he might as well make a deal with the Azura Divine Kingdom. But Situ Yaoshi had been so arrogant that she had actually started out with an offer of 5 million spirit essence stones. That was simply a disgraceful offer. You little bastard. Situ Yaoshi gnashed out these 3 words and then turned to look at Situ Haotian. Haotian, this little beast, cannot be allowed to live. The 3 of us will fight together. Emperor Uncle and I will stop Shirbai and that masked old man while you kill that boy. With your strength, you should have at least a 70 to 80% assurance. After a life or death struggle that was intended to resolve their differences, Situ Yaoshi had actually disregarded the results and launched a vicious attack. Since she had already torn off any face she had left, she simply didn't care about how the rest of the martial world looked at her. Situ Haotian took a deep breath and calmly said, "The Forsaken God clan's 3rd Divine Sea powerhouse has already caught up. He's hiding in the distorted space around Lin Longjien. With Lin Longjien under the protection of a Divine Sea powerhouse skilled in space laws, do you really think that I have a 70 to 80% chance of killing him?" As Situ Yaoshi heard Situ Haotian's words, she was stunned. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to speak, but finally didn't say anything. Situ Haotian pondered for a moment. Although he should be stronger than that 3rd Divine Sea Elder, wanting to suppress him within a few moves was not realistic. Even if he disregarded how the world's martial artists saw him and attacked Lin Longjien publicly, he still had to do so in a situation where he would be able to instantly and successfully kill him. The atmosphere had fallen into an impasse. The 3 Divine Sea powerhouses of the Forsaken God clan faced off against the 3 Divine Sea powerhouses of the Azura Divine Kingdom. Although Situ Haotian's previous words had been filled with bravado, the truth was that he really didn't wish to fight here. He might not fear anyone, but with so many masters present, one of them might take advantage of the chaos and launch a sneak attack against Situ Yaoiwe. If that happened, it was obvious what would happen to her. In the end, Situ Haotian had simply brought too few top powerhouses here today. The Azura Divine Kingdom had over a dozen Divine Sea Supreme Elders. 3 of them were old Emperor uncles that had either gone into seclusion, were traveling the world, or were adventuring for their own lucky chances. It was impossible for him to request those 3 Emperor uncles to escort Situ Yaoiwe for a single battle. As for the rest of the Divine Sea Supreme Elders, they had to be left behind to defend the Azura Divine Kingdom. Thus, the Azura Divine Kingdom didn't have many masters they were able to bring today. In such a dreadful stalemate, a long ringing bell suddenly rang out. An extraordinary and wizened blue-clothed old man came riding forwards on the back of a green ox, a peach staff in his hand. That ringing sound had come from the copper bell around the green ox's neck. This blue-clothed old man was Old Man Good Fortune. "Everyone, please calm down and be patient." Old Man Good Fortune only spoke a few casual words, but these words seemed to contain an invisible magic. The tense atmosphere immediately eased by a great deal. As Situ Haotian saw Old Man Good Fortune, his pupils suddenly shrank. This old fellow was rumored to have lived for 8,000 years. In the Sky Spill continent, he was the oldest human alive. Situ Haotian naturally feared and dreaded him. So, he was the one who warned me of that sneak attack. When Sitabonin had sneak attacked him, Lin Ming had heard an old voice filled with the vicissitudes of life, reminding him to watch his back. That voice was the same as Old Man Good Fortune's. Lin Ming had already been in a poor condition at the time. If old man Good Fortune hadn't warned him, then he might have been struck by Situ Bonin. At the least, he would have been hit by the energy shock waves. In this tense situation, if he had been severely wounded and lost his combat efficiency, then that would undoubtedly have put him in an extremely dangerous position. Thus, Lin Ming felt very grateful to old man Good Fortune. Divine Emperor Haotian, how about listening to the words of an old man? In a confrontation of two sides, old man Good Fortune had suddenly appeared, adding a number of complex variables to the mix. All of the martial artists present suddenly rose to attention, waiting to see just what would happen. This was related to the national destiny of the Azura Divine Kingdom and the fate of the future highest under the heavens. It naturally attracted the attention of everyone present. Situ Haotian knit his eyebrows together. When it came to the interests of the Azura Divine Kingdom, he simply didn't wish for outsiders to intervene. This was because for today's matters, no matter what happened, it was the Azura Divine Kingdom that was in the wrong. As long as this old man Good Fortune decided to reason with rationale and principle, then whatever remarks he said would be extremely unfavorable towards the Azura Divine Kingdom. How could Situ Haotian possibly be willing to allow this to happen? However, old man Good Fortune's status and seniority that could crush him into the dirt actually left him no choice but to endure this. He reluctantly said, "Senior Good Fortune, please speak." Old man Good Fortune nodded. He looked at Shirbai and Lin Ming, wanting to know what they thought of this. Lin Ming cupped his fists together and said, "Senior Good Fortune, please speak. This junior will listen with rapt attention." Old man Good Fortune faintly smiled. "Since you two are willing to give old me some face, then I shall act as peacemaker this time. Little friend Lin Lonjian, according to what I know, today is the day you first met Situ Yaoyue. You do not have any grudges or injustice with her. Although this is a life or death struggle, to show mercy and forgiveness is what men should do. So, how about we let her off for today?" As old man Good Fortune spoke, Shirbai slightly pressed his eyebrows together. Although he knew that old man Good Fortune wasn't finished speaking, and he should have some conditions aimed at the Azura Divine Kingdom, if they agreed now, then it would be impossible for them to go back on this promise. They would have lost all capital for bargaining and would only be able to listen to old man Good Fortune's request. However, Lin Ming actually agreed without any hesitation. Not to mention that old man Good Fortune hadn't finished speaking, but just the kindness of warning him of danger was enough for Lin Ming to agree to this condition. Good. Then, Divine Emperor Haotian, for today's matter, your Azura Divine Kingdom was the first to act and even decided on the life or death battle for today. This battle was supposed to resolve all enmity between you. However, after this battle ended, two of your Azura Divine Kingdom's divine sea powerhouses actually attacked a mere first-stage life destruction junior. One of them even launched a sneak attack on him. I fear that no matter where you go in the world, there is no way you can convince anyone that what you say is right. As old man Good Fortune spoke to hear, Situ Yaoshi and Situ Bonin both had extremely ugly expressions. Old man Good Fortune was obviously helping Lin Ming, or rather, it could be said he was standing on the side of principle and morality. If it weren't for old man Good Fortune's status and strength, they would have already flipped these peace talks upside down. Situ Haotian narrowed his eyes a bit. He had expected this would happen. Since old man Good Fortune appeared, if he didn't stand on the side of principles and morality, then he would certainly be criticized by everyone. In other words, he had come today to help Lin Ming. Senior Good Fortune, just what do you want? Chapter 865. Two Conditions. Chapter 865. Two Conditions. Facing Situ Haotian's question, old man Good Fortune said at a moderate pace, "I would like Divine Emperor Haotian to agree to two conditions. Do continue. Situ Hautian's complexion was downcast. It was impossible to tell just what he was thinking at the moment. Firstly, about the 2 saint artifact treasures with Situ Yaoyue, both you and little friend Lin Lonjian. Here we'll take a step back. Of the 2 saint artifacts, little friend Lin Lonjian will be able to take his choice of one. What? Old man Good Fortune hadn't even finished speaking when Situ Yaoshi cried out in alarm and anger. She really would have liked to shove her middle finger at old man Good Fortune's nose and hurl insults at him, but she didn't have the courage to do so. Senior Good Fortune, while I do respect you as a senior, today you have clearly shown favor and bias towards Lin Lonjian, the demon god Heartguard Mirror, and the great desolate blood halberd, are both national treasures of my Azura divine kingdom. So why should we give them to him? Old man Good Fortune chuckled and then slowly said, because of principle. Situ Yaoshi was so angry that she felt her intestines twisting. Old man Good Fortune had made it clear that her Azura divine kingdom was the one being unreasonable and unprincipled. Today's matter, since it is a life or death struggle, then even if the demon god, Heartguard, Mirror, and great desolate blood halberd were to be taken by little friend Lin Lonjian, then by all rights there shouldn't be any problems. You should know when to take a step back and be able to tell the difference between right and wrong. Although old man Good Fortune's words were spoken calmly, everyone present was able to discern the warning within them. But how could this possibly convince Situ Yaoshi? Her face was grim as she said, while I may not be in the right today, strength is always the greatest truth. Why should my noble divine kingdom bother speaking about principles with this little bastard? As she spoke, all of the martial artists present were flabbergasted. Situ Yaoshi was truly shameless to the point of not caring about face. This had been a life or death struggle fought in front of many of the world's martial artists. However, upon her loss, not only had she gone back on her promise, she also spoke confidently, as if she were in the right. At this time, a light laugh echoed out. Situ Yaoshi, you keep on breaking your promises and yet still dare to act so righteously about things. You have truly opened my mind. As everyone heard these words, they were quite startled. Anyone that would dare say such provocative words must undoubtedly be a divine sea powerhouse. There was another divine sea powerhouse joining the fray. Everyone followed the voice to see a beautiful fairy-like woman flying in the wind, her white clothes fluttering about her. She was Fairy Snow Gale, with a handsome young man standing above a golden divine carriage at her side. This young man had a heavenly, jade-like appearance. He was the 9-furnace crown prince Yang Yun. Fairy Snow Gale. Yang Yun. I've heard that Fairy Snow Gale has already long since reached the peak of the early divine sea realm. Moreover, she's not too old. She should have a high chance of breaking into the middle divine sea realm. Fairy Snow Gale comes from the White Clan, and the White Clan is part of the 9-furnace divine kingdom. They had problems with the Azura divine kingdom to begin with, so Fairy Snow Gale certainly isn't afraid of offending Situ Hautian. Fairy Snow Gale is also stepping in, and things are really becoming interesting. All of the martial artists present had the mindset of watching these entertaining events play out. Out of the 4 divine kingdoms, the Azura divine kingdom was the only one that followed the demonic path. They were a nation of people who recklessly followed their most debased natures and were naturally cruel and violent individuals. It was inevitable that they had managed to offend a great number of influences. Thus, the Azura divine kingdom had a very poor reputation around the world. As people saw Old Man Good Fortune, Fairy Snow Gale, and even Yang Yun step forwards, all of them were secretly taking pleasure in the Azura divine kingdom's troubles. Strength is indeed the greatest truth. Thus, if you really plan on waging war, do you really believe the Azura divine kingdom will occupy the overwhelming advantage? Fairy Snow Gale slowly said with a tranquil expression. Her words lacked any killing intent, and she spoke as if she were just discussing the weather. However, the implicit meaning in her words left Situ Haotian drenched in cold sweat. Fairy snow gale's meaning was that once war started, she would join Lin Ming along with Old Man Good Fortune. If that happened, then the Azura Divine Kingdom's fate could be easily imagined. No matter how haughty and domineering Situ Yaoshi was, she still didn't dare to speak up anymore at this point. In this dimensional realm, the Azura Divine Kingdom was surrounded by countless enemies on all sides. Before these enemies had been deterred by Situ Haotian's strength, none had dared to step forwards. They were afraid that if a fight broke out, they would be severely wounded or even killed by him. But now that the massive tree of Old Man Good Fortune was sheltering them, these people no longer felt the least bit of pressure in revealing themselves. Moreover, Fairy Snowgale had thoughts of befriending Lin Ming to begin with, so stepping forwards at this time was also an appropriate matter. Situ Haotian's complexion became increasingly dismal. He didn't even greet Fairy Snowgale, but instead coldly said to Old Man Good Fortune, "Senior Good Fortune, please speak your second condition." Fairy Snowgale thought little of it. She naturally sauntered near Lin Ming's side, obviously with the meaning of shielding him. At such a close distance, Lin Ming could even smell the light and airy fragrance drifting from Fairy Snowgale's body. Although he knew perfectly well just why Fairy Snowgale had stepped up now, she had still helped him. Lin Ming recorded this graciousness in his heart. The second condition, Old Man Good Fortune stroked his gray beard and faintly smiled, that is to place Situ Yaoyue in the Forsaken God clan's Realm Heart Great Hall for 3 years. You may send someone to guard her for this time period, but she cannot be allowed to leave the Realm Heart Great Hall by even a single step. I believe that the Forsaken God clan will assure us that Situ Yaoyue will remain absolutely safe. What? Situ Haotian's thick eyebrows shot up. This condition basically meant that he wanted to take Situ Yaoyue as a hostage. Even a fool could see that Situ Yaoshi and Situ Bonin would continue to hunt down Lin Ming. If Lin Ming stayed in the Forsaken God clan, then he would certainly be safe. However, if he went out to adventure, then he would be in grave danger. If the Azura Divine Kingdom finally lost all rationale and reasoning in the end, then they might even truly make war with the Forsaken God clan. The reason that Old Man Good Fortune wanted to take Situ Yaoyue as a hostage was to give Lin Ming 3 years. With Lin Ming's speed of growth, this was the time that Old Man Good Fortune decided Lin Ming would need in order to gain the strength to preserve his life in front of a divine sea powerhouse. Absolutely impossible. Situ Yaoshi barked out like a rabid dog. Why should I believe the Forsaken God clan? Why should I imprison Yaoyue here? As Shirbai heard Old Man Good Fortune's second condition, his eyes began to shine. This was indeed a very good method. He stepped forwards and said, "My Forsaken God clan's Realm Heart Great Hall is the fulcrum that supports the heart of this dimensional realm. Even someone on the level of the highest under the heavens will find it impossible to break through. Situ Yaoyue will have absolute safety within, and you can also have someone sent over to guard her. As for us killing Situ Yaoyue, you don't have to be an idiot to know that we wouldn't do something so unreasonable. Situ Yaoshi, your reaction just now was so dramatic. Could it be possible that you were already thinking of ways to eliminate little brother Lin in these next few years?" Facing Shirbai's question, Situ Yaoshi's eyes revealed a thick killing intent. Indeed, she had been preparing to deal with Lin Ming. Assassination, murder, whatever it took. She would stop at nothing to slaughter him. However, if they controlled Yaoyue's life, then that was the same as holding onto her throat. How could she possibly agree to this? Old Man Good Fortune didn't have much of an expression. He looked towards Situ Haotian. "Divine Emperor Haotian, what do you think?" Situ Haotian's originally narrowed eyes slowly opened, a terrifying, breathtaking light suddenly bursting from within. At this moment, Situ Haotian's aura suddenly surged outwards, causing all of the martial artists present to gasp out loud. It was like an ancient vicious beast had suddenly awoken from a deep slumber. Situ Haotian had always been hiding his abilities. 2,500 years ago, when he was just 90 years old, he had taken his 7th-stage life destruction cultivation and successfully crossed the Divine Sea. The only aspect in which he was inferior to Situ Yaoyue was her extreme violet dantian. It had already been several hundred years since he had last fought, and it was rumored that he was the top powerhouse amongst all Middle Divine Sea martial artists. It was said that he was only weaker than the 9-furnace highest divine emperor and the sublime smelting imperial grand uncle, and that he was stronger than the 7-star divine emperor. As for where the limits of his true strength lay, no one knew. Is Situ Haotian planning to fight? What can he do in this situation? Is he planning on fighting both Old Man Good Fortune and Fairy Snowgale? That is impossible. No kidding. Once they begin to fight, then the Azura Divine Kingdom will lose without a doubt. Even if Situ Haotian were much stronger than he was now, the solemn dignity and majesty of Old Man Good Fortune was already stamped into everyone's hearts. He was an unrivaled powerhouse that had already lived for 8,000 years, an existence close to being the highest under the heavens. Moreover, despite the fact that he didn't come from a sect or family clan, he was still able to reach this level today. In these 8,000 years, it was impossible to count how many people he must have killed or how many life or death situations he had survived, although he looked kind and benign like an old grandfather on the outside, who knew just what sort of terrifying ability he would show once he broke out in anger. That would truly be an earth-shaking scene. However, the event that no one thought could possibly happen was actually happening. Situ Haotian suddenly stepped forwards, his eyes blazing as he looked at Old Man Good Fortune. Senior Good Fortune, as you say, strength is the greatest truth in the martial world. I have always diligently and eagerly tried to increase my own strength. However, for the last 1,000 years, although I gained a few faint understandings on my martial road, I am still stranded at the bottleneck between the middle and late divine sea realm and have been unable to make a breakthrough. Now that I am so lucky to see Senior today, I hope that Senior can give me advice on 3 moves so that I might gain some lucky insights. Senior, what do you think? Situ Haotian's surprising words were stubborn to the point of death. Although his tone was polite and he had limited this spar to 3 moves, it still didn't change the fact that he had challenged Old Man Good Fortune. Situ Haotian was an absolute madman. He's crazy. Situ Haotian wants to fight Old Man Good Fortune. Stop making such a fuss over nothing. Situ Haotian is an extremely smart person. If he limits himself to 3 moves, then he might be able to withstand it. As people were talking, it was unknown just who was it that said, "Speaking of it, I fear that Old Man Good Fortune is probably reaching the end of his natural life." As the martial artists present heard this, all of them were bewildered. That's right. A late divine sea powerhouse was said to have 10,000 years of life, but the truth was that they often lived to only 8,000 to 9,000 years of life. There were many reasons for this. For instance, they might overdraw their life, or be wounded in battle, or perish as they explored a mystic realm. Whatever the reasons were, the truth was that very few late divine sea powerhouses lived to be 9,000 years old. To a martial artist, time was their most terrifying opponent. The martial arts road could be said to be a daily struggle with the heavens. In the currently known martial arts boundary, no one had ever been able to obtain eternal life. No matter how remarkable or talented you were, and whether you were an unrivaled emperor or the highest under the heavens, in the end, time would slowly sap away all of your strength. Time would age you until the fires of your life were exhausted, and you finally died. Old Man Good Fortune was already reaching the end of his natural life, but all reasons given, he shouldn't have much of his peak strength remaining. On the other hand, Situ Hautian was only 2,600 years old. He was at the age when a middle divine sea powerhouse was in their prime, their combat strength having reached its peak. If they truly fought, then although Situ Hautian might not be able to win, he still might have the strength to protect himself. Also, this was only for 3 moves. Situ Hautian only needed to survive 3 moves and create a draw. That would be enough to have his name shock the world, frightening everyone. And at that time, Old Man Good Fortune would also be too embarrassed to continue. The reason that Old Man Good Fortune was able to mediate the situation today was because he relied on his strength and status as someone close to the highest under the heavens. But if he fought Situ Hautian and still couldn't prevail in 3 moves, then what basis did he have to stick his nose into their business? Once Old Man Good Fortune retreated, then Fairy Snow Gale and Yang Yun naturally would have no reason to step forwards anymore. Thus, this was the reason he had only proposed 3 moves. Chapter 866, Divide the Void. Chapter 866, Divide the Void. The situation had originally been disadvantageous for the Azura Divine Kingdom, but Situ Hautian's miraculous chess move had caused the road to curve once more, adding new variables. In this fight, if he could end it in a draw, then not only would Situ Hautian gain immeasurable fame, enough to deter the world, but he would also be able to solve Situ Yoyua's problem. He must defeat Situ Hautian in 3 moves, or at least dominate him. Otherwise, it will be impossible for him to command everyone's respect. Can Old Man Good Fortune really do this? If this were 4,000 years ago when Old Man Good Fortune was still at his peak state, then that certainly wouldn't be a problem. But now, I think the situation is an unknown. Situ Hautian is too cunning and limited this match to only 3 moves. Old Man Good Fortune can't change anything now, even if he wanted to. After all, he's the senior here. Perhaps Old Man Good Fortune will avoid this battle and use some casual excuse to refuse Situ Hautian. Although this will be enough to save his face, that will be the same as showing weakness. He won't be able to meddle in Lin Longian's affairs anymore. Everyone's eyes turned to Old Man Good Fortune. Shirbai and the other Forsaken God clan martial artists looked a bit tense. All of them couldn't help but think that 8,000 years of life really did seem just a bit too old. And didn't this elderly man seem as if he were in the last years of his life? To suppress Situ Hautian with overwhelming strength in 3 moves, the chances were a bit unknown. Old Man Good Fortune's blue clothes fluttered in the wind. He held onto his peach walking stick, a kind and benevolent smile still hanging on his face. However, as this smile fell into the eyes of others, it appeared abstruse and profound. Old Man Good Fortune lightly coughed and said, being so stubborn isn't always good. These words didn't show if Old Man Good Fortune was planning to accept the match or not. Situ Hautian's eyebrows shot up. Senior Good Fortune, do you have no intention of directing this emperor? Ha ha! Old Man Good Fortune stroked his white beard and said with a smile, I don't think I can direct you, but for a senior to be able to exchange some moves with a junior, at least this old man's legacy might not be wasted in the coffin. This can also be considered good fortune. The surrounding martial artists all became excited as they heard Old Man Good Fortune speak. He had really decided to fight. Those 2 were among the top powerhouses of the Sky Spill continent. This sort of fight could be said to be rarer than a once-in-a-millennium battle. Existences of their level would only fight in the eruption of a national war or to compete for lucky chances. Otherwise, they simply wouldn't bother fighting. If they did vigorously battle, then they would have to consume their energy. Once they damaged their life source or harmed the fires of their life, the gains simply wouldn't be equal to the losses. Situ Hautian narrowed his eyes. At this moment, he was like a massive dragon that was charging his strength, containing a potent and terrifying power within him. Once he erupted, It would truly be an earth-shaking event. Old Man Good Fortune grasped his peach walking stick and hobbled over to stand in front of Situ Hautian. Compared to Situ Hautian's dominating aura, he was simply like a normal old man without any special characteristics at all. Senior Good Fortune, let's go up. At this time, Situ Hautian's fighting spirit was blazing. He had no intention of underestimating Old Man Good Fortune at all. He would go all out in this battle. He could not lose. All right. Old Man Good Fortune's feet lifted off from the ground as he floated upwards without a sound. His green ox mount rode over from the clouds to position itself underneath Old Man Good Fortune's feet. Like this, Old Man Good Fortune rode his green ox and ascended into the skies. The two flew 10,000 feet high in the air. As for the younger martial artists, they had moved far into the distance under the direction of their elders. Those who were still staying within the 10-mile range were all powerful characters. A battle between divine Sea Supreme Elders. Lin Ming sucked in a deep breath, his heart filling with anticipation. This would be the most high-level battle he had witnessed to date. Near Lin Ming, Shibai was a bit worried. Just what would the result of this match be? Could Old Man Good Fortune really subdue Situ Hautian in 3 moves? Senior Good Fortune, do you not plan on putting away your mount? 10,000 feet in the air, Situ Hautian frowned a bit as he saw Old Man Good Fortune ride up on his green ox. Once this battle began, it would definitely be an apocalyptic scene. That mount would be crushed into goo. No need. This green ox will ride into battle with me, Old Man Good Fortune said with a smile. Situ Hautian guessed that the green ox was some sort of contract beast, but he didn't care too much about it. It was a perfectly justified matter for a martial artist to fight with their contract beast. Divine Emperor Hautian, you may make your move, Old Man Good Fortune reminded him. Then this emperor shall do as you wish. At this time, Situ Hautian naturally wouldn't care about modesty or humility. In this battle, he had to guarantee at least a draw. If he was able to put pressure on Old Man Good Fortune, then that would be even better. Situ Hautian had kept a low profile for all these years and had collected a number of special trump abilities. Facing this Old Man Good Fortune, who was near the end of his life, he was confident he could put pressure on him. Bang! A great strength erupted. Situ Hautian extracted a black halberd from his spatial ring. This war halberd was 10 feet long and released bursts of fierce black light. The shaft of the halberd was etched with compact and complex patterns. This was impressively a quasi-saint artifact. Counting this unknown black halberd, the Azura Divine Kingdom had continually revealed 2 quasi-saint artifacts and 1 saint artifact. Among them, although the Demon God Heartguard Mirror was a quasi-saint level artifact because it was a defensive treasure, its value was in no way inferior to an offensive saint artifact. At this time, Situ Hautian's thick black hair was flying in the wind. He seemed like a god that overlooked mortals, looking down at the world with arrogance and contempt. God murder. A loud ringing cry emerged from the black war halberd, followed by an endless amount of energy that extended outwards like a growing galaxy. Situ Hautian had used the strongest killing move of the great desolate halberd art, a move that required the strength of the divine CTUs. Facing this terrifying strike, Old Man Good Fortune still rode on his green ox. His blue clothes gently waved in the wind. With a calm expression, he lifted his hands and drew a line downwards. A star-like energy suddenly appeared like a fleeting illusion, falling down and cutting off the world. Bang! Situ Hautian's terrifying attack smashed towards Old Man Good Fortune. However, just as his attack reached 10 feet away, it simply vanished into the void, disappearing forever. It was like an invisible, endless abyss had appeared in front of Old Man Good Fortune. Any energy that came towards him simply faded away, with no trace left. What? All of the martial artists watching from afar were dumbfounded. Situ Haotian's horrifying attack had vanished just like that. Old Man Good Fortune still calmly rode his green ox, his blue clothes fluttering in the wind. As this scene fell into everyone's watching eyes, they felt an inestimable feeling. Lin Ming was also stricken. Old Man Good Fortune had easily divided space. At this time, although Old Man Good Fortune was standing still and seemed close by, the truth was that he was in a completely separate world. Between him and Situ Haotian was an invisible moat that could not be crossed. No matter what sort of monstrous supernatural strength came rushing towards him, it would all fall into this unknown space, unable to harm even a single hair of Old Man Good Fortune. Just how deep did one's comprehension of the space laws have to be in order to use such a heaven-defying ability with such casual ease? Lin Ming sucked in a breath of cold air. The concepts of space, thunder, and fire were all the same in that they were divided into multiple levels. Until now, Lin Ming had only encountered a single level, and that was to distort and shrink space. His elusive and ghostly attacks and movements all depended on this. It was the first time that he had seen Old Man Good Fortune's method of utilizing the concept of space. Without a doubt, Old Man Good Fortune's actions today had opened up a great mystical door for Lin Ming. With his first attack unsuccessful, Situ Haotian was still calm without the least bit of panic. Everything had gone as he had expected. Heavens divide. Senior Good Fortune's technique is truly astounding. Since the first move failed, here is the second. As Situ Haotian spoke to hear, he suddenly emitted a loud shout. His voice didn't even seem as if it could be that of a human. In that instant, a savage dragon seemed to awaken within his body. His joints began to emit popping sounds, and his muscles rose, bulging out in all directions. His body began to grow, and in just several breaths of time, he actually grew a whole 10 feet taller. His muscles had become as hard as rock. His face was ferocious and ravenous, and both his eyes were a bright blood red. After transforming his body, Situ Haotian's aura had soared by several times, the power of his blood vitality billowing into the sky like a blazing flame. At this time, he was filled with insufferable arrogance, like a demon god that had arrived in the world, overlooking all of existence. Even if Old Man Good Fortune was able to divide the void, Situ Haotian now had sufficient strength to break it. As Lin Ming saw Situ Haotian morph his body, he was startled. Situ Haotian's body had actually become that of a giant demon. This was just how had he done this? In that moment, he could clearly feel a rich and pure giant demon bloodline from within Situ Haotian. This bloodline was exactly the same as the giant demon blood essence that Lin Ming had seen when he opened the cosmic melting furnace. The cosmic melting furnace had contained 2 masses of giant demon blood essence. The first mass had been absorbed by the magic cube, and the second mass was given to Demon Shine. Demon Shine, what's going on here? Could Situ Haotian come from the giant demon race's bloodline? Lin Ming asked with a true essence sound transmission. Ever since Lin Ming had decided to attack life destruction, Demon Shine had temporarily left Lin Ming's body. Whether it was crossing life destruction or his life or death struggle with Situ Yaoiwei, Lin Ming had a chance of dying. Thus, Demon Shine had chosen to leave Lin Ming's spiritual sea for the moment. He doesn't. It's just that this Situ Haotian must have obtained some ancient giant demon blood essence from somewhere and then transplanted it into his body. Thus he gained the ability to transform his body. This sort of bloodline is far inferior to your own ancient phoenix bloodline. The ancient giant demons that once existed on the Holy Demon Continent were different from the currently existing giant demons. Those ancient giant demons had a bloodline that contained a powerful strength. Of course, this couldn't even be compared to the bloodline of a god beast like a true phoenix or true dragon. However, what Situ Haotian used was the blood essence of the ancient giant demons, and what Lin Ming had was only the most ordinary blood of the ancient phoenix, and the quantity was far less too. Thus, the disparity in their bloodlines wasn't too great at this moment. As Lin Ming was engaged in these thoughts, he suddenly heard a martial artist near him cry out in alarm. A divine body, battle demon emperor body, that is also another kind of divine body. The Azura divine emperor has a battle demon emperor body? I've never even heard of that before. When the Azura divine emperor was born, he didn't have a divine body. He only relied on his own extraordinary talent to reach where he is today. It's likely he obtained this current divine body from some lucky chance somewhere. In just a single day, I've seen 2 divine bodies, as well as the extreme violet Dantian. This has really been an eye-opener. As these people were all crying out in acclaim, Lin Ming was dumbfounded. He simply didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. So this was what they thought the so-called divine body was. It appeared that everyone who possessed a physique different from that of the average man and was able to display a stronger combat strength was referred to as having a divine body. Chapter 867. The Miracle of Time Laws. Chapter 867. The Miracle of Time Laws. Kia. So that's what it is, the ancient giant demon bloodline. It seems that divine Emperor Haotian has obtained many lucky chances from the giant demon dimensional realm. Old man Good Fortune didn't mind. The Azura divine kingdom had a dimensional realm on their borders that had many secrets of the ancient giant demon race sealed within. It wasn't surprising for him to have obtained some lucky chances. Senior does not need to worry about this Emperor's lucky chances. Instead, think about how you'll block this Emperor's second attack. Situ Haotian shouted out. His voice carried with it a metal energy, making it seem as if his words were ringing out from a great bell, sonorous and deafening. After completing his transformation, Situ Haotian had full confidence in himself. Old man Good Fortune faintly smiled. It looks like old me really has to work today. Really, for the young to continue being so stubborn isn't always good. As old man Good Fortune spoke, he slowly stood up from his green ox without the slightest hint of dismay. All of the surrounding martial artists suddenly felt something wrong. Huh? Did old man Good Fortune's voice change? Yes, it's changed. He doesn't sound as old as he did before. As everyone was confused, a completely unexpected and bewildering scene occurred. As old man Good Fortune stepped down from his green ox, his body suddenly began to grow. His back was no longer bent, and his white hair turned to black, dangling over his shoulders like a waterfall of ink. His body had turned into that of a 20 to 30-year-old youth. His once muddy eyes became clear, and his eyebrows straightened, pointing up and slanting towards his temples. In just a few breaths of time, old man Good Fortune had transformed from an old man at the end of his life into a handsome youth with jade-like features. His long blue clothes still loosely draped over him, as before, but the peach walking stick was no longer in his hands. Rather, that peach walking stick had transformed into a sword. This sword was 4 feet long and shone like burnished silver. The sword hilt was made of jade, and the blade was carved with faint patterns. This was a true saint artifact. No one saw when old man Good Fortune had drawn this sword. It was as if he had never been carrying a peach walking stick, but had always been carrying this silver sword instead. This sudden change left everyone utterly shocked. After crossing life destruction, a martial artist's body would be reborn. The only way they could restore their youthful appearance was if they displayed a supernatural power that defied the will of the heavens. But this young appearance would only be a facade. Their lifespan would not change, and their fires of life would continue to weaken with time. Rather, maintaining a youthful appearance would cause a martial artist's cultivation to lessen. The price simply wasn't worth the benefits. Thus, unless it was a woman who valued their beauty and only cared about their looks, a general martial artist simply wouldn't waste their efforts on such things. And now, Old Man Good Fortune had suddenly restored his youth in the middle of battle, and this was not an illusion. This was because everyone present could clearly feel his vibrant fires of life burning like the fires of heaven, vast and limitless. How is this possible? Situ Haotian's complexion completely changed. He had just finished his body transformation, and he had believed with his swollen pride and arrogance that no one could defeat him. However, as he felt Old Man Good Fortune's suddenly vibrant fires of life, all of his momentum instantly vanished. The disparity was just too great. Old Man Good Fortune faintly smiled and said in a soft voice, "In the presence of laws, there is nothing that is impossible, unless your wish is to violate the laws themselves. And reversing time is only a single aspect of the time laws. It isn't considered too advanced. The reason that I am able to live for so long is also because of my understanding of the laws of time. Although this isn't the orthodox way of going about things, being able to linger on with my last breath for another 4,000 to 5,000 years isn't a problem at all. 4,000 to 5,000 years." Old Man Good Fortune's words nearly caused Situ Haotian to vomit blood. Situ Haotian didn't know if he could still live for another 4,000 to 5,000 years. He could only laugh at himself for thinking that his fires of life were more potent than those of Old Man Good Fortune, and that he could suppress him. Now it seemed that his remaining lifespan wasn't even as long as Old Man Good Fortune's. Moreover, Old Man Good Fortune's choice of words caused Situ Haotian to wish he could slam his face into his halberd. "It isn't considered too advanced, and linger on with my last breath." A power of laws that he had never heard of before, the ability to reverse time and restore his combat strength to its peak. This technique that defied the heavens was actually considered not too advanced to Old Man Good Fortune. Just what kind of abnormal monster was Old Man Good Fortune? And this freak was still able to live on for another 4,000 to 5,000 years. Then what could Situ Haotian be considered? A clown? Was he worse than a pig or dog? All of Old Man Good Fortune's words fell into the ears of the martial artists present, leaving all of them floored, their minds fiercely shocked. The laws of time were actually so heaven-defying. Since ancient times, in the domain of laws, it was said that space was the king and time was the emperor. Although these were clearly biased, this was enough to explain just how terrifying the might of these two types of concepts and laws were. But because these two different concepts were mysterious and elusive, there were far too few people capable of comprehending these kinds of laws. And even if they did, they would only have a brief, superficial knowledge of it. It would be extremely difficult for them to ever improve, especially the laws of time that were even more mysterious than the laws of space. Since ancient times, there had been very, very few inheritances that had ever been left behind. No one imagined that under Old Man Good Fortune's control, the laws of time were actually able to display such a dreadful power. "It's a miracle," Lin Ming muttered to himself. The laws of time had the supernatural and unstoppable ability to decay all of existence. This was the so-called entropy that the concepts of the 5 main elements were unable to achieve. Because a martial artist defied the heavens, their lifespan was almost decided by their cultivation. Although there were some heavenly materials that were able to extend a martial artist's lifespan, that was only unearthing their undeveloped life potential. It was by no means a way to extend their life that defied the heavens. The only method of truly extending one's life was to go against the will of the heavens and walk further down the road of martial arts. But now, it seemed that the laws of time could achieve a similar effect to a certain extent. Such matters would likely arouse the jealousy of many divine sea masters. But what a pity! If they aren't talented in this aspect, then it doesn't matter how jealous they become. As Lin Ming was thinking this, in the skies, Old Man Good Fortune had already raised his silver sword high in the air. Situ Haotian's expression was grim and solemn. Facing Old Man Good Fortune in his peak state, he felt an incomparably terrifying pressure. This opponent of his might even surpassed the nine-furnace highest divine emperor. A sword. Let's see whether or not you can resist it, Old Man Good Fortune gently said, as if this were the trial of a god. When he finished speaking, he slashed down with that silver sword in his hands. Ca. With a light sound, space collapsed as if it were as fragile as ice. A silver sword energy cut out, appearing in the shape of a perfect crescent moon. No, this was not just mere sword energy. This was a substantialized space fragment. Old Man Good Fortune had used space itself as his weapon. By pouring his unrivaled supernatural power into this attack, it had become an earth-shaking strike. Situ Haotian's pupils shrank, and he recklessly poured of all of his energy into his halberd without reservation. The one he faced was someone close to being the highest under the heavens, or even an existence equal to the highest under the heavens. If he could not resist this attack, then he would die right here. Ho! Situ Haotian shouted out loud. A massive giant demon phantom hundreds of feet high appeared behind him. This phantom wielded a divine halberd, and together with Situ Haotian, both of them cut downwards. Bang! In that moment, the world seemed to lose all color. A terrifying corona of energy swallowed up all the stars in the sky, making it seem as if everyone were in a completely different land. Situ Haotian's halberd was struck from his hand. All the meridians of his two arms tore apart, and he vomited a great mouthful of blood as he was sent flying back. His body shot backwards like a falling meteor before he crashed into a mountain peak. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Giant shells of rock fell down, causing great clouds of dust and smoke to fill the skies. In that collision, half of that massive mountain had directly collapsed. As everyone looked at that half-gone mountain, all of them were speechless with shock. If just Situ Haotian crashing into that mountain peak had caused such a result, then just how terrifying had the true collision of energy been? Chapter 868. Unapproachable. Chapter 868. Unapproachable. Everyone thought that because Old Man Good Fortune was reaching the end of his life, if he truly fought with Divine Emperor Haotian, then it was unknown just who would emerge victorious. None of them imagined that Old Man Good Fortune would send Divine Emperor Haotian hurtling backwards with just a single strike. They were simply on completely different levels. How could this be? On a spirit boat, Shang Yuetian was speechless for a long time. It was within his expectations that Situ Haotian would have obtained the ancient giant bloodline and grown sharply stronger. As a noble divine kingdom emperor, his strength was surely ranked in the top 5 of the Sky Spill continent, so there must be some cards he managed to keep hidden up until now. But that Situ Haotian actually didn't even have the strength to resist Old Man Good Fortune's attack. Could the 9-furnace highest divine emperor and the sublime smelting imperial grand uncle have this strength? Is this the strength of a powerhouse, close to being the highest under the heavens? All of the martial artists present couldn't help but think this. It was said that thousands of years ago, Old Man Good Fortune had once fought the 9-furnace highest divine emperor and forced him into a draw. Although this was only a rumor, smoke always meant there was fire. There had to be some kernel of truth to it. To everyone, this meant that Old Man Good Fortune and the 9-furnace highest divine emperor stood on equal ground. Now that thousands of years had passed, Old Man Good Fortune should have become weaker than the 9-furnace highest divine emperor. After all, he was much older than him to begin with. But how could this be the result? Maybe Old Man Good Fortune had a breakthrough in these last few thousands of years. If the 9-furnace highest divine emperor and sublime smelting imperial grand uncle haven't grown in strength, then they might not be Old Man Good Fortune's match anymore, Shang Yuetian quietly mumbled. This was an explanation anyone would find hard to accept, According to all common sense, the easiest time for a martial artist to grow was when they were young. This was the time that their fires of life were at their most exuberant. The longer the lifespan that a martial artist had, the more time they would stay in their youthful phase. For instance, a life-destruction martial artist would still be considered young before they reached 100 years of age. So if they didn't break through to the divine sea by the time they reached that age point, then they could only count on external help and lucky chances. Once a martial artist reached maturity, their cultivation would only grow at a snail's pace. But this was also the time that a martial artist's combat strength was at its peak. For instance, Situ Hautian's current combat strength had reached the highest point in his life. It was just that it was extremely difficult for him to increase his cultivation. Otherwise, if he were able to take another step forwards, then he would become a character on the same rank as the 9-furnace highest divine emperor. After that would be old age. This was a period where their combat, strength, and cultivation would almost never increase. An old divine sea supreme elder would at most be able to make some minor breakthroughs in the aspects of will and soul. But as for everything else, they would begin to decline over the years. So how could old man Good Fortune have made such progress? He must have some secret on his body. While Shang Yuetian believed that the laws of time were able to extend a martial artist's life, he didn't believe it was as exaggerated as 4,000 to 5,000 years. What he found even more unbelievable was that the time laws were able to temporarily reverse a martial artist's age for long enough that they could make another breakthrough. Thus, this left only two possibilities. The first was that old man Good Fortune had come across some massive lucky chance that he couldn't imagine. And the second was that old man Good Fortune had surpassed the 9-furnace highest divine emperor from the start, but he had been hiding his strength until now. The chances of the second possibility being true weren't too great. Although old man Good Fortune had lived hidden from the world these past few thousands of years, in the past, he too had been a glorious character of the continent. There was just no reason for him to have hidden such strength until now. The first possibility was much more likely. Where could old man Good Fortune have found such a lucky chance? Was it the Sea of Miracles? As Shang Yuetian thought of this, his heart stirred. Just how would it be if he himself were able to obtain such a lucky chance? Bang! The distant great mountain exploded, and Situ Hautian rushed out from the collapsing chaos of stone. Although he had been struck backwards and was left extremely embarrassed and flustered, he hadn't suffered too much damage. His blood-stained arms were rapidly regenerating, leaving nothing behind but some light scars now. This was the most powerful characteristic of the giant demon bloodline: recovery ability. According to legends, the ancient giant demons had an immortal body able to regrow their limbs at will. In terms of recovery ability, the giant demon bloodline exceeded the gate of healing. However, regenerating wounds required a massive amount of true essence. Thus, the giant demon bloodline was far inferior to the gate of healing in terms of endurance. As Situ Hautian looked at old man Good Fortune, his face was filled with fear and dismay. Although he still had a third, stronger move, he knew it was impossible for him to match that strike from old man Good Fortune just now. Perhaps old man Good Fortune might be worse than Emperor Sakya of the past, but in this era, there was no one who could rival him. Even the 9-furnace highest divine emperor and the sublime smelting imperial grand uncle were most likely not his match. Just where had this old geezer come across his lucky chance? He did not believe that old man Good Fortune was able to make another breakthrough, while temporarily reversing his age. Moreover, the time laws he had displayed far surpassed the understanding of the sky's spill continent. No matter how talented old man Good Fortune was in the laws of time and space, it was impossible for him to reach this point with no previous inheritance. Situ Hautian glared at old man Good Fortune for a long period of time, and then bit out 2 words. I concede. Yaoyuo will stay in the Forsaken God clan for 3 years, and everything that I owe Lin Longjin will be delivered here within the month of the great desolate blood halberd and the demon god Heartguard mirror. Lin Longjin can choose either one he likes. Situ Haotian looked to Lin Ming. At this point, his body still resembled that of a giant demon. Just a glance was enough to cause one's mind shake with fear. What do you want? Lin Ming thought for a moment, and then said without hesitation, the great desolate blood halberd. The demon god Heartguard mirror was undoubtedly a tempting option, but Lin Ming always believed that the best defense was a good offense. The nameless long spear in his hands was only a standard-issue spear from time-worn Phoenix City. Although it was extremely durable, the power was a bit lacking. If he had the great desolate blood halberd, then even though he might not use the great desolate halberd art, but with his 1,000,000 genes of strength, his true essence, as well as his silver battle spirit all being poured into that halberd, then one could imagine the terrifying might if he smashed it down at someone. With the great desolate blood halberd, Lin Ming's comprehensive combat strength would rise yet again. As for the demon god Heartguard mirror, even if his defensive power rose again, he would still die if he was bumped by a divine sea powerhouse, much less be able to contend with them. Good. Then I hope you aren't cursed to death. Situ Haotian coldly snorted, his heart twitching all the while. Within the entire Azura divine kingdom, that was the only true saint artifact. The remaining 2 were only quasi-saint artifacts. As for relying on the curse of the great desolate blood halberd to kill Lin Ming, Situ Haotian didn't have much hope for that to happen. Lin Ming's life was extremely tenacious. His destiny had been repeatedly accumulated from defeating similar top talents of his era, as well as passing through numerous life or death situations. It would be extremely difficult to shatter his destiny. In the future, Lin Ming was likely to become a character that surpassed even the Demon Emperor. Wanting to rely on the curse of the Demon Emperor's war halberd to kill him was useless. The great desolate blood halberd issued a long keening sound as it shot out from the chaos and flew into Lin Ming's hand. For a brief moment, Lin Ming felt as if he were holding up an entire mountain range, and his feet sank into the ground. If he didn't use the power of the 8 inner hidden gates, then he actually wouldn't be able to lift it. This is at least 700,000 to 800,000 genes heavy. A martial artist normally has to use a tremendous amount of true essence to galvanize its movement. It won't be easy for me to move it with just my physical strength. Lin Ming had to use his flying ability to stop himself from sinking into the ground. Then he grasped the great desolate blood halberd and flew into the air. This was truly a weapon worthy of being called the world's most ominous halberd. I thank Senior for this great graciousness. Lin Ming cupped a fist across his chest as he bowed towards Old Man Good Fortune and carved this favor in his mind. Old Man Good Fortune faintly smiled. At some unknown time, he had already restored his looks to his original elderly appearance. Although he appeared wise and extraordinary, there was actually a faint flavor of someone that had reached the end of his life. But now, no one thought that. The events that occurred just now were simply too shocking. Little friend Lin Longjin does not need to be so polite. Old me will stay in this dimensional realm for several more days. We'll have to speak more in detail. Speak more in detail. Upon hearing this, all of the present martial artists were stunned. Just what did Old Man Good Fortune plan on discussing with Lin Ming? Senior Good Fortune, do you really plan on accepting him as a disciple? Fairy Snowgale asked with a true essence sound transmission. Old Man Good Fortune had no enmity or grudge with the Azura Divine Kingdom, and there simply wasn't any reason for him to aim at Situ Haotian. Yet he had shown his hand to defeat Situ Haotian in order to help Lin Ming. If this were to win over Lin Ming, there simply wasn't a need for that because Old Man Good Fortune had always freely roamed the world like a wild crane and didn't belong to any influence. His strength had most likely surpassed the 9 furnace highest divine emperors, so there was simply no need for him to do so. Then for him to do this, the only possibility was that his heart had been moved to accept a disciple. Ha ha! Little Snow, I already said that old me cannot teach little friend Lin Longjin anything. As for accepting him as a disciple, I might not be able to afford that. This was already the second time that Old Man Good Fortune had said something similar. He wasn't being humble, but really did think he couldn't teach Lin Ming much. Then why would you do all this today? Fairy Snow Gale couldn't help but ask. Ha ha! Old Man Good Fortune smiled, but didn't respond. He obviously didn't wish to say much more. Fairy Snow Gale could only suppress the burning questions that lingered in her mind. The martial artists of the Azura Divine Kingdom left, leaving behind only Situ Yaoyue. They would soon send over a Divine Sea powerhouse to protect her. Situ Haotian didn't dare to leave behind Situ Yaoshi, who knew just what sort of catastrophe she would stir up. But the other heroes of the Sky Spill Continent's central region didn't leave. Instead, they remained within the dimensional realm even as it seemed that more and more people were gathering. This was because of Lin Ming. The present Lin Ming could be called unapproachable, commanding utter respect. After defeating Situ Yaoyue, Lin Ming had overcome his greatest crisis. His future was now bright and glorious. Even if it were hopeless to win over Lin Ming, everyone still wished to form some good relations with him. For a time, Lin Ming's residence was bustling. All the influences came to greet him, and Lin Ming accepted all without rejection. There were even many great influences, for instance, the sublime melting divine kingdom's Shang family and the 9 furnace divine kingdom's White Clan. There were even many divine sea powerhouses like Shang Yuetian and Fairy Snow Gale, who personally made a visit. Lin Ming greeted all of them with Shirbai. When these major influences visited, they also brought along many meeting gifts for Lin Ming. Most of these gifts were heavenly materials and rare pills. Added together, it was at least 3 or 4 million spirit essence stones. Just Yang Yun himself gifted Lin Ming 800,000 spirit essence stones. In addition to the 2 god-transforming pills from before, that was a gift of over 1 million spirit essence stones. Yang Yun, Lin Ming looked at the many treasures in front of him and thought for a moment. Yang Yun favored him by a ridiculous amount, but Lin Ming always felt that it wasn't as simple as forming good relations with him. Did Yang Yun think he would join the 9-furnace divine kingdom? Chapter 869, The New Destiny Decree. Chapter 869, The New Destiny Decree. News of Lin Ming's victory over Situ Yaoyue spread over the central region like a blazing whirlwind. A peak first-stage life destruction youth had defeated a 7th-stage life destruction master with an extreme violet dantian. This news was certainly shocking enough to be described as explosive. No one had thought that Lin Ming would have been able to survive this ordeal, nor did they think that the Azura Divine Kingdom would be so thoroughly defeated by Lin Ming. Anyone could see just how bright Lin Ming's future was. It was possible he would rule the world for 10,000 years. 3 days later, a new version of the Destiny Decree was released. After opening it, the first name on the first page was written down with flourishing letters of red ink. Lin Longjin. Lin Ming had already been listed 3 times with the red ink that indicated he was the man of the hour. From over rank 200 of the Destiny Decree to leaping into first place, this sort of progress left chills crawling up everyone's spines. And on the back of that sheet, Lin Ming's evaluation was written down in black. The number 1 rarest talent that the Sky Spill Continent has witnessed in 100,000 years. His talent far surpasses that of the Demon Emperor and 8-Fall Thunder Emperor, and it even faintly rises past that of Emperor Sakya. With his first-stage life destruction cultivation, he became the highest master below the Divine Sea. The new destiny decree also reached Lin Ming's hands. Destiny Grasp has judged my talent as surpassing the Demon Emperor, Eightfall Thunder Emperor, and Emperor Sakya. From the wording, it seems that Emperor Sakya was a monstrous talent that exceeded the first two. Even Destiny Grasp used faintly rises past as a prelude. Emperor Sakya was only at the 7th stage of life destruction. With that 7th stage life destruction cultivation, he fused together 7 different martial intents and broke through the void of martial arts. His talent actually surpasses that of the Eightfall Thunder Emperor. I wonder just what it would be like to fuse martial intents together. Lin Ming was looking forward to the Prime Emperor Force Field more and more. Only by fusing the Prime Emperor Force Field, Azura Force Field, and Death God Force Field together would he be able to form the complete Heavenly Demon Martial Intent. The complete Heavenly Demon Martial Intent was able to directly kill and suppress the Divine Sea. Unfortunately, I am not strong enough yet, and going to the Holy Demon Continent isn't too good. I have a blood feud with the Steps Master. If I enter the Road of Emperor, that will definitely draw his attention. After the new destiny decree reached the dimensional realm, it was immediately known. Lin Ming began to receive more and more invitations to banquets all over. But regardless of which banquet Lin Ming attended, the masked old man would follow behind him like a shadow to ensure his safety. At the current banquet, those present were prince-level figures or Holy Land descendants. The worst of them were sons and potential successors of Divine Kingdom high princes. Every junior had to have a Divine Sea powerhouse backing them. Otherwise, they simply didn't have the qualifications to attend such a banquet. Brother Lin, congratulations on becoming the top master within life destruction. To become the greatest within life destruction at only the first stage, you will surely be the highest under the heavens after reaching the Divine Sea. Ha! Brother White underestimates Brother Lin too much. I believe that Brother Lin won't even need to reach the Divine Sea before having strength nearing that of the highest under the heavens. At this banquet, Lin Ming was undoubtedly the main character, and all the Divine Kingdom princes had become his supporting cast. This wasn't too strange. With the Divine Emperor being able to live for several thousand years, there were just far too many princes. Perhaps their fathers didn't even know how many children they had. Brother Lin, you have worked so hard to deceive me. A white-clothed youth said, as he lifted a glass of wine. His true essence sound transmission filled with a wry tone. This youth was Li Yifeng. When Lin Ming was crossing life destruction, his wood spirit jade mask had been crushed apart in the explosions of energy, and that was when Li Yifeng had seen Lin Ming's appearance. At that time, he had been left staring dumbfounded, and the young maid at his side also had a mouth open wide enough to fit an egg. Although they knew that Lin Ming was extraordinarily talented, they never imagined that his talent would reach such a degree. Afterwards, Lin Ming had gone directly into closed-door seclusion, and Li Yifeng didn't have a chance to see Lin Ming again. It was only at today's banquet that he had the chance to see Lin Ming. Brother Li, about my identity, please keep it a secret. Lin Ming was clear that he couldn't hide the truth from Li Yifeng. Even if his appearance hadn't been seen, he only needed to combine his moves with his weapon in order to make an approximation. When Lin Ming became enemies with the Azura Divine Kingdom, he had Demon Shine control the giant Leviathan and send his family and friends into the deep sea. Even so, he still wasn't completely relieved. Of course, I won't even say half a word. Li Yifeng struck his chest in promise. He had no reason to betray Lin Ming anyway. There was just no benefit to doing something so dishonorable. I also won't say anything. As Li Yifeng's young maid faced Lin Ming, she began to stumble over her words. It was obvious that she was feeling extremely nervous at this time. There was no longer even a hint of the arrogant and haughty attitude she used to have. The reason she had been so rampant before was that she looked down on everywhere that was outside of the central region, and her background was also quite illustrious. In the future, she would be Li Yifeng's concubine, so her vision was naturally high. But facing someone like Lin Ming, who would become the future highest under the heavens, there was simply no comparison at all. "Thank you." Lin Ming faintly smiled, not too worried. The South Sea was vast and endless. It would be extremely difficult for the Azura Divine Kingdom find his family. And even if they did, they wouldn't necessarily do anything irrational. After all, those that walked down the road of martial arts were doomed to be lonely. They had much fainter concepts of family. As for women and lovers, that was an even fainter concept. The Azura Divine Kingdom would never think that they could force Lin Ming to kill himself after capturing Mu Qinyu. "Little brother Lin, Old Man Good Fortune is about to leave the dimensional realm. He would like to see you before that," Shibai said. "Oh, okay." Towards Old Man Good Fortune, who had strength beyond imagination, Lin Ming had some suspicious. Of course, even if the entire world knew what secret he had with him, it wouldn't matter to him at all. "Little friend Lin Longjin, it's good to see you again." Old Man Good Fortune had been staying at the Forsaken God Clan as an honored guest. He was still wearing blue clothes, with an appearance that seemed extraordinary and wizened. "Senior Good Fortune, this junior will forever remember your graciousness. Please accept this junior's bow." Just as Lin Ming was about to bow, he was stopped by Old Man Good Fortune. "Ha! Old me might not be able to afford little friend Lin's gift. I'm just far too old for this." Old Man Good Fortune was extremely humble, to the point that even Lin Ming couldn't stand it. With his original status and seniority, accepting a bow from a junior was natural. "Little friend Lin, I know that you have some interest in the laws of space and time. I have several jade slips here. You may borrow them to have a look and return them to me sometime in the future." Old Man Good Fortune's words were very casually spoken, but Lin Ming was sent into a daze. The value of this type of inheritance that was basically extinct on the Sky Spill continent could be imagined, and Old Man Good Fortune was directly lending them to him. It had to be known that a normal martial artist or family clan was extremely careful of their inheritances, for fear that others would study them and surpass them. Old Man Good Fortune didn't even have a master and disciple relationship with Lin Ming. They weren't even friends. There was just no reason for him to lend Lin Ming such incomparably precious space-time laws jade slips. Old Man Good Fortune didn't further explain. He waved his sleeves and 6 jade slips flew into Lin Ming's hands. "Little friend Lin, in truth, the laws of time aren't as heaven-defying as you might imagine. They can indeed extend your life a little and have me linger on a bit longer, but the truth was that I used a different method to live longer." Old Man Good Fortune's contradictory words left Lin Ming puzzled. Old Man Good Fortune smiled. "Old me can change the speed at which time flows. For instance, when I enter into seclusion, I can slow down time to 1/10 of its normal rate, so that 1 year of closing up is equal to 10 years outside. If I close up for a few dozen years, then several hundred years would have passed in the world. Thus, while the world believes I am 8,000 years old, that is in fact false. As for my weak fires of life, that is an illusion made by an arcane technique. The purpose of that is to prolong my life." Old Man Good Fortune laughed at himself as he spoke to hear. "To live to such an age, I still cannot look past old age and death. There are still far too many secrets on the road of martial arts. What I have explored and will explore is only the tip of the tiniest iceberg. When I die, I will inevitably be unwilling. So, in order to live for longer, I have tried too many methods to extend my life. Even if I don't count altering the flow of time, I have used far too many life-extending techniques. Even so, I can only live to 10,000 years of age. In the divine sea realm, that is the lifespan of a top powerhouse. As Old Man Good Fortune explained, Lin Ming suddenly became aware. To change the flow of time, that couldn't be regarded as extending his life. He had the same lifespan he always had. It was just that he had pushed it back. As for truly defying the will of the heavens, the only true means was to cultivate the martial path. All other methods were simply meandering roads that led to nowhere. Life had always been reluctant to part with life, whether it was intelligent creatures or non-intelligent life. This instinct was engraved into the very core of their beings. And for a martial artist, this was doubly so. They hadn't even reached the end of their martial arts road. So how could they be willing to drop off halfway? Little friend Lin, you have an excellent future and time ahead of you. It really arouses envy in others. Cherish it well. Life is short, and no matter how beautiful the springtime of your youth is, white hair will await you in the end. If you waste your years, then it will become far more difficult to advance when you reach old age. Old Man Good Fortune deeply sighed as he spoke here, shaking his head. Thank you for the guidance, Senior. Lin Ming respectfully said, I am far from being able to guide you. You should also have understood these truths. It is just that you haven't personally experienced them yet, so your understanding towards them isn't as profound. Well, little old me shall bid farewell first. We'll meet again. Old Man Good Fortune floated away as he spoke. Lin Ming watched him vanish into the distance and deeply bowed in respect. On the next day, invitations to banquets still reached Lin Ming. However, Lin Ming no longer participated. Although being friends with these influences had its advantages, when compared to absolute strength, they were merely worldly customs. And the time was just right. On this day, the Azura Divine Kingdom's payment for losing the life or death struggle arrived. When this was added to all the other gifts that Lin Ming had received, the total value was around 14 million Spirit Essence Stones. It had to be said that even a prince like Li Yifeng only had a complete wealth of several tens of thousands of Spirit Essence Stones. As for others like the sons of the High Princes, they wouldn't even have 10,000 Spirit Essence Stones. When the Azura Divine Kingdom had put out a bounty reward of 300,000 Spirit Essence Stones for Lin Ming, that was already enough to tempt the heart of a Destiny Decree Master. Thus, the value of 14 million Spirit Essence Stones could be imagined. This was an astronomical figure that not even an ordinary Holy Land would be able to suddenly afford. Lin Ming was preparing to take all of this as his capital to open the fourth of the 8 inner hidden gates, the Gate of Pain. This was a very important gate in the first 4 of the 8 inner hidden gates. It was located in the fists and could greatly enhance a martial artist's striking power and physical strength. With the increased power from the Gate of Pain, Lin Ming estimated that his strength would rise to 1 million and several 100,000 gene of strength. It might even near 2 million genes at that time. If he wielded the great desolate blood halberd with such strength, then he would be able to display its true might. Lin Ming decided on his plan and executed it. That night, he went to the seclusion chamber of the Forsaken God clan. There, underneath the protection of multiple array formations, he released the cosmic melting furnace. All of the heavenly treasures and massive amounts of wood spirit jade gathered up into great piles in the chamber. They shined with a glorious light, their brilliance piercing into the skies. Success or failure would all be decided in one attempt. Chapter 870, Myriad Spirit Pill. Chapter 870, Myriad Spirit Pill. Several months had passed since Lin Ming and Situ Yaoyue's cataclysmic battle. Duanmu Kun left his sound transmission mark at the Forsaken God clan and left. As for Yang Yun, Li Yifeng, the Holy Land Holy Sons, princes, high successors, and other such characters, all of them had left one after the other. However, Lin Ming's momentum was simply too great. When one great influence left, a smaller one would come again. Even though Lin Ming had already declined to receive visitors for a long time, there were still many representatives of smaller influences entering and leaving the dimensional realm. It didn't matter that they couldn't see Lin Ming. They never had this hope to begin with. It was enough for them to see someone from the Forsaken God clan. In any case, they did not need to personally hand over gifts to Lin Ming. They only needed to pass them through the Forsaken God clan. According to the customs of the Sky Spill continent, all gifts would be recorded in the register. While no one expected to form good relations with Lin Ming like this, they only wanted to express their friendly attitude. After several months, although the gifts received from those small influences were rather small individually, there were just far too many. With every small influence sending 8,000 to 10,000 spirit essence stones, several hundred of these gifts added up to 2 or 3 million spirit essence stones. Shirbai sold or exchanged all of these gifts for more heavenly materials. Then, this formed a massive amount of medicinal herbs for Lin Ming. As Shirbai thought that the total value of all these materials was 16 to 17 million spirit essence stones, he was left speechless. Just what kind of physique did Lin Ming have? He was simply the same as a bottomless pit. With so many resources, it was enough to raise a martial artist all the way to the divine sea realm. Of course, this was all provided that they had sufficient talent. Even so, all this was just for Lin Ming to attack the second stage of life destruction. Shirbai didn't know that Lin Ming was opening the gate of pain. He only thought he was trying to cross another stage of life destruction. In his opinion, since Lin Ming had consumed resources to break through into the first stage of life destruction, he would have to consume an equal or greater amount of resources for future breakthroughs. In the seclusion chamber, the cosmic melting furnace was spinning around with the burning star flame raging around it. Lin Ming casually threw a medicinal herb into it. A brief moment later, this herb was melted by the fires into a viridian bubble that was wrapped by true essence and slowly flew out. With a pinch of his hand, a streak of red fire shot out, and the green liquid evaporated, leaving behind a faint wisp of plant essence that had been refined by Lin Ming. Success. This was the 920th ingredient. Lin Ming let out a light sigh, not bothering to wipe the sweat off of his forehead. He used a 1,000,000-year wood spirit jade bottle to slowly store away this essence energy. He was currently concocting a special medicine named the Myriad Spirit Pill. One had to withdraw the plant essence from thousands of medicinal herbs, fuse them together, and then refine it multiple times, finally producing a Myriad Spirit Pill. A normal alchemist would never choose to create such a pill. This was because the refining process was extremely tedious and cumbersome, and the consumption of soul force was also immense. Not just that, but it required a massive amount of wood spirit jade. Wood spirit jade was no less valuable than spiritual plants. Thus, there was simply too much unnecessary cost and waste involved in refining a Myriad Spirit Pill. However, Lin Ming's current situation was special. With such a massive pile of medicine herbs in front of him, this was the best time for him to refine the Myriad Spirit Pill. As for the massive amount of wood spirit jade required, he simply didn't need to worry about that. The various influences had sent him so much wood spirit jade that it had piled into a little hill, and there were even more treasures that were carved from wood spirit jade. Oh! Another medicinal herb was melted by Lin Ming into a green bubble. This green bubble was carefully zapped by a lick of fire before turning into a wisp of plant essence. This process required a great deal of care and concentration. The slightest fluctuation of soul force could cause the medicinal herb to be scorched into ash. There was already a great deal of herb ash at Lin Ming's feet. These were from the medicinal herbs he had used to practice. Even a top alchemist master could easily make a mistake. Alchemy had a very high demand on one's soul force. Lin Ming's alchemy technique certainly couldn't be considered at the top. There just hadn't been enough time since he had begun learning alchemy. But Lin Ming had inherited the memories of that divine realm alchemist, including all of his attainments and experiences. All of these were things that could not be taught. After Lin Ming had inherited these memories, he was able to integrate them within himself, making his progress in alchemy surpassingly quick. And the most important factor was that Lin Ming's understandings into the concepts and laws of fire were top-notch, as was his control of the power of fire. With the burning star flame at his command, he could twist the flame into whatever shape he wanted, or even divide it several times. This was something that a normal alchemist would find impossible difficult to do. The next one. With the support from the Gate of Healing, Lin Ming's ability to sustain his true essence was freakishly abnormal. After such a long time of expending true essence, he still didn't show any signs of running out of true essence. Instead, it was his soul force that began to lag behind. The Gate of Healing could only restore physical strength and true essence, also increasing the rate at which someone recovered. But as for the consumption of soul force, it simply couldn't do anything at all. Qi, a medicinal herb worth several thousand spirit essence stones, turned to ash in Lin Ming's palm. My soul force has reached its limit. It will be hard to continue. Lin Ming did not stop because of this failure. He continued to refine for some time, but eventually the success rate became far too low. Then Lin Ming finally stopped refining the medicinal herbs. He stoppered the wood spirit jade bottle and temporarily ended his creation of the myriad spirit pill, instead taking out the lowest level medicinal herbs from his spatial ring and starting to practice with them. In a situation where he had seriously overdrawn his soul force, Lin Ming nearly failed every time he tried to refine a pill. Piles of ashes grew on the ground. Lin Ming felt a splitting headache, and then his vision suddenly went dark as he slumped to the ground, unconscious. Alchemy was a very good tempering technique for one's mental strength and soul force. Every time one overdrew their divine soul. After recovering, their divine soul would be more formidable than before. This was the reason that most martial artists chose to learn a secondary skill as an occupation. As Lin Ming was sleeping, although he was unconscious, the overbearing soul tactic was still running of its own accord, subtly revitalizing Lin Ming's soul. He quickly entered into a deep sleep and rested like this for several days. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ming awoke from his slumber, feeling spirited and well-rested. His mindset was extremely clear and energetic. He took out the wood spirit jade bottle without pause and began to refine medicinal herbs again. After he exhausted his soul force, he fell asleep once again. This process continued again and again. Like this, over half a year passed. Gene after gene of superior wood spirit jade had its essence refined out and then combined with the plant essence of the 1,000 to 2,000 medicinal herbs, fusing together as one before being placed in the wood spirit jade bottle. At this time, the myriad spirit pill was 80% complete. Lin Ming's soul force had also made considerable progress in this past half year. At the start, he was only able to perform alchemy for 3 days before sleeping, but now he was able to last for 5 days. After crossing life destruction, the potential of his soul had been completely dug out and exposed, and it was only continuing to increase. Although soul force could not directly influence a martial artist's strength, it was actually one of the main limiting factors of what realm a martial artist would reach. If one didn't have a powerful soul force, then they wouldn't be able to control too much true essence. If a revolving core powerhouse's soul force was combined with the body of a divine sea master, their body would probably burst apart in an uncontrollable explosion of energy. During this process of using up massive amounts of true essence while continuously restoring it, Lin Ming was rapidly approaching the second stage of life destruction. This was also reasonable. Lin Ming's foundation was just far too stable, making it so that he reached the peak first stage life destruction as soon as he made his breakthrough. At that time, he had only been a step away from the second stage of life destruction. Crossing from the first to the second stage of life destruction was much easier than opening the gate of pain. This was because where he had once been limited to disintegrating his body through exploding his dantian, Lin Ming could now store energy throughout his body, detonating it everywhere in order to destroy himself. It would not be as difficult as breaking into the first stage of life destruction. Thus, Lin Ming was not worried at all. Several more months passed. Lin Ming had already closed up for an entire year. The Forsaken God clan had finally calmed down. As for Situ Yaoyue, per the original agreement, she had been housed in the Realm Heart Great Hall, unable to take even half a step out. This appeared as if it were to prevent Situ Yaoyue from escaping. However, Situ Yaoyue was only a life destruction martial artist. There was simply nothing she could do against the layers upon layers of array formations that covered the Forsaken God clan. No, this was mainly to protect Situ Yaoyue. If she were to somehow die here within the Forsaken God clan, then the consequences would be disastrous. Although the Realm Heart Great Hall was known as the cornerstone of this world that even the highest under the heavens couldn't break, the Azura Divine Kingdom still sent a Divine Sea powerhouse to constantly protect Situ Yaoyue. Since this guardian had to stay in the same room as Situ Yaoyue and accompany her at all times, it was best for them to be a woman. Also, they had to be absolutely trustworthy, which meant that they would need to be a direct descendant of the Situ family clan, beside the malicious and sinister Situ Yaoshi, who would likely get into all sorts of trouble at the Forsaken God clan. The only other choice was Situ Haotian's younger cousin, Situ Qingzhao. Situ Qingzhao was 2,000 years old, only half the age of Situ Yaoshi. In addition, due to her nature of loving beauty, she had been willing to consume some of her cultivation to maintain her youthful appearance. Thus she looked as if she were Situ Yaoyue's big sister. Yaoyue, you are being too harsh on yourself. If you continue to overdraw your energy, you will damage your soul and possibly leave hidden wounds in your spiritual sea. Situ Qingzhao couldn't help but say, as she watched her niece bitterly cultivate with dedication. It could even be called self-torture. Ani Qingzhao, you don't have to try persuading me. Even if there are some hidden wounds left over, I still have ways of eliminating them after I reach the Divine Sea. Lin Lonjian is the shame of my life, and I must return this loss to him. He is indeed a peerless genius. Now that I was defeated by him, he has surpassed me, and it is no longer possible for me to catch up to him. All that will happen will be me falling further and further behind. The only chance I have is to break into the Divine Sea. As soon as I break into the Divine Sea, I must challenge him again. That is my final chance, as well as my only chance. Although Situ Yaoyue was arrogant, she wasn't so delusional as to think she could stand shoulder to shoulder against Lin Ming in the future. But this life or death struggle was her life's greatest disgrace. She had no choice but to avenge her loss. She had been publicly pounded into the ground like a stake in front of the world's heroes, leaving an eternally unforgettable shame in her heart. Then Divine Emperor Haotian had stepped forwards for her sake, but even he had been suppressed by Old Man Good Fortune. The Azura Divine Kingdom had been forced to pay out a price of over 10 million spirit essence stones for her, making it so that these events would haunt her forever. If she wanted to defeat Lin Ming, she only had a single chance, and that was to break through to the Divine Sea while Lin Ming was still at life destruction. Old Man Good Fortune had given Lin Ming 3 years of time. This was because he predicted that Lin Ming would have the qualifications to tussle with, or at least preserve his life against a weak Divine Sea Supreme Elder at that time. That meant that her time left remaining wasn't much at all. As Situ Yaoyue was bitterly cultivating, in the seclusion chamber, Lin Ming's refinement of the Myriad Spirit Pill had reached its final stage. Refining the Myriad Spirit Pill was a very laborious task with many steps, and required a massive amount of medicinal herbs. Even though Lin Ming had an extremely high regenerative ability, it still required a full year for him to complete it. Of course, his harvest for this past year had been tremendous. After overdrawing his energy again and again and again, Lin Ming was ready to break through to the second stage of life destruction at any moment. At the same time, he had built a solid foundation of his soul force for when he needed to impact the divine sea in the future. Lin Ming carefully took the small wood spirit jade bottle that contained the plant essence of thousands of medicinal herbs and then gently tossed it into the cosmic melting furnace. Chapter 871, Sea Serpent Crystal. Chapter 871, Sea Serpent Crystal. This was the final stage of refining the myriad spirit pill, as well as the most critical stage. All of the plant essence was sealed within the wood spirit jade bottle, where it would be condensed into a pill through the flames. If there was even a single mistake in this process, then all of Lin Ming's efforts would have become wasted. Before continuing with this step, Lin Ming rested for 7 days and 7 nights. He lit incense, bathed, washed his hands, and meditated for 2 hours. These rituals were not useless. Rather, he had to go through these rituals in order to adjust his mind to its best state. Hoo, flames flickered and burned. Lin Ming watched as that million-year wood spirit jade bottle rolled in the scorching fire. There was no need to uncap the bottle for the final stage of refinement. The several thousands of medicinal herb essences had their own spiritual intelligence, so it was easy for them to flee. They were sealed into that wood spirit jade bottle via its special characteristics of isolating all perception. However, if the bottle were to be opened, then these plant essences would escape over time. By throwing the entire bottle into the cosmic melting furnace, the bottle itself would be refined and become a part of the myriad spirit pill. A million-year wood spirit jade bottle was highly heat-resistant. Lin Ming had to burn the bottle with the burning star flame for several hours in order to refine it. As the bottle melted, all sorts of rainbow-colored plant essence dissipated out with a trace of green, floating away like a foggy smoke. Lin Ming immediately released his true essence to wrap around the million-year wood spirit essence of liquid. If this fog was burnt by the flames, then it would turn to ash. After stabilizing the temperature of the wood spirit jade liquid to an absolutely accurate range, and without the slightest bit of heat fluctuation, Lin Ming continued to maintain the output with his own mental strength. 2 hours, 4 hours. Lin Ming's forehead was wet with sweat, but his mind was still steady like a mountain. After another 4 hours passed. This was a total of 8 hours of complete mental concentration. Broken blood vessels began to appear, as a sharp bright red in Lin Ming's eyes. As he watched the million-year wood spirit jade liquid be evaporated by the flames, it slowly began to solidify into a translucent green sphere. This was the main form of the myriad spirit pill, and in the center of this green sphere, there were all sorts of colored threads running within like endless snakes. Some wandered about, some were long like silk, and some were short like the hairs of an ox. Some areas were dense, and some areas were sparse, but all in all there were thousands of these threads. These threads were the refined medicinal essence of the pill. The pill had formed. In that moment, bursts of shaking sounds emitted from the cosmic melting furnace. It was like a night wind blowing over the forested mountains, or waves crashing into the shore to an endless beat. This sound started out faint, but it began to become increasingly loud, until it sounded like raging waves and crushing landslides. Above the pill furnace, a 5-colored ray of light shot upwards like the dawn. It was like a rainbow, dazzling and brilliant. At this time, Lin Ming's entire focus was concentrated on the pill furnace, his eyes unblinking. Veins had risen up on his forehead, sticking out all over. At this time, There was a loud sound like a dragon roaring. The lid shot upwards, and a fist-sized deep green ball of light suddenly flew out. And within this ball of light, there was actually a pigeon egg-sized bead that was a vibrant green. The myriad spirit pill had concentrated so many plant essences that it had naturally formed its own rudimentary intelligence. Once it left the furnace, it would inevitably attempt to fly away. Lin Ming was already prepared for this. He displayed goldenrod shattering the void, taking a single step forwards and grabbing that green bead in his hands. After the pill left the furnace, it should have been boiling hot, but as Lin Ming grasped it in his hands, he could actually feel an extraordinary cool feeling spreading through his limbs and bones, and even his mind seemed as if it had become much clearer. Success! Lin Ming let out a long breath of relief. He hadn't wasted this last year of effort. After taking a hold of Myriad Spirit Pill, Lin Ming could feel the immense energy contained within. The rank of the Myriad Spirit Pill was in no way inferior to the 5-Fade Void Pill. But compared to the 5-Fade Void Pill that opened the Gate of Wonder, the Gate of Pain was much more difficult to open. The Gate of Pain's function involved striking power and lethality of abilities. It was an extremely powerful gate, and the most important of the first 8 inner hidden gates, only being inferior to the Gate of Life and the Gate of Death in the last 4 gates. Just this Myriad Spirit Pill could guarantee a 70% chance of opening the Gate of Pain. Although his chances were not small, Lin Ming couldn't afford even a 30% failure rate. This was a pill that was refined from 16 to 17 million spirit essence stones, an amount of resources capable of raising a divine Sea Supreme Elder. This was an amount of wealth that even a divine kingdom would find unbearably painful to bring out. If he failed his breakthrough, then he wouldn't have the resources to refine a second Myriad Spirit Pill. He had to guarantee absolute success. 70% chance. I would rather not take such risks, but now, all of the heavenly treasures on me, including the Heaven Step Demon Godbone and Twin Life Thunder Crystal, have been used up. If I want to collect some more materials that can help me open the Gate of Pain, then that will be easier said than done. Lin Ming didn't want to ask the Forsaken God clan for 5 or 6 million spirit essence stones worth of raw materials to make pills. The Forsaken God clan themselves were limited to this dimensional realm and couldn't leave. Thus, they could only gather resources from here, and their resources were also very tight. In this clan, with countless geniuses waiting to use them, they were simply far too stretched. Before, Lin Ming had received a shard of a top-grade spirit essence stone from Shirbai, and he hadn't yet repaid this favor. This had always been floating somewhere on his mind. At this time, he couldn't request so many resources, not to mention that the Forsaken God clan most likely couldn't afford it. As Lin Ming mulled it over, there was only one kind of heavenly material that was extremely easy to obtain and didn't have too poor a value. That was sea serpent crystals. The sea serpent was a divine dragon that lived deep in the 8,000-mile black swamp. It absorbed the essence of the sun and moon, turning it into a gas that it released into the world. This sea serpent gas could be drawn into the cosmic melting furnace and then refined using a special technique to obtain sea serpent crystals. The method of refining the sea serpent crystals came from Demonshine. The martial artists of the Sky Spill continent might not know of it. Moreover, in that sea serpent gas, most martial artists would already spend the majority of their time protecting themselves. So how could they possibly study the sea serpent gas to refine its essence? When Lin Ming was crossing life destruction, he had used up a good number of sea serpent crystals. He was deeply experienced with the formidable energy contained within them. If he could use the Myriad Spirit Pill and add on several dozen more sea serpent crystals, then his chances of opening the Gate of Pain would rise to over 90%. An over 90% chance was more than enough. If he failed, then he could only chalk it up to fate. Of course, there was no small risk in going to the 8,000-mile black swamp, But this was actually a risk that Lin Ming had to take because in order to break through to the second stage of life destruction, he had to return to there. Although it would be much easier for Lin Ming to cross the second stage of life destruction, it was still more difficult than it would be for a pure essence-gathering system martial artist. He would need to use a massive amount of energy to do so. Using pills for this energy would have negative effects, and there would be a great waste. It was far better to use the golden red lightning from the 9 heavens thunder dominion. When Lin Ming crossed into life destruction, he had exhausted all of the golden red lightning he had stored in the heretical god Sprout. Now he had to go to the 9 heavens thunder dominion to gather up some more golden red lightning. You want to go to train? Shibai didn't think that Lin Ming would want to leave as soon as he left seclusion. Although Situ Yaiwe was currently held within the Forsaken God clan, that was only enough to guarantee that the Azura Divine Kingdom wouldn't publicly and blatantly kill Lin Ming. After all, if they wanted to kill Lin Ming, now they could only send out a Divine Sea Supreme Elder to do so. But on the entire continent, there were only around 100 Divine Sea Masters, and it was easy to trace just what background they came from. If it wasn't a Divine Sea Supreme Elder that was directly related to the Azura Divine Kingdom, who would take the risk of trying to kill Lin Ming and offending the future highest under the heavens. But if Lin Ming went out adventuring, especially in those inaccessible and far-off danger zones, then that was a different story. If Lin Ming's whereabouts were to be discovered by the Azura Divine Kingdom, then they would spare no expense to secretly send Supreme Elders to kill him. In that sort of place, it would be impossible for the Forsaken God clan to find enough evidence of who was responsible. It was impossible for them to execute Situ Yaiwe on the basis of some speculation. After all, there was always the danger of dying when one went out to adventure. Shibai frowned. You want to go out? Yes. Would it be a bad idea if I had my clansmen escort you? It might not be a good idea, Lin Ming shook his head. Not everyone could refine sea serpent crystals. They had to use Demon Shine's secret method, as well as have the cosmic melting furnace and the burning star flame. Moreover, the 8,000-mile Black Swamp was dangerous for any non-divine sea powerhouse. All right, I understand. As Shibai saw Lin Ming having firmly decided what he wanted to do, he didn't argue any further. Since Lin Ming was able to arrive at this step today, he naturally had to have the ability to distinguish the danger of the situation. So he had to have his reasons for leaving now. My Forsaken God clan has a hidden transmission array in this dimensional realm that directly connects to the outside world. I suspect that the outside has already been covered with spies from the Azura Divine Kingdom. If you use this transmission array to leave, that should reduce the risk of you being found to the minimum. But this transmission should be used as little as possible. Once the energy is activated, there will always be the risk that it is exposed. Leave early and return as soon as possible. Be careful. I understand. Senior Shibai, please feel relieved. Lin Ming didn't immediately leave. Instead, he took up the great desolate blood halberd and called Demon Shine, asking him, Demon Shine, do you know what the curse on the great desolate blood halberd is? In this last year, Demon Shine hadn't followed Lin Ming, but instead stayed in the dimensional realm to restore his divine soul. In fact, with his current ability, there was very little assistance he could provide to Lin Ming. Demon Shine licked his lips and said, The great desolate blood halberd is an ominous weapon that the Demon Emperor found near the edge of the eternal demon abyss. The blood halberd is heavy like a mountain, and also contains the strange curse of the eternal demon abyss. Even the Demon Emperor was unable to remove it. When the Demon Emperor possessed the great desolate blood halberd, he also feared that he would be influenced by it. In fact, when the Demon Emperor ascended into the divine realm, his passage didn't go smoothly at all. As for what the Demon Emperor had experienced 70,000 to 80,000 years ago, it was impossible to find out, or even begin to find out. But what was certain was that the demon emperor had encountered a great catastrophe. The demon god imperial palace had once been a sixth-grade sect that was located in a dimensional realm. However, an unparalleled war had erupted there, and the entire dimensional realm was shattered apart, leaving behind the present broken world. Within a few thousand years, that world would finally collapse. It had to be known that a dimensional realm would only collapse if the realm heart was destroyed. And the Forsaken God clan's realm heart Great Hall was known as a structure that even the highest under the heavens could not break. From this it could be seen just how powerful the demon emperor's enemies had been. Moreover, for some unknown reason, the cosmic melting furnace and the great desolate blood halberd had been left behind. Chapter 872, The Bronze Ghost Coffin. Chapter 872, The Bronze Ghost Coffin. In the end, the great desolate blood halberd's curse wasn't able to be broken. In Demon Shine's opinion, the great desolate blood halberd already had the majority of its strength sealed away by the Azura divine kingdom, so most of the curse's power was reduced. And throughout these years, Lin Ming had defeated countless heroic young elites and passed through multiple trials of fire. He was a peerless youth of this world, and after accumulating all of that momentum so far, his destiny was extremely formidable. In addition, he had trained at time-worn Phoenix City and also inherited the bloodline of the ancient Phoenix. Lin Ming even had a drop of reverse-scale blood from an azure dragon. With all of these factors combined together, Lin Ming's life was that of a peerless emperor. It could be foreseen that without accident, Lin Ming would easily become a character that surpassed the divine sea realm or even reached higher boundaries. For such an absolute character to restrain a single great desolate blood halberd from the edge of the eternal demon abyss shouldn't be difficult. After all, the great desolate blood halberd could only be considered to be amongst the weakest of saint artifacts. In the middle of night, Lin Ming changed his clothes, and without wearing his wood spirit jade mask, he directly stepped through the transmission array and into the outer world. He didn't fly high in the air, but rather near the ground, all the way until he was over 2,000 miles away from the Forsaken God clan's dimensional realm. Lin Ming then took out the Godspeed boat that had been specially altered for him and flew straight towards the Sea of Miracles. Along the way, Lin Ming carefully chose his route and avoided all major cities. Without danger or surprise, he soon reached the 8,000-mile Black Swamp. The 8,000-mile Black Swamp was known as a land where life-destruction powerhouses would encounter almost certain death. If a divine sea powerhouse entered, they would be relatively safe. However, if they were unlucky, then even they could perish here. Lin Ming was now nearly the strongest person under the divine sea within the Sky Spill continent. In addition, he had many protective treasures with him. His fires of life were potent, his defensive power was abnormal, and his endurance and extreme speed limit were both freakish. In terms of survivability and escape capacity, here at the 8,000-mile Black Swamp, he wasn't necessarily much worse than a divine sea powerhouse like Sidabonin, who was nearing the end of his life. After entering the 8,000-mile Black Swamp once again, Lin Ming was no longer the same late revolving core weakling he had been. In the face of the dangers here, he had enough strength to resist. Moreover, Lin Ming had already come to the 8,000-mile Black Swamp once before and was extremely familiar with the environment, without any great danger. He soon arrived close to the center of the 8,000-mile Black Swamp. However, wanting to find this divine dragon was not simple. Although this sea serpent divine dragon had a body over 1,000 miles long and emitted a gas that could cover the sun and moon, both space and time within this 8,000-mile Black Swamp were distorted, and there were closed-off force fields everywhere. It was impossible to search for this divine dragon using one's perception. If one wished to find it, then they could only rely on their own luck. Soon, several days passed as Lin Ming searched the 8,000-mile Black Swamp, during which he encountered many of the strange and peculiar existences that lived here. There were creatures similar to ghosts, creatures of flesh and blood, and even creatures that looked as if they were formed from mud. However, since their strength was all below that of the divine sea, they simply weren't a threat to the current Lin Ming. At this point, in front of Lin Ming, a 10-foot-high humanoid monster appeared. Its skin was the color of a ghostly green, and it was thickly corded with muscles. There was a single giant eye that dominated its head, and it grasped a mace that was larger than two men, waving it haphazardly in the wind. Cyclops Demon. Lin Ming was stunned, and immediately recalled the name of this monster. This creature was an archaic, desolate monster that existed in the ancient times of the Sky Spill continent 100,000 ago. Sometimes it was tamed by top masters to be their mounts. This monster's strength was incomparably powerful, and its bodily defensive power was comparable to a heaven-step treasure. Its single eye could release a demonic light that sucked away all life vitality and turned the body to stone. Any random Cyclops demon could absolutely be ranked anywhere in the top 20 of the Destiny Decree, and this was only because they had low intelligence. Otherwise, if they could practice cultivation methods, martial skills, and concepts, then their combat efficiency could be imagined. The eye of a Cyclops demon's was an extremely rare and precious alchemy ingredient, and their tough skin could be used to make heaven-step leather armor. However, they were simply far too difficult to deal with. Even a top 10 ranked Destiny Decree Master would find this task near impossible and would be advised to avoid them. The Cyclops demon's defensive power was just too formidable, and its blood vitality was too potent. If one couldn't defeat it in a short period of time, then that was a recipe for disaster. However, Lin Ming actually didn't plan on avoiding it. He wanted to test the might of the great desolate blood halberd, and he also fancied the bodily materials of the Cyclops demon. He could keep the eye for his own use, and the rest of the body could be given to the Forsaken God clan to refine into treasures. CA. A demonic light shot from the Cyclops demon's eye, beaming towards Lin Ming's heart like a bolt of thunder. Lin Ming stepped on golden rock, shattering the void, and vanished like a puff of smoke. In the next moment, he had arrived behind the Cyclops demon. He held the great desolate blood halberd with both hands and revolved the power of the 8 inner hidden gates, using the gate of limit to erupt with over 1 million genes of strength, and the heavy great desolate blood halberd smashed down like a falling meteor where it struck the Cyclops demon's shoulder. Bang! With an explosive sound, the Cyclops demon's shoulder was twisted apart. Blood and broken pieces of bones shot into the wind. Because its feet couldn't withstand the tremendous pressure, both of them fractured and buckled. The entire right side of the Cyclops demon became ruined flesh, and all of its ribs were broken even as its organs came spilling out. The Cyclops demon that was famed for its amazing defensive power was smashed to death by Lin Ming's halberd. "This halberd is awesome," Lin Ming exclaimed out loud. Although he had erupted with his complete physical strength, he actually hadn't used true essence. Striking with that halberd had caused his arm to tingle and his blood to tumble in his body. But even so, he felt a feeling of satisfaction as if all the cells in his body were stretching out at once and wantonly absorbing energy. By just moving his body, he emitted crackling sounds from all his joints. This feeling of bliss was something that fighting with the essence gathering system could never achieve. Fighting with energy was still relying on non-bodily forces after all. If spear lights struck each other, no matter how intense the collision was, a martial artist would be safe as long as they weren't affected by the shock waves. It wasn't like the body transformation fighting style, where every strike released an impact force that could be felt through the body. Although I don't use the Great Desolate Halberd art anymore. Just using the Great Desolate Blood Halberd to hit people makes it a great weapon. Lin Ming thought out loud. He was about to cut apart the Cyclops demon's corpse, when at this moment he felt his heart shrink a bit as an inexplicable chill covered his entire body. This sense of unease and dread caused him to look up into the distance. He could only see that far off through the dense layers of fog. There was a group of shimmering fluorescent shadows floating over like ghosts. These shadows looked as though they were slowly drifting, but the truth was that their speed had reached the extreme. At first, they were only small lights in the distance, but in the blink of an eye one could make out their appearance. They were 6 sinister-looking evil spirits, all dressed in black robes. Their faces were fierce, and they drifted to and fro like ghosts. Their demon claws each grasped a thick chain, and the 6 chains linked together, dragging a bronze ghost coffin behind them. This ghost coffin was immeasurably large, being 10 feet high and 30 feet long. All sorts of strange and mystical totems were carved into the coffin, and it seemed heavy and terrible, emitting an energy that made the soul tremble. Lin Ming instantly felt a cold chill crawl up his spine. He held his breath and drew back as far into the shadows as he could, not even daring to move about. It wasn't the coffin that these 6 evil spirits dragged that terrified him, but rather the 6 evil spirits themselves left Lin Ming gasping for breath. Because humans practiced a different cultivation system, Lin Ming couldn't make out the cultivations of these evil spirits, but he could still feel that all of them surpassed him by an immeasurable amount. Lin Ming himself already had a combat strength that reached the very pinnacle of all life destruction masters. Anyone higher would be at the legendary 8th stage of life destruction or the divine sea, and these 6 evil spirits had strength nearing that of a human divine sea supreme elder. They were likely equal to quasi-emperor existences of the Fey race and giant demon race. These 6 quasi-emperor-level powerhouses were all pulling a bronze ghost coffin together. Just what was in the ghost coffin? Lin Ming didn't think that it would contain only a corpse. Even if it were a corpse, it would be some strange demonic monster like a 10,000-year corpse devil or corpse puppet. And what was most likely was that whatever was inside that bronze ghost coffin was in existence from the same race as those 6 black-robed evil spirits. And its strength must be unimaginable. The 8,000-mile Black Swamp was known as a land that life-destruction martial artists would find perilous, but a divine sea supreme elder wouldn't be in too great of a danger. Thus, that mysterious existence within that bronze ghost coffin shouldn't belong to the 8,000-mile Black Swamp. Otherwise, if a normal divine sea powerhouse were to encounter it, they would be more than dead. Did that mean it was something that came from the true Sea of Miracles? As this thought suddenly flashed through his mind, Lin Ming's heartbeat nearly stopped. At this moment, he was very clear that if the monster in that bronze ghost coffin had even the slightest bit of interest in him, then he would most assuredly die here. The bronze ghost coffin was extremely fast. It only took a few breaths of time to travel several hundred miles away. However, to Lin Ming, every breath of time felt as long as a year. Ho! The ghost coffin flew away, floating right over Lin Ming's head before vanishing without a trace. The endless dark clouds on the horizon didn't have the slightest hint of light, as if complete darkness had fallen over the entire 8,000-mile Black Swamp. They left. Lin Ming felt his back and palms wet with a cold sweat. He knew that if that mysterious existence in that coffin had investigated its surroundings, there was no way he could have hidden from it. It was possible that it might have been sleeping, or it might have been because Lin Ming's own first-stage life destruction cultivation was too low to arouse interest. But no matter the reason, he had just passed a great calamity. Just what was that? Wiping away his cold sweat, Lin Ming was still shaken with shock and alarm. He had originally been planning on exploring the 8,000-mile Black Swamp some more, but now it seemed as if it would be prudent to obtain the sea serpent crystals and leave here as soon as possible. Against a powerhouse of that level, he didn't believe he could resist even a tiny bit. Lin Ming hurriedly put away the Cyclops demon's corpse and immediately left. He displayed his movement technique and rushed towards the opposite direction of Bronze Ghost Coffin, rapidly flying ahead. However, before even an incense stick of time passed, he instantly came to a screeching halt. His breath caught in his throat, and a chill crawled up his spine. In front of him was a dirty, dark yellow river that surged with great billowing waves, emitting an infinite deathly energy. The Yellow Springs River. Chapter 873. Opening the Gate of Pain. Chapter 873. Opening the Gate of Pain. The dark and putrid Yellow Springs River was 1,000 feet wide. On the shores of the other side, the world was submerged in the darkness of night and filled with a suppressive, deathly silence. In the river's waters, countless skeletons floated on the surface. Of these skeletons, many of them were non-human races. Some of these races had wings, horns, tails, and even looked like hell demons from myths and legends. Just by glancing at this Yellow Springs River, an inexhaustible sorrow and despair filled the heart. It was like this river was alive and also held the most important thing of their entire life. But no matter how they thought about it, they could never remember what it was. All they knew was that once they left here, they would lose it forever. Lin Ming had seen the Yellow Springs River before, but this time he was struck by the greatest summoning power yet. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Ming's heart of martial arts was tough, and his will was steady like iron, and he had also comprehended a silver battle spirit, then his mind would have likely fallen into the illusion, and he would have died here. He fiercely bit down on the tip of his tongue, using that stinging pain to awaken himself. Lin Ming instantly launched his movement technique and flew backwards, running several dozen miles in a single breath. Only then did he slow down to collect his scattered thoughts and calm his fearful shock. As he looked over to the direction of the Yellow Springs River, he saw that it had already been covered in a foggy darkness, completely vanished without a trace. Just what is that Yellow Springs River? Why would it flow in the eternal demon abyss 1,000-mile forbidden zone? And why would I see it here, at the 8,000-mile Black Swamp? The 8,000-mile Black Swamp was so broad. How could he possibly encounter the Yellow Springs River here? And as for those skeletons floating on top of the river, just looking at the pure number, there was likely no less than 1 billion corpses. That was 1 billion lives. Moreover, those were not ordinary existences. Those were all top super powerhouses. It seems that those evil spirits pulling the coffin were also one of the types of monsters in the Yellow Springs River. They have a horn on their head, and their height is also similar. Although they were very far away, Lin Ming had been able to approximate the size of those 6 black evil spirits. They were around 10 to 20 feet tall. As for that bronze ghost coffin, it was 30 feet long. That was many times the height of a human. Perhaps they really did come from the Sea of Miracles. When Lin Ming was at the Holy Demon Continent, he had looked at many jade slips with records of the eternal demon abyss. He was able to confirm that there were existences that lived within the eternal demon abyss. Moreover, Lin Ming had also seen with his own eyes a living beast within the eternal demon abyss, a massive god beast that was thousands of miles in length. However, according to the description of the jade slips, these existences would never leave the eternal demon abyss of their own volition. There were only some of the weaker monsters that would be shot out by the occasional eruptions of the eternal demon abyss. What is in the Sea of Miracles? Could there be an entrance to another world? Lin Ming shook his head, not really believing that explanation. If the Sea of Miracles was truly an entrance to another world, then it was certainly a high-level world. Without discussing how extensive it was, just the rank of that world itself should be no less than a world of the divine realm. How could such a world be located at the remote and unknown sky spill continent? And how could the martial artist from the divine realm just freely ignore it? The existence of a new world meant new lucky chances. There would certainly be top powerhouses that came to explore the dangers of that new world. Lin Ming didn't understand this puzzle. He shook his head, no longer thinking about it. This matter simply far exceeded his current boundary and wasn't something he could investigate. Even by the time he reached the divine sea, he might not have the ability to enter the Sea of Miracles. That was a life-forbidden zone in the truest meaning of the term. I'm too weak. If I can reach Fairy Feng's level, then I might be able to do some investigating. Lin Ming sighed. At this time, a dense fog suddenly filled the dark skies, completely enveloping the world. The fog became increasingly thick, and after a short period of time it became like a thick black soup in the air, nearly solidifying into essence. As Lin Ming saw this occur, he let out a light breath. This was sea serpent gas. He had finally run into it. After being in the 8,000-mile black swamp for so many days, Lin Ming finally encountered the sea serpent gas once again. He calmly took out the cosmic melting furnace and began drawing a large amount of sea serpent gas into it. The burning star flame blazed, and the black sea serpent gas quickly condensed. Compared to the last time that he entered the 8,000-mile black swamp, Lin Ming's speed at which he refined the sea serpent gas was several times quicker than before. This was because he had increased his cultivation, and also because he had made significant progress with his alchemy technique. Soon, that massive amount of sea serpent gas was refined into a bean-sized sea serpent crystal. Lin Ming didn't stop here. He continued to draw in sea serpent gas and refine it, growing the crystal larger and larger until it reached the size of a finger. Because Lin Ming's strength had risen, his refined sea serpent crystals were even purer. Just this small crystal seemed as if it contained a hidden space within, both strange and mysterious. Lin Ming only required an incense stick of time to complete the first sea serpent crystal. He kept refining all the way until the black sea serpent gas finally dispersed. By this time, Lin Ming had refined over 50 sea serpent crystals. The last time Lin Ming was here, he had only refined a dozen or so sea serpent crystals. After leaving the cosmic melting furnace, Lin Ming felt a bit unsatisfied. These sea serpent crystals were top treasures. It was a pity that the sea serpent gas didn't last longer. Otherwise, his harvest would have been greater. And the next time he wanted to find this sea serpent dragon wouldn't be easy. The 8,000-mile black swamp was filled with layers of dangers. Even with Lin Ming's current cultivation, he still wasn't safe here. I only took less than 0.0001% of the sea serpent gas, and yet there is such an effect. I wonder just how powerful this sea serpent dragon is, and just where it is hiding. How powerful is it compared to that great beast in the eternal demon abyss? Lin Ming didn't stop. He directly impacted straight into the Nine Heavens Thunder Dominion until he reached the 90-mile zone. He let the heretical god Sprout absorb the golden red lightning to its limit, and then left the 8,000-mile black swamp in the same night. All through this time, Lin Ming didn't meet the purple lion thunder source. Perhaps it was because the Twin Life Thunder Crystal had already been used by Lin Ming, but whatever the reason, the purple lion thunder source hadn't sensed Lin Ming arriving. This saved him a great deal of trouble. 3 days later, Lin Ming returned to the Forsaken God clan through their hidden transmission array and went directly to the seclusion chamber. He readied himself to open the gate of pain, as well as simultaneously crossing the second stage of life destruction. With over 50 sea serpent crystals lined up around him, Lin Ming took out the wood spirit jade box containing the sealed myriad spirit pill from his spatial ring. As soon as he opened the wood spirit jade box, the myriad spirit pill instantly tried to rush out. Lin Ming caught it, feeling like he was holding a powerful divine insect in his hands. The pill wildly dashed around in his hand, hoping to escape. This pill really does have intelligence. If I were to let it go here, then it would escape into the deep mountains or seas where it would absorb essence energy. Perhaps after hundreds of thousands or even millions of years, it would eventually transform into some ghostly spirit. After he grasped the myriad spirit pill, Lin Ming recalled the method of how to use it from the divine realm alchemist's memories. He took out a heaven-step dagger that he had requested from Shirbai earlier, and then cut open his own chest without hesitation. Puff! Blood splattered outwards. Lin Ming's body was extremely tough. Even if he didn't use any energy to protect himself, just his own physical body was difficult enough to pierce. He had no choice but to pour his silver battle spirit into this dagger. After cutting open a gap in his chest between two of his ribs, Lin Ming could clearly feel the strong beating of his own heart. The myriad spirit pill contained the condensed plant essence from thousands of medicinal herbs, all of them turned into thin filaments. In order to completely absorb this pill, he would have to directly implant it into his heart and let his blood wash over it, causing those several thousand filaments to fuse into his body, where it would be slowly absorbed. This was a long process that would take several days. To cut up their own heart, that was an action that an ordinary person would never have the will to do. Lin Ming took a deep breath and steadfastly cut down. Blood splashed out. Lin Ming shoved the myriad spirit pill into his heart, burying it deep inside a ventricle. Then Lin Ming revolved the power of the gate of healing to slowly regenerate his wounds. However, the myriad spirit pill did not peacefully lie in Lin Ming's heart. It dashed left and right, smashing into the walls of Lin Ming's heart. Every single impact like a hammer smashing into him. The heart was an extremely fragile and important organ. Normally, if a martial artist's heart were to be struck like this, then their heart would explode. They would vomit out blood and die on the spot. Even someone that practiced body transformation techniques and had extremely tough heart walls would find this sort of impact leading to arrhythmia and eventually death of the heart muscles. After Lin Ming swallowed the profound gold divine fruit, his physical body had become incomparably tough. In addition, with having opened the first 3 of the 8 inner hidden gates, he was just able to withstand this myriad spirit pill. It was only when the myriad spirit pill smashed into the wound that Lin Ming had created with a dagger did Lin Ming feel as if a saber was gouging into him. Every time this happened, he would become deathly pale, and his forehead would become wet with sweat. As the medicinal efficacy flowed into his body, the striking impact of the myriad spirit pill became increasingly weak. Finally, it stopped crashing around and began to be obediently absorbed by Lin Ming. In implanting the myriad spirit pill, the only danger and pain were at the start. The medicinal efficacy itself was very gentle and easy to absorb. This was because the myriad spirit pill took a long time to dissolve. The several thousands of condensed medicinal herb filaments would have to enter the bloodstream one by one. This process was extremely time-consuming. In the blink of an eye, several more hours passed. The scab on Lin Ming's chest naturally fell off, leaving nothing behind but a shallow and rapidly fading white mark. At this time, Lin Ming had already entered the ethereal martial intent state. His 2 fists grasped 5 sea serpent crystals as he began to impact the gate of pain. The gate of pain was located in the palms. It could also be said to be 2 gates, one in each hand. At this time, Lin Ming moved his arms, lifting them evenly, palms up. 2 whirlpools of energy formed above Lin Ming's palms, and the essence of the sea serpent crystals was rapidly absorbed into them. The translucent black sea serpent crystals began to slowly whiten before becoming a stone-like white lime, and then finally cracking with a paw and turning into power. After 10 sea serpent crystals were finished, Lin Ming grabbed another 10 and continued to absorb them. Under the continuous wearing of this energy, The gates of pain in Lin Ming's palms were continually being impacted, becoming more and more loose. 10 hours, 20 hours, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. On the 4th day, far too much energy had gathered within Lin Ming's palms, full to the point where it seemed it would explode. The energy of over 50 sea serpent crystals had been completely sucked clean by Lin Ming. With a loud shout, his fist suddenly exploded, and 2 arrows of blood shot high upwards, even breaking apart a massive hole in the dome of the seclusion chamber. Lin Ming's 2 palms seemed as if they had been pierced by arrows and shattered. The gate of pain had finally opened. Realm of the gods is now referred to as divine realm. Realm of the gods is now referred to as divine realm. Chapter 874, Comprehending the Laws of Time. Lin Ming drooped downwards until his back was against the ground. His hands slightly trembled, and a small pool of blood was already appearing underneath him. Looking at his body, Lin Ming was overjoyed, even as he wryly shook his head. All the meridians on his arms had been broken, and even some of the meridians of his body had been damaged. His 2 hands would be temporarily useless. The word pain in the gate of pain contained the implications of a double-edged sword. Opening the gate of pain would cause damage to the martial artist, and while fighting using the power of the gate of pain, that would also cause a burden on a martial artist's body. Thus, this was the reason the gate of pain was the last of the 8 inner hidden gates' first 4 gates. Only by opening the gate of healing and the gate of limit, which could drastically change the physical properties of a martial artist, would they then be able to withstand the backlash from the gate of pain. As Lin Ming looked at his hands, he gave up crossing the 2nd stage of life destruction for the time being. Usually, these types of wounds could be healed in several days with Lin Ming's regenerative powers, but the wounds brought forth by the gate of pain would last for over a month. Moreover, during this period of time, his physical condition and all aspects of his combat strength would decline by a great deal before slowly restoring to an even higher peak. There was a sense of breaking himself and creating something even better. But during this time, Lin Ming didn't plan on simply resting either. He planned to meditate on the space-time law's jade slips that old man Good Fortune had left behind, in particular, the records concerning the concept of time. Lin Ming was extremely interested in those. With the meridians in his arms ruined and unable to connect energy through his body, Lin Ming's current strength was even worse than some low-level martial artists. He simply rode a divine carriage that was pulled by 8 golden birds that resembled phoenixes, soaring through the skies of the Forsaken God clan's back mountains. He enjoyed viewing the various beautiful flowers and trees, meditating on the time laws in comfort. Although the Forsaken God clan's dimensional realm was covered in layers of array formations, Shirbai still sent out many bodyguards to accompany him. There were even many beautiful maids that served him, meticulously meeting all of his needs. As Lin Ming rode on top of the divine carriage, wrapped in silk and cloth and jewels, his handsome and exquisite jade-like looks facing the world, he seemed like a noble prince. This was a sort of life that many martial artists desired. For instance, the South Sea's Nan Yun Wang, or many of the princes and princesses of the 4 divine kingdoms, would be accompanied by heavenly music as they went out to travel. They would have divine soldiers clearing the way for them, with saint beasts drawing their carriage forwards. Meanwhile, they would even have massive numbers of beautiful young maids and concubines around them, hugging these women left and right. Lin Ming never thought that one day he too would enjoy a similar life. After resting for 40 days, Lin Ming finally felt his strength slowly return to his body. The meridians of his arms had nearly been completely restored, and there was nothing left on his 2 palms but extremely faint scars that looked like watermarks. One couldn't even see them unless one looked very closely. These were scars left behind by the gate of pain. After more time passed, even those would vanish. only revealing themselves when he opened the gate of pain. At that time, Lin Ming would also be able to burst out with his strongest energy, instantly reaching almost 2 million genes of strength. Following that, Lin Ming felt his strength was growing every day. The muscles of his body grew, with beautiful edged lines, accentuating a gently aesthetic beauty that was smooth and powerful at the same time. He felt as if he had been reborn once again. His body had been filled with endless strength, as if he could lift a mountain above himself. What Lin Ming most desired to do now was to find a powerful opponent to fight. Unfortunately, no one under the Divine Sea was his match any longer. And as for those Divine Sea masters like Shirbai, he wasn't able to defeat them. Within the Sky Spill continent, in the last 100,000 years of never-ending time, it was extremely rare for a life-destruction martial artist to be able to jump ranks and fight a Divine Sea master. First, this was because there was a massive gap between life destruction and the Divine Sea, and every person able to break into the Divine Sea was themselves a proud son of heaven, a peerless genius of their era. Of course, those Divine Sea powerhouses that couldn't break into the Divine Sea before they were 100 years old and had to rely on lucky chances to do so were only the weakest of Divine Sea powerhouses. Only those martial artists that stepped into the Divine Sea realm through their own strength could be considered true peak emperor-level talents. In order to cross a great boundary to defeat a proud son of heaven, one had to be an even more monstrous genius. Wasn't that easier said than done? Perhaps those 6 evil spirits I saw in the 8,000-mile black swamp that were pulling the bronze ghost coffin might be able to give me a hearty battle. That bronze ghost coffin still echoed in Lin Ming's mind. Just what level had the existence slumbering within reached? Lin Ming shook his head, no longer thinking about these things, as he continued to perceive the time laws. The time laws that Old Man Good Fortune left behind were extremely mysterious, enough to keep Lin Ming entranced. After immersing himself within them, several hours passed in an instant. Lin Ming's impression was that the concept inheritances of the Sky Spill continent were far more limited than those from the divine realm, but the concept of time jade slip that Old Man Good Fortune had left behind actually had some direct hints about the source of the Great Tao. This was simply like the inheritances from the divine realm. Did Old Man Good Fortune enter into a mystic realm left behind in the Sky Spill continent from 100,000 years ago and obtain an inheritance from the divine realm? No matter how talented a martial artist was, they still had to have some sort of basis in order to deduce even more profound concepts and laws. It was impossible to form a set of laws from thin air. All signs indicated that 100,000 years ago, the martial arts civilization of the Sky Spill continent was glorious, even containing the tiniest hint of the splendor from the divine realm. Old Man Good Fortune had lived for 8,000 years. It was impossible to count just how many places he had been to or how many mystic realms he had explored. It wasn't strange for him to have such an inheritance. I wonder why Old Man Good Fortune would lend such precious jade slips to me. As Lin Ming was thinking of returning to his chamber and practicing some of the laws recorded on the jade slips, at this time, the flame of a sound transmitting talisman shined out in front of him. This was a message from Shirbai. The message was simply, "Please come to the Elder's Palace." Lin Ming was startled. This must be a serious matter for Shirbai to want to speak to him face to face. As Lin Ming arrived at the Elder's Palace, he saw that Shirbai and the masked old man were already waiting inside for him. The masked old man was the second divine, Sea Supreme Elder of the Forsaken God clan. He was extremely mysterious and rarely spoke. Even Lin Ming didn't know his name. On a table in front of Shirbai were placed 2 letters. As Lin Ming looked at the seals marking them, he saw that they came from the 9-furnace divine kingdom and the sublime smelting divine kingdom. The 9-furnace divine kingdom's Yang Yun and the sublime smelting divine kingdom's Uya Qingfeng have each sent a letter. Take a look at them. Shibai flicked his finger, and both letters flew into Lin Ming's hands. Lin Ming was originally calm, but as he slowly read through them, he found it increasingly difficult to keep his cool. As Lin Ming finished reading both letters, he let out a long breath. The two letters spoke of the same matter. It was that the Temple of Marvels that existed in the Sea of Miracles had appeared in the skies above the 8,000-mile Black Swamp. When Lin Ming had joined Yang Yun at the Nine Flowers banquet, he had heard a sublime, smelting prince mention the Temple of Marvels. This temple was extremely fantastical and was said to appear only in the deepest areas of the Sea of Miracles. Only some divine sea supreme elders that had penetrated deep into the 8,000-mile Black Swamp had been able to spot it from a distance, and even they felt as if they were looking at nothing more than a mirage. No one had ever returned alive from the Sea of Miracles, and even approaching the edge was dangerous, let alone investigating the temple. Just a random great beast from the Sea of Miracles would be able to easily devour a divine sea supreme elder. But now, because of some unknown reason, the Temple of Marvels had appeared in the skies of the 8,000-mile Black Swamp for the first time in known history. As Lin Ming thought of this, he immediately remembered the bronze ghost coffin he had encountered earlier. The existence sleeping within it might very well have come from the Sea of Miracles. After he saw that bronze ghost coffin, the Temple of Marvels had drifted out from the Sea of Miracles. It was natural to associate the two when there was such a coincidence. How were the two related? Was it even possible that the Temple of Marvels was the palace of the existence within the coffin? Looking again, it seemed that the four divine kingdoms had already used various methods to investigate the Temple of Marvels the day before. The Sea of Miracles was known as an absolute life forbidden zone, and the Temple of Marvels was also likely a cursed place. Even if they knew there were lucky chances within that defied the will of the heavens, no one dared to recklessly rush in for fear that they would never be able to step back out. The Azura Divine Kingdom had sent out slaughter puppets to investigate. The Nine Furnace Divine Kingdom, Sublime Smelting Divine Kingdom, and Seven-Star Divine Kingdom had also sent out similar puppets, or enemies they had planted slaves' seals within to investigate the Temple of Marvels. In around a month's time, they would have their results. At that time, they would assess the risks and decide whether or not they should enter. Currently, the entire periphery of the 8,000-mile Black Swamp had been cordoned off by the four divine kingdoms, and it was impossible to enter. Yang Yun and Uya Qingfeng had both sent these letters because they wished to ask Lin Ming whether or not he would like to explore the Temple of Marvels with them. Lin Ming was filled with longing and curiosity for the secrets in the Sea of Miracles. With Lin Ming's character, he normally would have made the trip. But now, with the great enemy of Situ Haotian floating around, he couldn't help but think solemnly of his decision. Lin Ming didn't think he had the ability to escape Situ Haotian, even after opening the Gate of Pain. In the mystic realm, the Azura Divine Kingdom simply wouldn't care about decorum. Once Lin Ming was killed, just what could the Forsaken God clan do? If he died, what use would there be in them killing Situ Yaiwe? And besides Situ Haotian, he feared that characters like the Nine Furnace Highest Divine Emperor and the Sublime Smelting Imperial Grand Uncle would appear. These people were existences Lin Ming could not possibly hope to contend with. They might outwardly be on good terms with him, but in that mystic realm with enormous benefits all around, who knew just what they would do? Little brother Lin, I don't think you need to take this risk, Shibai slowly said after considering the matter for a moment. Because of my Forsaken God clan's bloodline curse, we are unable to leave this dimensional realm for an extended period of time. This sort of mystic realm will likely not be explored in 3 to 5 days, so it's impossible for us to go. And in truth, even if we did go with you, if we leave the protection of the Realm Heart Great Array, we will no longer be a match for the Azura Divine Kingdom. and if you go by yourself, you will be in extreme danger. Situ Yaoiwe can be used as a chip to threaten the Azura divine kingdom, but it's impossible for you to take her along as a protective charm. I understand. Lin Ming nodded. Although he loved to adventure and explore, he certainly wouldn't enter a mystic realm with such a low chance of survival. He could only say that it was an unfortunate set of circumstances. However, what Lin Ming didn't expect was that just a day later, another letter would arrive. This letter was from Old Man Good Fortune. He intended to enter the Temple of Marvels, and if Lin Ming desired to go, he could also bring Lin Ming along. Old Man Good Fortune. Lin Ming's heart stirred as he took a deep breath. Realm of the Gods is now referred to as Divine Realm. Realm of the Gods is now referred to as Divine Realm. Chapter 875. Second Stage Life Destruction. With Lin Ming's current strength, he was far from being able to protect himself if he entered the Temple of Marvels. But if he could obtain the protection of Old Man Good Fortune, then even a top-level character like the Nine Furnace highest Divine Emperor wouldn't even be able to touch him. Lin Ming only casually knew Old Man Good Fortune and had no particular reason to trust him. But as he thought of it, Old Man Good Fortune was like a wild crane that leisurely flew through the world with no influence behind him. And without any conflicts of interest, there was just no reason to harm him. Moreover, for someone at his rank, there was very little in this world that would cause him to scheme. And even Old Man Good Fortune had been planning something. He could have just abducted Lin Ming from the dimensional realm by force. And Shirbai would have only been able to watch helplessly as that happened. There would have been no need to wait for today. Little brother Lin, what do you plan on doing? Shirbai asked. No matter what I do. First, I must break through the second stage of life destruction. There was only a month until the time to enter the Temple of Marvels. Increasing his own strength first would be the safest bet. If he crossed the second stage of life destruction and also opened the gate of pain, then Lin Ming had no idea just how strong he would become at that time. Although it was impossible for him to contend against the likes of Situ Haotian, he believed he would have enough strength to safely escape Situ Yaoshi or Situ Bonin with his life intact. Break through the second stage of life destruction? Great. Shirbai was startled but not too surprised. Lin Ming had stepped into the peak of the first stage of life destruction a year ago, and after such a long time passed, it wasn't strange for him to break into the second stage. 2 days later, Lin Ming closed up once again. After opening the gate of pain, Lin Ming's physical strength and mentality were at their highest peak. Successfully breaking through the second stage of life destruction was nearly guaranteed. When Lin Ming first crossed into life destruction from the revolving core realm, he had used his Dantian as the core to disintegrate his body, so it hadn't been easy at all. But for breaking through to the second stage life destruction, he was able to use all of the true essence within his body and flesh to thoroughly decompose his body. This was a much simpler process, and Lin Ming also had ample amounts of golden red lightning stored in the heretical god Sprout. Within the seclusion chamber, layers of array formations covered the central platform. Lin Ming stepped onto the central array platform and then revolved all the energy within his body and divided his 360 acupoints into 72 points. These 72 points covered his entire body. With Lin Ming's control, he crazily absorbed true essence. Then, with his Dantian as the center, he erupted. Golden red lighting poured out from the heretical god Sprout. Combined with the energy throughout his body, it thoroughly broke down his body. All his meridians ruptured as a rain of blood shot into the air. Lin Ming turned into a vague blood fog that was filled with an incomparably pure heaven and earth origin energy. Normally, if a person's body exploded like this, then they would be deader than dead. However, the miraculous and marvelous laws prevented this from happening. This could be called the heavenly Tao, and the road of martial arts was only a single path of exploring the heavenly Tao. When a martial artist cultivated martial arts, they were conquering the heavenly Tao to use for themselves. Thus the reason why cultivating the martial path was considered to be defying the will of heavens. On a human's journey on the road of martial arts, there were unknown laws that would protect them during these crucial moments. When they were about to break through the boundaries of life destruction, their body would completely disintegrate, with energy fusing into their every cell. Then, all of this would be locked into a small area, forming an accommodation for their soul. This primordial life soup was similar to the amniotic fluid that surrounded a baby in their mother's womb, allowing the martial artist to maintain their fires of life. Rich heaven and earth origin energy would fuse into this primordial life soup, tempering all the cells with energy and ejecting the impurities. These cells would then begin to reform into a spirit body. The grade of the spirit body all depended on how thoroughly a martial artist disintegrated their body, and how pure the energy was that tempered their cells. In this primordial life soup, Lin Ming's consciousness was incomparably clear. It was like he had become a liquid life form. He swam in a sea of energy, able to examine every cell in his body and watch as his flesh and blood were tempered by energy, slowing changing. A month soon passed. The results of the investigation of the Temple of Marvels returned. The 4 divine kingdoms had joined forces to jointly send 30 test puppets into the Temple of Marvels. Finally, only 2 had returned. 1 from the sublime smelting divine kingdom and 1 from the 9-furnace divine kingdom. This was because the test puppets those 2 divine kingdoms had sent out had been the strongest, especially the 9-furnace divine kingdoms. In order to obtain the best and the most information they could on the Temple of Marvels, they had even sent out a divine sea-level puppet. Even the 9-furnace divine kingdom only had a single such puppet. They had consumed a massive amount of heavenly materials in order to freeze its fires of life and seal it away, and now was the best time to use it. All those below the divine sea will be in dire peril if they enter, and those at the divine sea have a chance of dying, but they can most likely return alive. The results of the investigation were extremely satisfying. It had to be said that the Temple of Marvels was a place of ancient ruins that floated over the skies in the sea of miracles. It wouldn't be strange for all who entered to die. However, with the protection of a divine sea powerhouse, then the most extraordinary disciples of the 4 divine kingdoms might be able to go in to experience an adventure. Not to mention the massive lucky chances that likely existed in the Temple of Marvels. But even if these young disciples weren't able to obtain any great treasures for themselves, just going in and expanding their horizons by experience such a high-level mystic realm would be extremely advantageous for their future growth. Forsaken God Clan, Dimensional Realm. In the seclusion chamber, Lin Ming slowly woke up. He was lying naked on the floor. After his body was broken down and reformed, it gave off a feeling that he had been resurrected from the dead. The second stage of life destruction had been successfully crossed. From outer appearances, Lin Ming lacked a touch of sharp and dominating aura. All of it was restrained within him, making him see as if he were an elegant young man that loved to read books and recite poetry. Lin Ming stretched out his hand, and countless arcs of purple electricity formed in the air. These electric arcs were thin and long and gathered together like strands of silk, forming substantialized purple cloth. After a moment, this purple silk wrapped around Lin Ming's body and formed a loose robe. This loose robe covered all the beautiful hard lines of Lin Ming's muscles, making him seem like a young student scholar. However, Lin Ming's eyes flashed as if thunder was contained within them. These shining sparks were actually the power of thunder that had deeply penetrated into every cell of Lin Ming's body, almost having the same effect of carving the thunder laws into his body. In terms of Lin Ming's cultivation, Although he had just stepped into the second stage of life destruction, he had already reached large success of the second stage. Despite the fact that he wasn't yet at the peak, this couldn't be considered too far from the third stage of life destruction. This was the superiority that came from having an incomparably solid foundation. Once one broke through, they would easily be able to touch upon the next realm. With every step Lin Ming took, he could feel that every breath he took contained a touch of fragrance. Even his bodily fluids, like his saliva and sweat, had an aromatic and fresh scent. This was because after he was reborn with a spirit body, not only were there no impurities in his body, but any casual movement he took was able to direct heaven and earth origin energy into his body, flooding every corner of his being with that pure energy. Mortals love to describe the bodily fragrance of a fairy maiden as having been untouched by the fires and smoke of men, their bodies not smelling like the wine and meat of the mortal world. The reason for this was because they ate rare spirit flowers and fruits every day, and what they drank was the fresh mountain dew of the early morning. Only through this way could they guarantee that their bodies weren't tainted by the impurities of common mortals. But Lin Ming didn't need to do any of this. He could eat rice and meat just like a common mortal. And because he now possessed a spirit body, he would naturally eliminate all impurities from his body and refine pure energy. This was also the reason why the life destruction stages were called the process when a martial artist was reborn. Little brother Lin, Old Man Good Fortune's letter has arrived. He will arrive at Port State in 3 days and wait for you there. As Shibai saw Lin Ming leave seclusion, his eyes brightened for a moment before he spoke. For someone like Lin Ming, it would only be strange if he failed his breakthrough. Okay. Port State was a city located in the sublime, smelting divine kingdom. It was close to the 8,000-mile Black Swamp, and not too far away from where the Temple of Marvels was located. Little brother Lin, I will personally bring you to Port State, but everything after that will depend on your own ability. You must be extra cautious. Although you broke through to the second stage of life destruction, it is still far away from making up for the gap between you and a divine sea powerhouse, Shibai said in his estimation. He didn't know that Lin Ming had broken through the gate of pain, so it was naturally impossible for him to estimate Lin Ming's combat strength. Then I must trouble Patriarch Shibai. Lin Ming didn't refuse the offer. 3 days later, at a courtyard deep within Port State, a Godspeed boat flew in and dropped off a young man and woman. These two appeared as if they were 20 to 30 years old, but the truth was that they had already practiced martial arts for over 60 years. They only had a youthful appearance because they had crossed life destruction at a very young age. These two people were the hidden ascetics of the Nine-Furnace Divine Kingdom and some of the most astounding youths of their generation. The young man was named Yang Mu, and his cultivation was impressively at the 7th stage of life destruction. However, he didn't have a Dantian variation, so he was slightly inferior to Situ Yaoiwer in that aspect. Nonetheless, his comprehension of laws actually surpassed hers, and he had also comprehended an elementary battle spirit. The young woman was named Qin Yu. She was not part of the Nine-Furnace Divine Kingdom's royal family, but rather a disciple with a different last name. Although her cultivation was only at the 6th stage of life destruction, if one looked carefully at her Dantian, they could see that all sorts of strange phenomena were occurring within. There seemed to be a faint space developing within her Dantian, and her true essence also appeared as if it were condensing into liquid. This was the sign that she was beginning to enter the divine sea. After a marshal reached the Hotian realm, that was the time they opened their Dantian and would begin to train it. During the Hotian realm, one's true essence would be a mess without any organization to it, so their reserves of true essence would be extremely limited. Once the true essence within the Dantian condensed into a cyclone, there would then be order. The total amount of true essence would increase, and it would also become much easier to control. And after arriving at the revolving core realm, true essence would solidify into a revolving core crystal nucleus. During this time, their total true essence quantity would rise several times. During the stages of life destruction, there would be no changes in the dantian. Rather, a martial artist's physical body would transform into a spirit body, and they would gain the characteristic of saving true essence in their flesh. This would again cause the total quantity of true essence within them to increase by several times. After arriving at the divine sea realm, a martial artist's body would be completely soaked in true essence without any more space to store more. And at this point, countless billions of years ago, the innumerable supreme elders that had forged the foundation for the road of martial arts had developed a new path. This was to form a minor dimension within the dantian. And after true essence liquefied, to store that true essence within, the size of this minor dimension depended on a martial artist's foundation and strength. It could be small or large. When an 8th stage life destruction powerhouse finally reached the late divine sea realm, that minor dimension would be extremely vast. The liquid true essence would surge and tumble just like a vast sea. Thus, this boundary was called the divine sea. To a martial artist, the divine sea realm was a major leap upwards. The word divine also indicated that martial artists who stepped into this realm gained the power of a god in the eyes of mortals. Their fists could shatter the skies, their feet could crack the earth, and they were capable of upturning the oceans. They were simply omnipotent beings. And now, this young woman named Qin, you had given birth to a rudimentary minor dimension within her dantian, with half of her true essence liquefied. This was the sign that she was a half step into the divine sea realm. Once one reached half-step divine sea, then barring any accident, they would be able to become a divine sea supreme elder within 2 or 3 years. This Qin, you was already destined to become a divine sea powerhouse. Chapter 876. All Heroes Gathered. Chapter 876. All Heroes Gathered. Here, the 9-furnace divine kingdom was the most powerful of the 4 divine kingdoms, and thus their number of geniuses far outstripped that of the Azura divine kingdom. Although a talent on the level of Situ, Yaiwe, was once in a millennium to the Azura divine kingdom, in the 9-furnace divine kingdom, she would have appeared every 300 to 400 years. Crown Prince, Your Highness, Yang Mu and Qin, you greeted Yang Yun, but there wasn't much respect showing on their faces. Qin Yu was already a half-step divine sea master and would become a divine sea supreme elder in just a few more years, enjoying similar treatment to a high prince. She naturally didn't need to bow to the crown prince. As for Yang Mu, he was already 70 years old and had a 7th-stage life destruction cultivation. In the future, there was a chance he would become a top-level character like the 9-furnace highest divine emperor, so he naturally wouldn't respect someone like Yang Yun, who was over 30 years younger than him. In fact, Yang Mu was very unwilling to accept that Yang Yun had inherited the position of crown prince. Yang Mu even had faint thoughts of replacing him. Elder brother Mu, Fairy Qin, Yang Yun faintly smiled as he greeted them. Tomorrow, the 4 divine kingdoms will remove the blockade and officially enter the Temple of Marvels. This exploration might even reveal the secrets of the Sea of Miracles. It is of great significance. Moreover, as Yang Yun spoke to hear, he took out a blue jade slip. My 9-furnace divine kingdom was the first to bring back information about the Temple of Marvels from our probe. As for the 7-star divine kingdom and the Azura divine kingdom, all of the puppets and slaves they sent in died, so they have no information. As for the explorer from the sublime smelting divine kingdom, he didn't dare to go too deep into the Temple of Marvels, so their information isn't as detailed as ours. Take a look. This information came at a significant cost, so make sure you keep it absolutely secret. As Yang Yin spoke, he tossed the blue jade slip towards Yang Mu and Qin Yu. After the two looked through it, their expressions changed. Yang Mu's eyes lit up. The Temple of Marvels is related to the secrets of the ancient times martial artists that ascended. It's our speculation. Yang Yun calmly nodded. The so-called ancient times referred to the period of time 100,000 years ago. That was when the Sky Spill continent's martial arts civilization was at its most glorious and prosperous era, compared to the current times. It seemed as if they were two completely separate worlds. According to the legends, 100,000 years ago, when a martial artist reached the Middle Divine Sea realm, they would have a reasonable chance of ascending into the divine realm. As for those unrivaled talents with strength that far surpassed martial artists of their level, they could break through the martial void at the early Divine Sea realm, or even 8th stage life destruction realm, and ascend upwards. But in the last 100,000 years, there were far too few martial artists that were able to ascend to the divine realm. There were only the few widely known and extremely rare martial artists like Emperor Sakya and the Demon Emperor that were known to have ascended. As for some others that were said to have ascended, no one knew if they had succeeded or died in the process. Moreover, it was a complete riddle just how these people had ascended. It seemed as if once they reached a certain amount of strength, they had formed a phenomenon of the heavens and earth and simply vanished. Even top-level characters like the sublime smelting imperial granduncle and the nine-furnace highest divine emperor had no idea how to ascend upwards. After flying into the divine realm, there were advantages as well as disadvantages. In the Sky Spill continent, characters like the nine-furnace highest divine emperor could be said to control the world in their palms, with no one daring to slight them. But once they reached the divine realm, they would actually be more minuscule than a nameless peon. If they tried to explore a mystic realm, they would easily die 4 or 5 times if someone tried to slap them to death. Even so, there were many masters that wished to ascend, especially the juniors. Those that were able to reach the divine sea could be said to have a devoted heart towards their road of martial arts. It was difficult for them to be tempted by any of the pleasures of the world. To them, only further martial arts breakthroughs would bring them joy and fulfill their obsessions. The Sky Spill continent was too limited, not to mention the resources, but the environment and inheritances. There were simply a blank slate. In the Sky Spill continent, for the inheritances of concepts and laws to reach the 2nd or 3rd boundary, that was already first class. As for the 7 or 8 boundaries behind that, no one in the Sky Spill continent had even heard of them before. This sort of martial arts inheritance was accumulated over hundreds of thousands, or even millions of years, through the combined effort of countless martial artists. No matter how talented one was, it was impossible for a single person to accomplish all of this. To stay in the Sky Spill continent meant that one would be destined to have no luck in reaching a realm above the Divine Sea, and also be limited to 10,000 years of life. All of the juniors to have reached this stage were chosen prides of heaven, and all of them were ambitious individuals, just who was willing to watch the thousands of years pass them by before they slowly turned into bones. Taking a step back, even if they didn't manage to accomplish anything in the divine realm, it seemed that there was a way to re-enter the lower realms. Although they needed to pay some price, there was hope. As Yang Mu and Qin Yu thought of this, both of them appeared excited and looked forwards to this jaunt into the Temple of Marvels more and more. This would relate to both of their future achievements. After Lin Ming arrived at Port State, he saw Old Man Good Fortune sitting near a table in a courtyard, his appearance still otherworldly and wizened as it had always been. His green ox was grazing underneath a tree. Looking at this scene, it was impossible to imagine that he might be the current top master of the entire Sky Spill continent. Greetings to Senior Good Fortune. Little friend Lin does not need to be so courteous. During this trip into the Temple of Marvels, I fear that those old fellows Yang Laotian and Uyahua will also come. Although Old Me has confidence to defeat them one-on-one, if the two of them join forces, then I would definitely lose. Moreover, besides those two fellows, there will also be many masters that have stayed hidden so far with early and middle divine sea martial artists everywhere. The younger generation, including you, should only enter to gain experience. Make sure that you take your own safety as your top priority. Old Man Good said in a gentle tone as he sat on a stone stool, his hands leaning on his peach walking stick. The Yang Laotian he referred to was the nine-furnace highest divine emperor, and Uyahua was the sublime smelting imperial grand uncle. Both of them were characters that had lived for 5,000 to 6,000 years and were unfathomable. It had already been thousands of years since Old Man Good Fortune fought with Yang Laotian. It was impossible to determine just how strong he had become since then. This junior understands. Lin Ming nodded. The truth was that while one of the reasons he came to the Temple of Marvels was to seek lucky chances, that wasn't the most important reason. The reason that he would take the risk and journey into the Temple of Marvels was also because he wished to investigate the secret of the Sea of Miracles and the eternal demon abyss. He faintly felt that it was related to the fall of the Sky Spill Continent's martial arts world 100,000 years ago. He wanted to know just who that great emperor was that had left the heart that still kept beating after 100,000 years, and just what the identity of that peerless goddess was. It was impossible for him to guess what realm that unrivaled great emperor was at. But in terms of life alone, a late divine sea martial artist could live for 10,000 years. Taking a step further, at the next great boundary, it stood to reason that one could live for tens of thousands of years. As for the boundary after that, that should be 100,000 years of life. And as for that unrivaled great emperor, who had left his heart in the eternal demon abyss, his heart still kept beating after 100,000 years. Moreover, it was filled with rushing blood vitality, every beat being able to move the heavens and earth. If so, just how long was he able to live for? It was simply unimaginable. Lin Ming had inherited the memories of many divine realm powerhouses. Although they were all incomplete memories, he could still approximate just what status that unrivaled great emperor had within the divine realm. He was definitely a peak, top-level character, in no way inferior to the legendary world kings. To such a singular and unsurpassed hero, Lin Ming was filled with curiosity and respect towards his majesty and life story. On the next day, the skies above the 8,000-mile black swamp welcomed a crowd of the Sky Spill Continent's peak powerhouses. The four divine kingdoms, holy lands, and various hidden masters around the world did not want to miss such a rare opportunity. There was no need to mention why the young divine sea powerhouses came. As long as they could come across some lucky chance, they could walk further down their martial path. As for the older divine sea powerhouses, they didn't have much hope for making further progress, but since their lives were already coming to an end, they might as well take this battle to the death and hope that they could bump into some amazing luck. In addition, the various heroic young elites of the divine kingdoms and holy lands had come. They had come here mainly under the shelter of their elders in order to see the world and open their minds. For a time, hundreds of Saint Beast mounts, shining gold divine carriages, and jade spirit boats hundreds of feet long appeared in the skies, overflowing with divine light. This truly seemed like an auspicious sign. Against such a big ruckus, the startled and scared vicious beasts of the 8,000-mile black swamp didn't dare to appear. However, these vicious beasts were only the ordinary vicious beasts. If the truly terrifying phenomena of the 8,000-mile black swamp appeared, then even these great figures would have to make way. For instance, the Yellow Springs River or an ancient beast on the level of the sea serpent dragon. Thus, even as these great figures seemed proud and haughty, they were in fact spreading their perception in all directions. As long as some type of phenomenon occurred that they weren't able to contend with, then they would be able to dodge ahead of time. Otherwise, if this strongest lineup of the entire Sky Spill continent suffered serious losses before they could even reach the entrance to the Temple of Marvels, that would truly be a joke. All the powerhouses were divided into 5 different waves. The first 4 waves were made up of the 4 divine kingdoms and the sects and family clans that followed them. The last wave was comprised of the lone sects and scattered martial artists. This wave was the smallest and the weakest, with only a few dozen people there. The younger generation of this wave was even more sad. They were simply unable to compare with the 4 divine kingdoms. Old Man Good Fortune. It wasn't known which martial artist suddenly shouted this, but as everyone followed his gaze, they could see the white-robed old man Good Fortune riding a green ox as they floated on a cloud. And behind him was a handsome young man who didn't even seem like a martial artist, but rather an elegant scholar. Old Man Good Fortune, Lin Lonjian. Before now, those present didn't know if these 2 would come. Even Yang Yun and Uya Qingfeng weren't sure. As these 2 arrived, even divine Sea Supreme Elders felt fear in their hearts. Old Man Good Fortune's fame was too great. As for Lin Ming, there was no need to mention him. He was an existence that absolutely could not be provoked. One only had to take a look at the Azura Divine Kingdom's current fate to see what the outcome would be, and this was only the time when Lin Ming hadn't yet grown. No one knew just what heights he would reach in 10 years. Old Man Good Fortune, I didn't think you would really come. You really have appeared too much this past while. An old voice suddenly sounded out. On the side of the 9-furnace divine kingdom, an old man in a purple-gold imperial robe suddenly stood up from a golden divine carriage. He was the 9-furnace divine kingdom's highest divine emperor, Yang Laotian. Even Yang Laotian didn't know Old Man Good Fortune's real name. They only knew the moniker that he went by. Old Man Good Fortune showed a smile that didn't seem as if it would change in 10,000 years. Old me has just finished 800 years of seclusion, so I've been feeling a bit restless and wanted to come out and catch some fresh air. Brother Laotian should feel relieved. Old me only wishes to come to this Temple of Marvels to take a look. I'll make sure I don't bother Brother Laotian's little treasure hunt. Seclusion for 800 years. There was a collective gasp from the surroundings. Many of the young martial artists present weren't even 80 years old yet. It was nearly impossible for them to imagine closing up for 800 years in one go. Lin Ming thought this was hilarious. What these people didn't know was that while Old Man Good Fortune said he had gone into seclusion for 800 years, the truth was that it was only 80 years. He had slowed down the flow of time within his seclusion by 10 times. Thus, 80 years, there was equal to 800 years outside. You're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.